Please take your seats. The first item of business on the order paper is the consideration of executive business not concluded on Monday 21st February. As all business was concluded when the Assembly adjourned yesterday, there is nothing further to consider on this item and we will move on. I have received notice from the Minister for the Economy that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I remind members here in the Chamber that in light of social distancing being observed by parties, the Speaker's ruling that members must be in the Chamber to hear a statement if they wish to ask a question has been relaxed. Members participating remotely must make sure that their name is on the speaking list if they wish to be called. Members present in the Chamber must also do this, but may do so by rising in their places, as well as notifying the Business Office or Speaker's table directly. I remind members to be concise in asking their question. This isn't an opportunity for debate, and long introductions won't be allowed. I also remind members that in accordance with long-established procedure, points of order aren't normally taken during a statement or the question period afterwards. I call the Minister for the Economy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In compliance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the 3rd British-Irish Council Energy Ministerial meeting held on Friday, the 4th of February 2022. The Government of Jersey hosted the meeting, although proceedings were conducted virtually. Minister Hargey and I represented the Executive. Michael Matheson, the Cabinet Secretary for Net Zero, Energy and Transport in the Scottish Government, and the Right Honourable Greg Hands, the Minister of State for Energy, Clean Growth and Climate Change in the UK Government, jointly chaired the meeting. This energy work sector meeting brought together ministers with responsibility for energy policy to discuss how the 8-member administrations can continue to work together to address shared challenges such as climate change, energy efficiency and energy security. We reviewed and discussed energy policy developments in each of the 8-member administrations. All recognised the importance of embracing local and community energy approaches, innovation in energy storage, more effective and comprehensive use of smart grids, including smart meters and smart EV charging points, the expansion of marine energy generation, improved offshore grid and interconnection capability, and new and emerging energy technologies. We all acknowledge that member administrations face shared challenges, including the threat of climate change, the desire to make greater progress in energy efficiency, and the need to ensure energy security. There was shared recognition between us that the path each administration is taking towards a net zero carbon future varied according to regional strengths, availability of natural resources and political priorities. But we noted that by sharing information and experiences, the British-Irish Council energy work sector continued to bring important benefits and opportunities for all of its members. We also noted the contribution of the British-Irish Council at COP26 in Glasgow, where a ministerial panel event to outline the importance of collaboration showcased the work of the British-Irish Council in driving effective climate policy. The meetings from previous British-Irish Council energy ministerial meetings hosted by the Scottish Government on the 15th of June 2018 and the British-Irish Council energy meeting held prior to the 32nd British-Irish Council Summit on the 28th of June 2019 were approved. Finally, Mr Speaker, Ministers thanked the energy work sector officials in each of the administrations for their active engagement in preparing briefing, and we endorsed the forward work plan. I commend the statement to the House.
I call Keith Archibald, the Chair of the Committee, to ask a question.
And I thank the Minister for his statement. And obviously we're already seeing the impact of global forces, particularly on oil and gas prices, which is impacting both families and businesses. And the current situation obviously in Ukraine could exacerbate that. Did the Minister get a sense that there's an understanding and a willingness for the need for support to rapidly invest in renewables to ensure security of indigenous supply and affordability for people? And is that something that he's engaging with particularly his British Minister counterparts on?
Yes, Mr Speaker, even before current events in Ukraine, this meeting took place at a time when we recognised the squeeze on the finances of both individuals and businesses as well, and that's why in my own energy strategy, we have put renewable energy front and centre because we understand because affordability is so important, we need to secure our energy from sources that are not volatile. And I think what we have put in our energy strategy actually demonstrates that we were right to go down this route, because oil and gas prices are ever more volatile, and the more of our energy that we can source here in Northern Ireland, the better. Of course, to move that transition is going to require investment. Of course, I think it is worth noting that whether we were to continue down the road of further oil and gas infrastructure, that would require additional investment as well. So it is going to require more money. We should be putting it into renewables because of the long-term benefit that we will get from that. And funding was discussed at the meeting, and I have constant conversations with the UK Government about how they can assist us in moving towards net zero.
I call Peter Weir.
Thank the Minister for his statement. As the Minister indicated, energy supply, the issue of that has moved higher and higher up the agenda in recent weeks, and even this week. Can I ask the Minister, therefore, in relation to the discussions that he had in terms of offshore generation, and what steps are being taken to advance energy security and security of supply as regards offshore generation?
Yes, absolutely. This was discussed at the meeting, and it is an area that I think that we need to explore further, because we have, in many ways, used a lot of land in Northern Ireland for renewable technologies, and we have a limited amount of land here, so we do now need to look towards offshore solutions to that issue. And not only was it raised during the meeting, but I previously met in recent weeks with the Crown Estate, who are responsibility for the offshore areas in which we would want to develop, and I was able to update the meeting on those discussions, and I'm pleased that we are now in a position where we're working together with the Crown Estate and the business department bays in the UK Government to take forward those opportunities, and I was delighted that we have secured support with the Crown Estate for a new approach towards developing that technology.
Matthew Toole, on I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, thank you for the update today. Minister, one of the less controversial bits of the withdrawal agreement, Northern Ireland Protocol, is around the single electricity market on the island, but there is an issue that some operators are having in terms of something that was left out of the initial withdrawal agreement around guarantees of origin, which is proving a problem in terms of moving some renewable energy from north to south. Obviously, that's really critical. Is this something that his officials are working on with BEIS, and is it something that could be discussed via, for example, the British-Irish Council?
It's not something that was discussed at the British-Irish Council. However, it's, and I don't have an update from him on the recent conversations that have taken place, but I'm more than happy to speak to my officials and to see what work has been done. I'm not sure necessarily if the BIC would be the most appropriate forum to discuss that and take that further, but whether that requires coordination between the UK Government and the Irish Government, or between ourselves and the UK Government, will make sure that that appropriate work is done. And if there have been recent discussions in the last number of days, I'm happy to update him on that.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you very much. The Minister made reference to electric vehicle charge points. What was the Minister able to tell the meeting about Council uptake of the £20 million pot from central government, which is backed by £350,000 from the Department of Infrastructure?
Well, that wasn't raised directly at the BIC meeting, but I do understand the importance, and in particular the challenges that we face in Northern Ireland. And I feel actually we've gone backwards in recent years in terms of EV charging points and the availability of them, and the lack of, in some cases, EV charging points that actually work. And that is why it is part not only of the energy strategy, but in the energy action plan that was released this year. We have committed to publishing an EV infrastructure action plan, and DFI will be taking that forward in coordination with my own department.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, I note the UK Minister chaired the meeting jointly, and in the title of his role he is responsible for clean growth. Was there any discussion, therefore, Minister, around deterring the development of blue hydrogen or fossil fuel-derived hydrogen, because there is serious concern, and presumably is across all of the nations, that that is not a clean fuel going forward?
I absolutely agree with the points that the members made in terms of the concern that exists around blue hydrogen. From my own point of view, I was able to raise during the meeting the opportunities that I think that Northern Ireland has with green hydrogen, and that's certainly the way I think that we need to go, and there's great opportunity for us in Northern Ireland to progress that.
Mayor John O'Dowd on Cashtacar. I call John O'Dowd for a question.
Minister, I note from your statement that the British Irish Council was established under the same Act that the North-South Ministerial Council was established under. I also note that you were accompanied by Deirdre Hargey, a Sinn Féin minister, who is honouring her ministerial code and her ministerial pledge. I note the SDLP are doing the same, the Ulster Unionist Party are doing the same, and the Alliance Party are doing the same. When will you honour your ministerial pledge and oath and return to North-South Ministerial Council meetings so we can have a full development of cross-border, cross-island energy strategies which will help people who are facing crippling energy costs at this time?
Mr Deputy Speaker, the North-South Ministerial Council was not an item of discussion at the British Irish Council meeting.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Mr Speaker, Minister, seeing page 2 of your statement here, you referred to, according to regional strengths, to achieve obviously a zero carbon. What would you say ours is, and what strength have we got over other regions in the rest of the United Kingdom?
Well, certainly, in terms of the strengths that we have in Northern Ireland, I would say first and foremost it is the level of renewable technologies that are already in place. I noted that there was some surprise among other member administrations at the level of renewables that we had. They were surprised that I think it was in the week before the meeting took place, that we had almost 90% of our energy at one point came from renewable energy. So that is the very much the key for us. That we are in many ways ahead of other member administrations. I have to say that that's not always the case. So we need to make sure that we're taking advantage of that and building on that as one of our strengths.
Mayor Philip McGuigan on Cashtacar. I call Philip McGuigan for a question.
Minister, as the meeting was about energy efficiency, I suppose I should commend your efforts in condensing the detail into a 2.5-page statement. But, Minister, as an island, you would imagine marine energy generation would be a big part of our renewable plans here, but as we know, it has been fraught with difficulties. So, can I ask, what is the current status of marine energy generation in the north, and what role do you see it playing in the future?
Well, Mr Speaker, there was limited discussion on this issue at the meeting. However, as part of our energy strategy, we have committed to looking at alternatives in terms of renewable energy. Right now, we are very much focused on wind generation. I want to look at the other potential opportunities that we have, and I think marine has a huge role to play in that. And as part of our energy action plan, we will be looking at how we can develop other sectors and make sure that we have the investment in those technologies, because I think that there are particular advantages in marine generation. I know challenges come with that as well, but it is a very steady supply of energy. So I want to make sure that we can ensure that we have the technology so that we can harness that. For all communities in Northern Ireland particularly, I was recently in Rathlin Island and saw the opportunities that could exist there as well for them to generate their own electricity. And having travelled over there, I see that there are huge opportunities, and it's a place that shouldn't be left behind.
I call Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, thank the Minister for his statement. Can I ask the Minister about the potential of both hydrogen and biomethane opportunities which you believe exist within Northern Ireland?
Yes, at the meeting in particular, we had a good discussion on the opportunities that exist from hydrogen. I think that this is another area where we're actually ahead of the curve in terms of the rest of the member administrations. I think we have huge opportunities with hydrogen, not only because we have so much of our energy that already comes from renewable energy, but we also need to find a way to store that. I think that hydrogen is one of the ways that we can do that most effectively. I think that if you look not only at the high level of wind generation, but the relative size of our country, the fact that we have good interconnection between Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland, and that we have the skills already in place in advanced manufacturing and in those technologies, means that it's a very bright future for us indeed. So I want us to be ahead of the curve on that. Another benefit that we have over the rest of the UK is our gas network, which is much more modern than in the rest of the UK, and that gas network and that infrastructure that we have in place will be useful as we transition away from natural gas to other gases such as hydrogen. That places us in an area then that we can really take advantage of that, so that we can not only meet our green growth goals, but we can also at the same time ensure that we have a cheaper and more sustainable supply of energy.
I call Steve Aiken.
Indeed, Mayor, I thank the Minister for his statement so far. I need to make a declaration of interest because I'm a member of the British Irish Parliamentary Assembly and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and indeed part of their energy network, which takes me directly to my question, Minister. Sir, it was co-chaired by the Government of Jersey, of course, who quite recently there was a threat by the French to cut off their electricity supply. Was there any discussion about the security of supply issues and indeed the concerns that there might be in the future by the ISEM and interrelationships, particularly with the EU, over this important international relationship?
Well, security of supply was, of course, a major concern for I think all member administrations. There are different threats to our energy security, and I think that's why it is so important, as I've set out a number of times before, that we can secure and supply as much of our energy as locally as possible, and that's what I think all member administrations have expressed their commitment to do.
Sir Anya Murphy on case I call Anya Murphy for.
And I'd like to thank the Minister for updating us this morning. Minister, the move to vehicles powered by non-fossil fuels is crucial going forward in the fight against climate change. What sort of cooperation has there been between your department and the Infrastructure Minister on this issue? And do you have an update on the progress of the electric vehicle task force?
So I think that although this wasn't an issue that was raised particularly at the British Irish Council, although it was recognised the importance of the move towards more electric vehicles, within my energy strategy we've made it very clear about the importance of moving this forward. And as I've said many times before, I haven't produced an energy strategy just to sit on the shelf. We have produced our Energy Action Plan, and as part of that Energy Action Plan, we've committed in this year to publish an EV Infrastructure Action Plan, and this will be informed by the EV Infrastructure Task Force. This is led primarily by the Department for Infrastructure. Of course, we will be coordinating with them as well and playing our role where that is appropriate.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. As an MLA for Strangford, and there's 3 of us in this room today, it has the longest coastline, so you can understand why I'll bring you back to marine energy and offshore energy again. Could I ask you, given the discussion that happened at the British Irish Council, what provision are you making in the 3-year budget coming ahead to take forward tidal and wave energy projects such as the hydrokinetic turbines being tested by Queen's G-Kinetic and Grants Electrical Services?
Well, this wasn't, again, an issue that was raised directly. Unfortunately, Strangford didn't get a mention in at the British Irish Council meeting. I endeavour to rectify that at the next meeting, so that the specific issues that she has talked about weren't raised. But certainly, as I said to Mr McGuigan, we see that there is potential there for marine technology in the future. In regards to the specific question that she asked about funding that is in place, I think this is one of the difficulties that we have with the proposed draft 3-year budget, is that it doesn't give us much room for manoeuvre and to do some of the extra things that we might want to do. However, I think it is important to note that it's not just Northern Ireland or the UK government that will be investing in these technologies. There will have to be community and community investment and investment from industry and from business if we are to meet these goals, and that's set out quite clearly in the energy strategy.
Ciara Ferguson, I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, given the future of energy is in an all-Ireland in nature, as we're all aware, could the Minister detail for us what discussions you've had with your counterparts in the South, and also what are your plans with regards to the energy strategy and working with our counterparts in the South when it comes to developing renewable energy? Thank you.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, I certainly do recognise the importance of working with other administrations within the BIC. I think actually it is one of the strengths that I have already outlined is the interconnection that we have, north-south and east-west. That places us in a really good position moving forward, in particular as regards to hydrogen. I recognise that we have a single electricity market in place. I want to make sure that that works for our consumers as well, first and foremost for people in Northern Ireland. But I think if we want that security of supply, we need to work with our neighbours, both north-south and east-west, and we need to ensure that there is that support there as well between administrations. There's times perhaps where we'll be able to generate more electricity than our neighbours and vice versa, and so I think it's right that we have that flexible system in place that allows that sharing of energy, because ultimately, especially when it comes to renewable energy, because ultimately that will lead to cheaper electricity.
And that concludes questions on the statement. Thank you. In the meantime, members just take their ease while we move to the next item of business. Thank you. Okay, members. Depending on how this progresses, I was going to suggest at the end of this item of business a short comfort break, because it will involve principally the same people, but we'll see how it goes. This is the further consideration stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill, and I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill. Iron the bubble, Lishin Villa Chorhontasi.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 3 amendments which deal with removal of an end date and reporting, and we will debate the amendments in that group together. Once the debate on the group is completed, any further amendments will be moved formally without further debate. If that's clear, we shall proceed. We now come to the single group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 and 3. Deputy Shin, Iram Swear na Bubble, Deirdre Hargey, Lasu Everahian Awalu, Agus Nalasiha Ella Hur Lichela Lesh. I now call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in that group, please.
Thank you. I beg to move Amendments 1, 2 and 3. During consideration stage, 3 amendments were made to the draft bill with cross-party support. The amendment made to Clause 1 removed the end date of the 31st of March 2025 for the social sector size criteria of the bedroom tax mitigation scheme, and the other 2 consequential amendments were made to Clause 3, which provides for a review of welfare mitigations to be completed by the 31st of March 2025. Further to the amendments made by the Assembly and after consultation with the OLC, I have agreed that some technical amendments to the draft bill should be tabled. These include a new Clause 1, which will avoid the need of making several separate small changes. These amendments do not alter the policy as agreed by the Assembly at consideration stage. Rather, they are designed as a tidying up of the drafting of the bill. The amendment will ensure that the relevant date of the 2nd of January 2017 is properly defined for the purposes of mitigation payments for people claiming housing benefit or universal credit. It will also avoid duplication where the mitigation period is currently referred to. The proposed new Clause 1 will therefore amend Article 137A of the Welfare Reform NI Order 2015 by removing the end date for mitigation payments in respect of the bedroom tax. This means that my department would have the authority to make statutory mitigation payments to people affected by the bedroom tax at any time from the 2nd of January 2017. This is the policy agreed by the House at consideration stage. I think it's well known that I do not want to see an end date in this legislation. I firmly believe that we need to protect people from the bedroom tax, and I commend the House for agreeing that we should not be introducing a new cliff edge for people who depend on these payments. The bill will also provide assurance to the Housing Executive and housing associations, and I believe we have a collective responsibility to deliver this meaningful change before the end of this mandate. We know that the social housing stock is not available across the north to allow tenants to avoid being penalised by the bedroom tax, and this is one of the reasons that there has been a consistency across party support in this chamber for not applying the bedroom tax in the north. In terms of Clause 3, the amendment to Clause 3 is dealing purely technical in nature. It will remove any unnecessary duplications of provisions in the Welfare Reform Order and will provide for the Department for Communities to monitor and report the ongoing operation of the welfare mitigation schemes under both Articles 137 and 137A. The report will therefore cover all existing welfare mitigation schemes, and it is to be laid in the Assembly before the 31st of March 2025. This is the position previously agreed by the House. The final amendment is to the long title of the bill. The new title will reflect the fact that the end date for the bedroom tax mitigation will be removed rather than changed. I recommend my amendments to the House.
I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the further consideration stage of this bill, and as I've stated at the consideration stage, removing the end date will help to bring certainty to those receiving this payment. We have all agreed here in the House that the Tory policy, the bedroom tax, is unfair and unjust. There will be no more cliff edge scenario for our people in our communities, and what's critical is providing people with support and certainty, particularly in these uncertain times. I welcome that there remains a consensus to this mitigation, and in relation to the amendments being brought forward by the Minister, I am content that the rationale provided for these, some of which are technical, I am happy to support them. So I look forward to this bill moving to its final stage. Thank you.
There being no other speakers, I call the Minister to wind.
Thank you. I have nothing further to ask, just to commend the House, obviously at the consideration stage, in removing the end date. And again, I just commend these final clauses to the House.
Okay, thank you. Amendment 1, as proposed, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2, which has already been debated, I call on the Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment number 2.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 2, line 25, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call on the Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment 3.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to the long title to leave out and insert word as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration stage of the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you for that. So I think we've moved through that fairly expeditiously, so there's no need for a suspension, just for a short comfort break. So if we just bear with us till we get the documentation. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, we're now good to move to the consideration stage of the Private Tenancies Bill. And I call the Minister of Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill.
I beg to move.
Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are two groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 24, which deal with rent payments and notice to quit. The second debate will be on amendments 25 to 45, which deal with energy efficiency. I would remind members, again intending to speak, that during the debates on the two groups of amendment, they should address all of the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question on each will be put without further debate. The question on stand part will be taken at the appropriate point in the bill. If that is clear, we shall proceed. And again, depending on progress after a while, if there's a requirement for a comfort break, I'll just judge that. Okay. Clauses 1 and 2 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 1 and 2. I propose, but therefore by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. There being no objections, the question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That's okay. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 through to 24. Within this particular group, Amendments 3 and 8 are consequential to Amendment 1. Amendment 7 is consequential to Amendment 3. Amendment 16 is mutually exclusive to Amendment 15. Amendment 17 is consequential to Amendment 15. Amendment 18 is consequential to Amendment 17. Amendment 20 is consequential to Amendment 19. And Amendment 23 is consequential to Amendment 22. Agus Rhys-Daly, Adam Sir, Iron and Bubble, Deirdre Hargy, Le Lassu Everaheen, Chorhom Toss Agus, Nalasi Ella, Ensigrupa, Hor and Sanaida. I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargy, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you. And firstly, I'd like to put on record my thanks to the Committee for Communities, the Chair and Deputy Chair, for the assistance that they have showed in progressing this much awaited bill at consideration stage. The second stage debate showed support from all parts of this Assembly for the bill. The committee stage reflected general agreement that the bill is necessary and welcome, and the committee scrutiny has been robust, diligent and very constructive. The amendments we have agreed will, I believe, result in a better bill. In terms of the first 12 amendments apply to Clause 3 of the bill. Clause 3 of the bill introduces a requirement for a receipt to be produced for a rent payment. Whilst the committee in its report was supportive of the clause, it felt that landlords should provide a receipt for any payment in cash, such as deposits, repairs, for which the tenant is liable, and so on. I agree, and I was happy to add this to the bill. This is what the first 12 amendments do. Some of them are technical, so I will focus on the substantive ones. The amendment puts a duty on the landlord to provide receipts for all cash payments in relation to the granting of a tenancy and obligation during the tenancy. Amendment 1 sets out the receipt should now detail what the payment is for, any appointment where 2 or more payments in cash are made, and any amount that remains outstanding after the cash payment has been made. And if no amount remains outstanding, this should also be included. Amendment 3 and Amendment 7 ensure that the duty to give a receipt for cash payments applies to former and prospective landlords and tenants. Amendments 8 to 12 refers to controlled tenancies and clarifies that the defence provided by Amendment 8 relates only to receipts for rent. All other receipts for cash payments made in controlled tenancies should be correct as far as reasonably possible. Again, this will also apply to former landlords. Therefore, I propose Amendments 1 to 12, which will place a duty on landlords to supply a receipt for all payments made in cash. And I thank the committee for suggesting the improvement of the bill. With regard to Amendment 13 tabled by Jerry Carroll, it seeks to amend Clause 7 to introduce a reduction of rent by 10% for all private tenancies longer than 6 months. The issue of affordability in the private rented sector is a priority for me, and I have already asked officials to begin work to look at fair and affordable rents in both the private and social sectors, including looking at the important issue of caps. Unfortunately, this work could not be taken forward in this bill due to the time constraints, but it is a key element of the second stage of the private rented sector bill, which I have previously stated. I have concerns that this clause would only apply retrospectively to all tenancies, which impacts signed and binding contracts, and obviously could have concerns which would veer into contract law. This amendment would only apply to tenancies in existence at royal assent. It would not apply to any new tenancies after that date, therefore creating an inequality. It would be easily avoided by a landlord ending and restarting a tenancy. It would also apply in areas where rents have fallen recently, as well as where they have increased. The member has suggested no penalty for landlords who choose to ignore it. We will have to be realistic and stay within the confines of the law, and I don't think this amendment does that. It would also risk putting the whole bill outside of competence and potentially the bill falling. Because we are coming to the end of the mandate, this could prove fatal for the bill, and we would lose all of the other protections that are contained within it. And I would urge people with caution in terms of this amendment. In terms of longer notice of rent increases in Amendment 14, this is an amendment which in itself of a suggestion by the committee. My bill has suggested that tenants ought to get 2 months' notice of a rent increase. The committee agreed it's important that tenants have time to prepare for a rent increase based on evidence presented by representatives of tenants. 3 months' notice of rent increase would be better to allow them to plan for the extra expenditure required. I accept the committee's position and I am happy to propose Amendment 14, which will increase the notice period for a landlord to give a tenant of any increase from 2 to 3 months. With regard to Amendments 15, 17 and 18, tabled by Ciara Ferguson to seek amendment to Clause 11, this would increase the length of notice to quit to landlords in which they must give a tenant, depending on the length of tenancies. There would be 6 different notice periods, lengthening to 224 days or 32 weeks once a tenancy is 8 years old. I believe in longer notice to quit periods from landlords. I have been clear in my intention to increase the notice to quit period to 6 months, but for the notice period this long there must be exemptions. And it is unreasonable, for example, for neighbours or fellow tenants to endure antisocial behaviour for 7 or 8 months. There was a general agreement for this in my recent consultation on notices to quit. Over 2/3 of respondents supported the introduction of exemptions aligned to a longer notice to quit period. So I agree with the sentiment of this amendment. We need to stay again within the confines of the law and ensure that we don't lose the other important and badly needed protections that are contained within this bill. If the amendment is carried, I will ask my officials to urgently explore what could be done at further consideration stage to reduce that risk. That would at least include much more detail on the exemptions which would be needed, as well as the other balancing provisions, such as longer notices for tenants. It would also inevitably mean a long delay in introducing these notice periods. In this scenario, I would again ask members to support me at further consideration stage. You will have seen later amendments which will bring in new notice periods from the day the emergency coronavirus notice periods expire. It is impossible to prepare the detailed work on exemptions by then. So if the Assembly does vote for the amendment, I couldn't commence the new notices to quit in May. To do so would risk the entire bill. In May, notice periods would revert back to what they were before, and for a lot of people this would be 4 weeks. I have been clear, however, that I don't want to return to the previous notice to quit periods. I have also welcomed the support right across the Assembly that 4 weeks is an inefficient time and a notice period. If the amendment is passed, I will again ask my officials to urgently examine a transitional arrangement, if it is possible, which would introduce an 8-week notice to quit period until outlined in Amendment 15 is commenced. Amendments 17 and 18 seek to amend the regulation-making powers further to Amendment 15. If Amendment 15 is passed, I would support Amendments 17 and 18. I would, however, need to suggest considerable amendments at further consideration stage to properly define regulation-making powers needed to introduce the exemptions. Amendment 16, tabled by Jerry Carroll, also seeks to amend the notice to quit periods contained within the bill. 12 weeks' notice has been in place for almost 2 years because of my coronavirus legislation. The recent consultation exercise showed support for longer notice to quit periods. This amendment provides no protection for all of those tenants who have been in the private tenancy for less than 3 months. The recent consultation showed support for longer notice periods for longer tenancies. This amendment would give the same protections to a tenant who has been in their home for 12 weeks as who has lived there for 12 years. As previously mentioned, further work on exemptions to any extended notice to quit period is required, and I want to do that properly. I therefore again would show caution to the amendment. Amendment 19, tabled by Ciara Ferguson, will further require tenants to give longer notice to quit than currently in the bill, up to 16 weeks. The bill does not lengthen the notice periods tenants have to give landlords, and indeed it will shorten it for many tenants. I think that we should not trap a tenant any longer than necessary in a tenancy which they no longer need or can afford. Tenants often leave tenancies to move to a more suitable accommodation, for example, if their health deteriorates or in the event of a relationship breakdown. This amendment places a greater burden on tenants that could cause them to lose new tenancies or incur increased expense. During the recent Notice to Quit consultation, several respondents that caution must be taken in regard to the unintended consequence of longer Notice to Quit periods, where the tenant, in a bid to secure a new property, finds themselves paying 2 rent bills until the notice period expires. This situation would be particularly problematic for those tenants relying on benefits to pay their rent. An unduly long notice period might mean that tenancies overlap and that the tenant has to pay 2 rents. It would be perverse for someone to lose an offer, for example, of a social home because the length of their notice to quit period. It wouldn't be much better if they had to go deeply more into debt to secure their home. There may also need to be exemptions again for these longer notice periods for tenancies if it was introduced. And again, my officials, if it's the will of this chamber, will start to work that up at further consideration stage. In terms of Amendment 20, it's a technical amendment related to Amendment 19 if Amendment 19 is passed, and I would support this amendment. It's important that the additional protections for tenants in relation to longer notice to quit periods introduced in this bill are commenced as soon as possible, ideally after the expiry of the Coronavirus Emergency Act if possible. Amendment 21 is one of 2 amendments which will commence the new notice periods either right after the Coronavirus Act expires on the 4th of May or as soon as possible after that, depending on royal assent. However, as I've said, if Amendment 15 is carried, the changes to the notice to quit periods are varied and my department would be required much more time to commence this to the sector and produce guidance for landlords and tenants. The same applies to Amendment 16. As I've explained, more time would be required to properly develop exemptions. Therefore, if Amendment 15 and 16 are carried, I will not move Amendment 21. Moving on to Amendments 22 and 23, which relate to new Clause 11A, during the scrutiny of this bill, the committee heard concerns from some landlords who insist on receiving cash payments, mainly for deposits and rent. Committee asked that I consider an amendment to prevent this practice. The issue turned out to be complex and is one that hasn't been previously raised in earlier consultations, so no work or scoping had previously been carried out. I do, however, wish to address the concerns raised, so have introduced Amendment 22 to consult a wide range of stakeholders on the issue and, based on that consultation, take a part and make regulations on payment options for tenants. I am therefore proposing Amendments 22 and 23 to address the concerns that were raised by tenant representatives during the committee stage. Finally, in this group, I am proposing Amendment 24. The amendment commences the notice to quit period directly after the Coronavirus to quit periods end on the 4th of May, or as soon as possible if royal assent hasn't been given by then. This works within Amendment 21 I have just mentioned. As before, my proposal of Amendment 24 depends on the outcomes of Amendments 15 and 19. If either of these amendments are carried, then I will not move Amendments 21 and 24. These are the amendments in Group 1.
I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Communities, Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I welcome the consideration stage of this bill. With your indulgence, before I turn to the amendments, I'd like to say a few words about the committee's scrutiny of the bill. During its deliberations, the committee bore in mind that the private rented sector accounts for over 17% of all housing stock in Northern Ireland, and that this bill follows a series of reforms already made to the regulation of the sector. We focused on the purpose of the bill to amend the Private Tenancies Northern Ireland Order 2006 as the first stage of a further long-term programme of reform to make the private rented sector a safer, more secure housing option for a wide range of households. We also remain mindful that the sector is home to a considerable number of vulnerable households. The committee also aimed to consider any potential unintended consequences of the bill in terms of finding a balance between protecting tenants and over-regulating, which may drive landlords from the sector, thus compounding housing problems. In response to its call for evidence, the committee received 20 replies to its online survey and a further 13 written submissions. Responses were received from private landlords and tenants, councils, student unions and tenancy deposit scheme administrators, to name but a few. The committee held 12 oral evidence sessions and considered the bill at 17 meetings, with its formal clause-by-clause consideration on the 11th of January 2022. We considered the range of issues raised in both written and oral evidence with departmental officials through oral briefings and follow-up written responses. Through its research and evidence, the committee also considered the bill in comparison to similar legislation in our neighbouring jurisdictions. Mr Deputy Speaker, after considering its evidence, deliberating on the issues raised, taking advice from the Assembly Bill Office and querying many issues with departmental officials, the committee agreed to clauses 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14 and Schedule 1 as drafted. Before turning to the specific amendments, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight two difficulties the committee faced during its deliberations. Firstly, although the committee finally agreed Clause 9 and Schedule 2, with regard to Schedule 2, the committee were put in a very difficult position when, midway through deliberations, the department produced a new enhanced Schedule 2 to future-proof the legislation, and I'll come back to this in Group 2 amendments. Secondly, during committee stage, the department commenced a public consultation on notice to quit in Clause 11. The committee was put in an extremely difficult position, as our deliberations were then severely hampered, as the consultation has only recently ended, and therefore after the committee reported on the bill. Again, this is a very unusual situation, and meant the committee could only consider the clause as drafted. The committee sought its own legal advice on Clause 11, but decided to reserve its position to allow the consultation to run its course, although we strongly reiterated during the formal clause-by-clause process our frustration at the turn of events. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to the amendments before us today. The bill, as introduced, already offers a range of protections for both tenants and landlords, and we hope that after today a number of these protections will be further improved. Amendments 1 to 12 relate to Clause 3. The committee supports the Minister's amendments as these were requested by the committee, and we thank the Minister for taking these forward. During our deliberations, we discussed many matters in connection with Clause 3. In terms of form and status of receipts and timely provision of receipts, but the key matter became very clear, that the committee wished to see a detailed receipt provided to tenants for all appropriate payments, made in whole or in part in cash in connection with the granting, renewal or continuance of a private tenancy, or any payment in satisfaction or part satisfaction of an obligation arising under a private tenancy, and not just rent payments. Amendments 1 to 12 now cover these matters to the committee's satisfaction. Amendments 13 and 14 relate to Clause 7. The committee has no position on 13, but supports the Minister's amendment as it was requested by us. We queried the proposal set out by the bill that landlords were to give 2 months' notice for any rent increases. Members questions why it could not be 3 months' notice to be more benefit to those in receipt of housing benefit. Officials confirmed that 3 months would indeed offer a more practical time frame, and we thank the Minister for taking forward this amendment. I will also take the opportunity to highlight that the committee was concerned about the amount of any rent increase. It is as much concern as the frequency of rent increase, and we discussed this at length and were assured that the work was being taken forward in Phase 2 on fair rent. Amendment 15 to 21 relate to Clause 11. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have already stated the difficult position the Committee found itself in relation to this clause due to the consultation on the notice to quit, which completed after the Committee was obliged to report on the bill. The Committee, after seeking its own legal advice, agreed not to seek amendments to the clause and has no official position on the amendments before us today. I will leave that to individual members to comment on these proposed amendments. What I can say is that on numerous occasions throughout our deliberations, members raised concerns regarding notice to quit for tenancies of less than 12 months, and we were assured that the consultation addressed this for tenancies that were under 12 months, notice for over 12 months and up to 10 years, and consulted on options for 8, 12 or 26 weeks. The Committee recommended that consideration is given to a more nuanced tiers of the notice to quit period. The Committee has also been advised that the bill provides sufficient regulatory making powers to make any required future changes to notice to quit periods as a result of the consultation, and once further required work on exemptions has been carried out. The Committee is receiving a further briefing from the officials on the outcome of the consultation and the way forward at its meeting tomorrow. Amendment 22, new clause 11A. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Committee felt very strongly that landlords should not be able to insist on solely cash payments and should offer tenants a choice of payment methods. The Committee had lengthy discussions on the matter and felt strongly that this needs to be addressed, and at first drafted its own amendment with the Assembly Bill Office to provide offering of a choice of payment methods. Officials were concerned about the unintended consequences of our proposals and then provided the Committee with the proposed new Clause 11A before us today, payment options for tenants, power to make provision and duty to consult, to allow for regulations to be made on the issue after a public consultation, to uncover the scale of the problem and what a preferred way forward would be. The Committee accepted this proposal and supports Amendment 22. And we recommend in our report that in advance of this consultation that the guidance on the legislation and the proposed template for landlords should clearly lay out that it is expected that landlords will offer a choice of payment options as a list of those suitable options. Amendment 23 and 24 relate to Clause 13. The Committee supports Amendment 23 and it is required as a result of Amendment 22. I wish to highlight that the Committee has been informed of the need for the administrative Amendment 24 to ensure as little disruption as possible and no gap between the current 12 weeks notice to quit period and the new notice to quit within Clause 11. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to say a few words in my capacity as a DP MLA. I just want to turn first to Mr Carroll's amendment at Amendment 13. I absolutely understand the sentiments that in Mr Carroll's amendment that he has brought forward. There are some concerns around that, though. We heard through committee time and time again about unintended consequences, and one of the unintended consequences was that some of the changes that we might want to bring forward could indeed force landlords to sell their properties because of onerous requirements on them. And I'm not saying that it could happen, but certainly a 10% reduction in rent may well lead to that. Also, maybe when Mr Carroll is speaking, he could maybe let us know how he expects the shortfall to be paid for. Does he expect that this Assembly to pay for the shortfall in landlord payments, and has he costed that? Because we do know that many of our landlords here in Northern Ireland are single property owners. They're owners that have a buy to let or buy to rent mortgage, and we know that many of those landlords just about cover their bills at the end of every month through their rental charges. So if he could go into just a little bit more detail on how that 10% reduction is to be met for the landlords. If I just move on then to Amendments 15 and 19 in the name of Ciara Ferguson. again, I get this absolutely, that is something that we discussed time and time again in committee, that there should be a tiered approach to this, albeit I find it just a little bit confusing. Maybe it's just the way it has been worded and the way it has been set out, and I am a little bit worried because the committee has not had a chance to have proper sight of the consultation on the notice to quit, and I know that is before us tomorrow in committee, where we get the opportunity to scrutinise the document and to ask officials the questions. So I'm going to wait to hear what Ciara has to say on this. But I'm just very cautious around it, not having all of the information and scrutinising that information in order to make an informed decision around this. But I'm not saying that I wouldn't be willing, come further consideration stage, to look at something similar. I know my other party colleagues will have plenty more to say on this issue, so at this time, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus na siadam Sir Ciara Ferguson, hon can't I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As we're aware, this legislative change for those currently living within the private rented sector is crucial to not only protect tenants in terms of strengthening their legal requirements around information they receive on their tenancy, but also to ensure they receive receipts for payments in cash. They cannot be charged more than 1 month's rent for their deposit, and they cannot have their rent increased more than once per annum. Such practices currently should not be happening, and people should not be finding themselves priced out of accessing a safe, secure place to call home within this housing tenure. Not only must we ensure this housing tenure is affordable and accessible to ordinary people, families and workers, but that it is also safe and secure and enables people to live in dignity. Within the bill, the ambitions around strengthening electrical safety standards and ensuring a legal requirement to provide working fire, smoke and carbon monoxide alarms are vital, alongside the proposed regulations for strengthening energy efficiency standards, which will help lower fuel costs, and this is just critical given this moment in time. We know that anyone who rents a home here is spending 40% more on heating and electricity per week than they do keeping a roof over their head. We are all in the midst of a living crisis, which includes the price of heat, electricity, oil, fuel for our car, groceries. It is vital that we, as MLAs, ensure this legislation gets passed and that people are protected urgently, given the impact this has on people. However, we are aware, as the Minister stated, this bill is not all-encompassing. More still needs to be done to address housing inadequacies here, including outlawing illegal letting fees, strengthening our fitness standards, considering grounds for eviction and tenants' rights, and particularly in consideration to rent regulation. I want to welcome the Minister's amendments, which have been introduced to further strengthen and enhance the private tenancy bill and the protections which exist for those in the private rented sector. These amendments have firstly added clarity around the rent receipts and other aspects following committee scrutiny in this area. The Minister has also included a new clause enabling the Department for Communities to make provisions by regulations to enable tenants to be consulted and given options around the method of payment of rent, for example, by imposing duties on prospective landlords to provide specified information before the terms of the tenancy are agreed. All of these amendments will prove to further strengthen the private tenancy bill as it currently stands. Sinn Féin are supportive in terms of the political intent with Amendment 13, and the Minister has been very clear to date about her support for further work to be done in terms of rent regulation. Nonetheless, we recognise the concern raised by the Minister in terms of the advice received on this, and recognise that this amendment, as it currently stands, is problematic insofar as it only relates to current rental contracts, thus will be retrospective. Nonetheless, we are fully supportive of the political ambition seeking to prohibit rent increases to give hard-pressed rentees a break from extortionate rents. I want to ask for support for my additional amendments about extending the notice to quit being given to tenants by landlords. Sinn Féin have been vocal on the fact that the notice to quit period needed to be longer in order to strengthen the existing safety net by providing increased protections from eviction. During consideration stage, the committee reserved its judgment on Clause 11 due to the outcome of the consultation still being due on this issue. And its subsequent publication saw that over 72% of respondents agreed that notice to quit periods should vary depending on the length of the tenancy. Several respondents then suggested the adoption of a staged approach, and I know at committee we spoke about tiered approach and had those conversations, whereby the notice to quit reflects the length of the tenancy, and that is what is ultimately being proposed within this amendment. Yep.
To address then what the Minister has said in relation to where you've got a problem tenant. So a problem tenant could be in a property for more than 8 years. Given this amendment gives the tenant the right, what would you say to those people who are living next door with sometimes difficult tenants? Would you say that it's acceptable then for them to stay for 224 days as your proposed amendment?
In relation to, I understand the concerns it's raised, and they were discussions we also had in the committee, and that's an element in looking at this legislation and looking at this proposal where exemptions could be looked at within the department and this legislation. But definitely those concerns have been discussed, and I recognise those concerns. The proposed amendment continues to reflect the support for 4 weeks, the 28 days, for those under 6 months in length, but then proposes a staged approach with differing notice periods thereafter, which would see it extend to just over 12 weeks, 90 days, for tenancies from 6 months to 1 year. Over 4 months, 120 days for those between 1 and 3 years. Over 6 months, 180 days for those between 3 and 7 years. 7 months, 190 days for those over 7 years, and 8 months, 224 days for those over 8 years. Meaning tenants are provided with strengthened protections from evictions in their home. This will ultimately ensure tenants are better protected from eviction and reflects what has been raised by Renters' Voice and other groups in terms of the importance of lengthier notice periods, whereby without these, the reality is that it becomes a case of people having to scramble to find a house, or any house, regardless of their ability or suitability, if it suits their needs, or regardless of if the contract is reasonable or unreasonable. We shouldn't have people forced into these situations, particularly our most vulnerable, our families with young children. People deserve better. They deserve more security to stay in their homes. Thank you.
Agus nish, Iram Sir Mark Durkin, Chach there Skelling. I call Mark Durkin via Starleaf on the screen. Plenary, Mark. Incoming from Derry. Plenary, Mark and Lynn Tumidge, do you hear us?
Apologies for that, a wee technical issue. I suppose the Chair has outlined the extensive work that committee has done in considering this vitally important piece of legislation, and other members and the Minister have outlined the urgency with which we need this legislation passed to provide security to those living in the private rented sector, of which we all agree we have too many. We have a complete over-reliance on that sector, and that's why it's so important that we get proper and robust regulation of it. Turning to the amendments in Group 1 then, Alias Kioncordia, certainly I'd be supportive, or my party would be supportive of all the amendments in the Minister's name, most of which really are the fruition of extensive engagement and labour between committee, stakeholders and the department itself. I will speak on the other amendments. There's some where I have a few concerns, and there are others where I might seek additional clarity. looking to Amendment 13 in Mr Carroll's name, while we certainly agree that action must be taken on unfair rent increases, both in frequency, which this legislation will do, but also in amount. That's a point that I'd raised at previous stages of this legislative process, and also repeatedly in committee. We need to repeatedly be told by the Minister and by the Department that work was or is underway to explore rent controls, and that will come in the next mandate in a new piece of legislation. And to try and rush something through now could potentially, or would most likely, have unintended consequences and undesired ones at that. I would, I suppose, suggest, as I have done previously, that we look towards the Scottish model and consider implementing a provision to challenge and restrict unfair rent increases at that next stage of reform that we can't really wait or afford to wait too long for, and it underlines the importance of getting this place up and running again and keeping this place up and running again. The amendment of Mr Carroll's is a wee bit unclear. I know the Chair has expressed some concerns there, but as to who would cover the 10% reduction in rent, is it envisaged that there would be some form of government subsidy, or is it the intention that the private landlord would just be left to absorb this? Because it's that reduction for a year and then a freeze at today's rate for a following 3 years, that doesn't recognise or reflect external economic factors, interest rates, that the Chair has pointed out, I suppose, our dependence on small landlords, maybe single property landlords, who make up the bulk of our private rental estate. And they're not making a wild pile of profit, those who I know, but what they definitely can't afford to be doing is keeping on properties at a loss. So you would end up inevitably, in our view, seeing people selling properties. You might see, before this bill gets royal assent, rental prices skyrocketing to enable or to assist them to, I suppose, absorb that 10% decrease. But either way, the impact, which certainly is unintended, and I know certainly Mr Carroll wouldn't desire it either, but it will undermine stability, security and availability. So at the moment, I definitely don't think we could support that, although we do certainly welcome the intention and look forward to working with Mr Carroll and others in terms of establishing a proper, adequate and fair model of putting caps on rents to stop the exploitation of many who are living in private accommodation. And don't get me wrong, there are some landlords out there who I'm sure are charging exorbitant rents and making significant profits, but I think this is a fairly blunt instrument that would end up causing an awful lot of damage. To turn to clause 11, Mr Principal, or Mr Deputy Speaker, and the amendments concerning the notice to quit periods, I must say I'm baffled and a bit frustrated by the Department's decision to consult on notice to quit while we're in the middle of scrutinising this legislation. It's kind of, they were putting the cart before the horse. In doing so, committee haven't been given a full picture, nor, in my opinion, adequate time to scrutinise this clause in detail, and now these amendments in detail. And there's a lot of detail in these amendments, and certainly would be supportive in terms of the sentiment in them. This staggered approach to notice the quit periods required by both tenants and landlords, dependent on the length of tenancy. It's essentially mirroring provision in the south. However, I must point out that the north operates under distinctly different legislation. Reforms being brought forward by the Irish Government mean renters will have the right to tenancies of unlimited duration, strengthening long-term security of tenure, and it also has prescribed grounds for evictions. We'd like to see both those provisions afforded here. However, in their absence, we believe Amendments 15, 18 and 19 are, while well-intentioned, maybe a bit impractical, but I'm happy to hear more from the Minister on this. I know she says that their passage today would result in quite a bit of work being required by the Department in terms of compatibility. I'd like to hear a wee bit more on that before we make up our mind, but I know some within the sector have expressed a wee bit of concern about potential implications or consequences of these clauses too. Given that Clause 11 is drafted is based on the functions within the Private Tenancies Order, implementing a 12-week notice to quit for landlords for tenancies over 1 year would be the most reasonable step to take. As alluded to earlier, we've seen over the past 2 years that the 12-week provision worked well in its aim to reduce, or well, even in many cases sadly delay, homelessness in the private rented sector, but it's clear that a notice to quit period of 4 weeks isn't an adequate time frame to expect any tenant, regardless of the length of their tenancy, to secure alternative accommodation. This provision must be extended and applied equally to all private tenancies, including fixed-term tenancies. We agree that notice to quit periods must be proportionate. However, the risks associated with securing a new tenancy are much greater for a tenant than they are for a landlord. Therefore, we think that a longer period of time should be afforded for tenancies less than 12 months, preferably a period of at least 8 weeks. The 4-week notice to quit the tenants must provide their landlord, in our view, is adequate. In the same vein, we do recognise the intent behind Mr Carroll's amendment, and while we'd like to see a 12-week provision for tenancies over 12 months, we've concerns around the implications of Amendment 16 as currently drafted. Following a consultation with Housing Rights, it's clear that they share those concerns and believe that the amendment as it stands risks leaving no provision for tenancies in existence less than 12 weeks or fewer than 12 weeks. It also creates some anomalies with the current Private Tenancies Order and could potentially present legal challenges. We're concerned again about unintended consequences, specifically if the amendment should exclude shorter tenancies from the 12-week provision. The position would revert back to either common law or the default position within the Private Tenancies Bill for tenancies less than 6 months, which provides a notice period of 6 weeks. As stated previously, we believe in such cases an 8-week period would be more appropriate, but I'd be happy to hear a bit more from Mr Carroll on his intention behind the amendment, and certainly hear maybe more from the Minister in terms of her willingness, as she's demonstrated or expressed regarding Ms Ferguson's amendment as well, but to maybe work with the proposer of this amendment to refine what is being proposed here, if that's possible, at further consideration stage, to ensure that it does what I have no doubt the proposer wants it to do, without having those unintended consequences. Thank you.
I now call Robbie Butler.
Speaker, I welcome the opportunity on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to address the amendments in Group 1 which relate to rent payments and notice to quit. We will be supporting Amendments 1 through to 12 in the name of the Minister.
Could I ask the member maybe to move his mic a wee bit closer for the purposes of answer? Thanks, Robbie.
When you're only 5'8", you're generally pretty close to it anyway, to be fair. It's the like of Jerry Carroll and Mark Durgan, usually need to get a wee bit closer. We shorties like me don't normally have that problem, Mr Deputy Speaker. We will be supporting Amendments 1 through to 12 in the name of the Minister, which creates and deals with the requirement to provide a receipt for all cash payments pertaining to the tenancy. This is something that was raised by several parties, including ourselves, at the second stage debate, along with many stakeholders working in the sector. We will be further supporting Amendment 14, also in the name of the Minister, which increases the notification period to be given for a rental increase from 2 months to 3, which, as highlighted, was brought forward by the Minister at the request of the Committee. This is a pragmatic amendment which will require 3 months to be given to a tenant prior to a rental increase. However, there does need to be further work undertaken in Phase 2 of the reforms, with consideration to the private rented housing panel, similar to Scotland, that would assess and adjudicate on the proportionality of rent increases. We will not be supporting Amendment 13. While we understand and appreciate the intent, we are concerned that this could have unintended consequences. Perhaps financial support for those in the private rented sector is something the Minister can look at separately. Further to this, we will not be supporting Amendments 15, 16 and 19, which propose a change to the notice to quit period. We would like to have been in a position to support an enhancement to the NTQ periods. However, we feel, without wider consideration of what, if any exemption may be required, we are unable to support these amendments. This position is supported by housing experts with whom we have engaged. The Department's own response to the recent consultation that was carried out mid-committee stage, which also was not helpful, stated, "The Department in Clause 12 of the Private Tenancies Bill has included provisions for a notice to quit period of 8 weeks for tenancies from 12 months up to 10 years and 12 weeks for tenancies over 10 years. However, there are a diversity of opinions expressed in the consultation. The Department will take forward further work and consider the need for any change by way of further consultation legislation, and in particular taking into account the need for exemptions. As a party, we would therefore call on the Minister to ensure that the necessary consultation is promptly carried out and taken forward early, perhaps in the next mandate. We also will be supporting Amendment 22, which is a new clause, and 23, which will give the power to introduce, if required, payment options for tenants following a consultation. And last but by no means least, in this group we will be supporting Amendment 24, which ensures the new notice to quit periods do not supersede the temporary coronavirus notice to quit periods until they cease. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, of course, to the Minister. Apologies. I will be supporting on behalf of Alliance all of the amendments that are put forward in Group 2 under the name of the Minister. We know that the Speaker has written to us all and has asked us to speak directly to the amendments, so I'll move straight to the ones that I have issue with. The first is Amendment 13, and as others have said, this Amendment 13 in the name of Mr Jerry Carroll absolutely is something that we would all like to see. Unfortunately, the wording of the amendment and the implications of the amendment could actually cause difficulties for tenants, as opposed to actually giving them a 10% reduction on their rent and then having fixed rent for 3 years. We do know, as those of us who sit in the Communities Committee, that this will be dealt with in the next piece of legislation when we look at rent caps. But at the moment, I don't want to have any tenants out there in breach of contract, and unfortunately on that basis, while I absolutely agree with the sentiment, I can't support this amendment at this time. With regards to Amendment 15 in the name of Ciara Ferguson, I have to say I get it. I've read the consultation document, and I actually think that the consultation was very worthwhile. The timing of it, I have to say, was appalling because it just kept it outside of the committee's hands. But what I would say was I actually looked at the amendments and spoke to them with a renter, and they said the same thing that I said whenever I looked at it and went, how confusing is this? What does 196 days mean in terms of months? What does 224 days left or mean in terms of months? It's quite confusing, and it will need a considerable amount of change to people's contracts, their rents, their landlord contracts. And while I can absolutely support that intention, and it was said during the consultation, 72% agreed that the notice to quit should vary depending on length of tenancy. I think that it is just too confusing. I saw in the actual consultation document where one person or somebody had put forward in the government response to the notice to quit consultation that was produced, or I got access to, on the 15th of February, that for not to 1 year, 4 weeks, 1 to 3 years, 6 weeks, 3 to 5 years, 8 weeks, 5 to 10 years, 12 weeks. Something like that is easy to see. But when you're starting to talk about 180 days of the tenancy has been in existence for more than 3 years, but not more than 7 years, and then the next thing is 196 days for between 7 and 8 years, it's too confusing, and it's the same with the notice to quit, the tenant's notice to quit, where it talks about a number of days without actually clarifying why those dates and numbers of days have been chosen. I've listened to the debate earlier and heard what the Chair has said. The committee will have an opportunity to look at this. And I think I actually agree with Mr Durkin when he said, I think there's a finessing needs to happen to the Amendment 15 and Amendment 19 in order to make it as clear as possible for tenants and landlords in Northern Ireland. As regards to Mr Carroll's Amendment 16, he wanted the notice to quit to be 12 weeks from anyone who has had a tenancy from 12 weeks, and I get that. We've had this throughout the coronavirus, but as has been brought up before, it means then, as the Chair of the committee has said, it means a person who has been living somewhere for 3 months will have the same notice to quit period as someone who's been living somewhere for 12 years. So while I can absolutely confirm my frustration that we do need to extend the notice to quit period that landlords give to tenants and to protect tenants who need to move from a home so they're not having to pay double rents anywhere, I don't think that this is the way to do it. The problem, I think, is the finessing of this, and I don't know whether it's an option then not to move the amendments 15 and 19 in order that time can be given and brought back at further consideration stage with those tightened up in line with the Minister. I had expected the Minister to go on ahead with the consultation and then to come back with the Department's amendments to Clause 11. We don't have these here, and I would like the Minister to confirm later, was there an intention or is there an intention for the Department to bring forward amendments at further consideration stage? We also do need to deal with exemptions. We all have cases where we have tenants across Northern Ireland who are in difficulties themselves because of another problem tenant. And where that happens, the landlord certainly does need to be able to evict in extreme circumstances. So those exemptions are very important. At this stage, Deputy Speaker, that's as much as I need to say. I do have difficulties with Amendment 15 and 19. I see where they're coming from. They need finessed. Unfortunately, Mr Carroll's Amendment 13 and 16 I can't support at this stage, but as for the rest in Group 1 I can certainly support. Thank you.
Agus níos éan sir Aisling Riley hon cainte I call Aisling Riley.
I welcome the opportunity to speak to the Private Tenancies Bill at this consideration stage. This bill will make... Sorry, go ahead. Yep. This bill will make the private rented sector safer and more secure for tenants. Delivering this piece of legislation is of huge importance to those living within the private rented sector here, which is much needed and long overdue. In our committee's deliberations, we heard significant evidence, and I want to place on record my thanks for all those who came to committee and those from the department who worked closely with us in progressing the bill to this stage. Minister Hargey and her predecessor, Carol Killen, made clear from the November 2020 housing statement, which has gone on to be defined as the biggest shake-up of our housing system in over 50 years, that this is not only about making sure housing is affordable and accessible, but that it is also safe and secure, allowing people to have a safe roof over their head and live in dignity. I want to welcome the Minister's amendments, which have been introduced to further strengthen the Private Tenancies Bill and add clarity around the rent receipts and electrical safety standards. Alongside other aspects of these were areas of particular concern to the committee members during deliberations. So I thank the Minister for that clarity and addressing those concerns. The Minister has also added a new clause which allows the Department of Communities to make provision by regulations, which allows tenants to be informed and given options around the method of payment of rent, such as imposing duties on prospective landlords, to give specified information before the terms of the tenancy are agreed. I also want to show my support for Ms Ferguson's amendments on the notice to quit period. We in Sinn Féin, as Ciara has stated, have been very vocal that the notice to quit needed to be longer in order to strengthen the existing safety net by giving increased protections from eviction. As has been mentioned during consideration stage, the committee reserved its judgment on Clause 11 as the consultation process was still out. Its subsequent publication saw that 72% agreed that the notice to quit period should vary depending on the length of the tenancy. Several respondents then suggested the adoption of a staged approach, whereby the notice to quit reflects the length of the tenancy, and that is what ultimately is being proposed within that amendment, as Ciara had outlined earlier on. This staged approach outlined in the amendment will ensure tenants are better protected from eviction, which has been raised by groups such as Renters' Voice and others. in terms of the importance of lengthier notice periods. If these weren't in place, the reality is that it becomes a case of people having to scramble to find a roof over their head, whether it suits them or their family needs or not, regardless if the contract is reasonable or unreasonable. People deserve more security to stay in their homes. So, Cian Corla, I just want to finish to state my support for both the Ministers and Ms Ferguson's amendments.
I now call Paul Frew.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak on the bill and the amendments as they are put down before us. And can I just say that I thoroughly enjoyed the scrutiny of this bill and enjoyed the company of the members of the committee and the officials who came to us very regularly and answered all our questions in a relatively timely fashion. So I thank everyone for their participation in that. It was very, very useful. This bill, the first question you ask, of course, is it required? And I do believe that with this growing sector in the private tenancy sector, it is required. It is required in order to to help raise standards and to inject fairness and to also achieve balance. So when I look to these amendments, I want to see balance, I want to see fairness, and that includes both sides of this sector. The tenants who need a home and the landlord who has property and who allows that property to be let out. Let me also, Mr Deputy Speaker, declare an interest as someone who owns a rented property and put that on record. Going through the amendments as per the clauses, and it struck me very early on, Mr Deputy Speaker, when we seen clause 3, tenant to be provided with a rent receipt for payment in cash. My first question around this was, well, why is anyone having to pay in cash? It strikes me, with that professional relationship between tenant and landlord, that the last thing you'd want to do is actually hand over cash. And then, is there ever an occasion when it would be appropriate to accept cash but not yet give a receipt? Yes, I will. Yeah.
Thank the member for giving way. And firstly, and I apologise, Mr Speaker, I failed to put on record earlier that I also have rental properties, but it's on my register of interest. I take the member's point about the cash, and as landlord I don't take cash, I have to say, but there is occasions where tenants have no access to bank accounts and cash is their only means. So I think we need to be very careful that we don't inhibit some of those people, because some have difficulty with banking as well.
And I thank the member for that contribution, and I will come on to that later regarding the new amendment, Amendment 22, because that assists with that issue. We got that in the committee after we went through this conversation with officials and other stakeholders and interest groups. There are times when cash will be handed over, and there will be times when cash is handed over at inappropriate times and inconvenient times, and there will be then times whenever the landlord will not, or the landlord agent will not be able to produce or pluck out a receipt there and then, but yet the tenant may well insist on the handing over of cash. So I get that, because that is a human interaction. But it took me a wee while to get my head around the issue that if I was a tenant, I really would not want to be handing over cash and having no proof of that exchange or transaction. And that strikes me with fear that may well be taking place. Because whilst we know that the vast majority of landlords and tenants are doing things honourably, there is room and potential for things to go very wrong and for mistakes even to happen with regards to transaction of cash. And so we need to do everything we can in this bill to protect that transaction. So it struck me that it should of course be the case that there should be a receipt for any transaction of cash, and it should be given in an appropriate time and a timely fashion. But it shouldn't only be rent, Mr Deputy Speaker. It should be for all cash transactions, whatever they may be, whether it be a joint venture on improvements, whether it be for other aspects of the tenancy. if there's any cash being handed over, it must come and be exchanged with a receipt that is detailed, that is itemised, and has the amounts on it, and what that amount was for. So to me that is critically important. So I welcome the Minister's amendments 1 to 12. It's at the hands and has been sought by the committee, and I thank the Minister for that movement and for listening to the committee in that regard. I move on then, Mr. Speaker, to Clause 7. And I understand why Clause 7 is needed. It's basically one of the biggest bulks of the actual bill itself. And of course, rent increases is always going to be problematic for anyone in any walk of life. But what we shouldn't do with this bill, whilst we should raise standards, we should inject fairness, and we should try and achieve balance, we shouldn't distort a market that could have deadly consequences for tenants and landlords. And I move on then to Jerry Carroll's amendment, Amendment 13. And whilst I understand the sentiment, and I understand the gentleman's politics, and I understand why he would lay claim to an amendment like this, my goodness, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this will be very, very useful when he's driving round the good people of West Belfast and able to say that I tried to achieve a 10% decrease in people's rent, and it was the big bad Minister, Sinn Féin, that stopped me. So I get where he's coming from. I get where he's coming from. But to do something so primitive and blunt as a 10% decrease across the board in the private tenancy sector, but yet in no other sector, it's the first thing. Where is the equality in that? Second of all, that 10% will be worth a lot more in some areas compared to others. And with those other areas, we'll have affordability issues. With some of our working class areas and some of our more affluent areas, that 10% may be a lot achievable in some areas compared to others. Yes, I will, yeah.
Would the member not also accept, and given, as the chair of the committee has already said, about the 17% of the properties that is in the private rental sector, and given there's such a short supply of houses within the public sector, that what effectively could happen by this, universally landlords will put the rent up to allow for the 10% reduction?
Yeah, and so distortion of the market is highly probable, which would make things worse in the long run for tenants. And let me also flip that over the other side with landlords. There is a wide spectrum of landlords in this country. There are landlords who are seeking and looking for the future and have put all their savings into property. And that's their right to do so. But with all that money going into property, all their savings go into property, they then provide a very good outlet for the state. They produce homes. But some of those landlords, a good lot of those landlords, will be mortgaged up to the hilt. And with that rent, and probably a wee bit more, that covers the mortgage and the maintenance. Now, for those large amounts of landlords in that position, a 10% decrease will probably be the difference between achieving their lifetime goals of having money at the end of their lives to retire on with the assets that they have, and selling that property because they just can't make it work. And that probably is one of the most devastating impacts and consequences if this amendment was to pass, because those homes would be sold. Who would buy them? Who would be in them? Who would be living in them? Because it is true, for any landlord This is property, but for the tenant, this is their home. And it strikes me that the one way to leave a property insecure is by government and MLAs doing something like this amendment that would decrease rent, distort a market so much in such a blunt way that you could cause havoc through this growing sector that provides homes for our people, and usually the people who need them the most. It's clear that almost half, 48% of those living in the private rented sector receive state financial support via housing benefit or universal credit. And it might sound perverse to some, especially the left-leaning political philosophers here, that to decrease rent wouldn't be a good idea. But I can see so much danger in that. So much danger that could leave those tenants the most vulnerable. So, whilst I understand the sentiment and I understand the politics, there's no way that I could support an amendment like that at this time. And market does what a market is, and that will be different in every single area of Northern Ireland. It will be different probably half a mile down the road from any given area, given our housing state, given our geographical area and spread, given our affluent areas and our working class areas, where there's a patchwork of people living in amongst our towns and villages. So I cannot support Amendment 13, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Which then moves me on to Ciara Ferguson's amendments. I've enjoyed my time working with Ciara on the committee, and she will know that I have toyed with this idea of a tiered notice to quit. So I get the concept, I really do. I'm still not there yet as to how tiered it should be. But what it does strike me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that this is just too complicated. It's just too tiered. And it's just to the point where I don't believe it could be managed or workable in a beneficial way. But I accept the concept, and so I'm happy and content to work through this and see what can be done in a tiered fashion. At the minute, the way the bill sits, Mr. Speaker, it's from 1 to 10 years, there has to be more than 8 weeks, 2 months' notice given. And then for the notice to quit by a tenant for 1 to 10 years, it's 4 weeks' notice. And then for more than 10 years, it's 12 weeks, 3 months' notice. And I get, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the difference between landlord notice and tenant notice. Because as I said before, a landlord owns property. Landlord owns the house, but the tenant lives in a home, and it's their only home. So I get that. But there are consequences for this also. If we extend notices to quit, and a tenant who's in the private rented sector is moving on, chances are they're moving on to the housing executive, or to a housing association, or to another private tenant, a private landlord. It's property. And there could be a real consequence whereby the tenant is stuck in this middle bit where they haven't yet forgone the previous home, or yet has just moved in or just about to move into their new home. And there could be double jeopardy there. That could wipe them out with regards to any savings they have. So there is real danger there in a tiered approach that we need to, or extending, not even a tiered approach, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but the actual length and lengthening the notice to quit. Because whilst you want to add in protection, you need to ensure that you're not causing this consequence whereby they could be hit by 2 rents because of a duration of time. And that's a real danger. There is also the issue that has been raised by my my colleague Trevor Clark around antisocial behaviour. How many of us are plagued, because our constituents are plagued, by antisocial behaviour, by problem tenants? They exist. They are real. And you only have to live beside one to know they're real. And that will destroy your life. It will destroy your home life. It will destroy your private life. You will have no privacy. The noise will be intolerable. You won't be able to rest in your sitting room. You won't be able to enjoy your kitchen. And you won't be able to sleep in your bed. That's how bad it gets for some of our constituents when there's problem tenants living beside them. So there should be exemptions, not only for antisocial behaviour, but for failure to pay rent. That might be a novel concept, and not many will have spoke about it. But there are people out there who do not pay rent on a timely fashion. Should they have the same rights? Should they have the same notice to quit? I would argue that they may not. So then you get into the question is, well, what diminished rights should they have? And what rights are then diminished? And surely a notice to quit is one of those very rights that should be considered. If you have a tenant who isn't paying their rent, and you then have to give them a notice to quit, which is 12 weeks, 7.5 months. Is any landlord going to lie out 7.5 months without rent? So there are real issues here. And the very fact, again, and I'm going to look down Amendment 15, and I look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tiers. Again, I think it's too much. And the 6 months to 1 year to 3 years to 7 years to 7 years to 8 years. It just strikes me, and then 8 years and more, it just strikes me as being two-tiered. And then when you look at the durations, 28 days, 90 days, which is 3 months, that's easy enough to work out, even for my primitive mind. 120 days, that's 4 months, I can get this, I'm getting good at this. 180 days, is 6 months. But then we hit 196 days. Now, my mental maths isn't great, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I think that's about 6.5 months. 224 days. That's 7.5 months. How do you ever work out rent in that period of time? And how can you be assured of getting that half month? Let's be honest. So, whilst I understand the concept of tiered duration for notices of quit, I can't for the life of me work out why we have these specific days. Why we're talking about days, not weeks or not months. But it just seems to me that 7.5 months is far, far too long. 6.5 months is probably far, far too long. But why is it like that? 196 days, 224 days. Now, a member alluded to it earlier. Maybe this is policy down south. Maybe this is the way it works down south. I just don't know. But then it strikes me, and it's really strange that the Minister here is proposing this bill. One of her colleagues is proposing these amendments. But there seems to be an issue with the Minister saying, well, look, if this is passed, well then the Department will have to do a lot more work on this. It just smacks of me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that Sinn Féin South is putting a bit of teeth and putting a bit of muscle up here, and the Minister, and it's probably right that she does so, is resisting this. So I'll not be supporting Amendment 15. Whilst I understand the logic and see the sentiment behind it, I just think it's too complicated. I just can't work out the logic with regards to the duration of time, both in tenancy and in duration of notice to quit. And I can't support then, of course, the amendments that follow and flow from that, and then also Amendment 19, because it's the same concept. And whilst I get the concept that there should be a difference between tenant and landlord with regards to notice to quit, and there should be more protection for the tenant because it's their home as opposed to just a property. Again, it doesn't really make sense to me 112 days if the tenancy has been in existence for more than 8 years. That strikes me, well, that strikes me as you're going into 3/4 of a month. Yeah, thank you.
I thank the member for giving way, and I mean, so as I can't be accused of speaking for landlords, let's speak for tenants in this one here. Where we have got tenants in private tenancies, which are invariably more expensive. What you're saying to that tenant would have found a cheaper property, hopefully in the social housing sector, which is going to be cheaper rent. You're saying you can't have that house, that cheaper house, for 112 days. You have to stay in this house, this more expensive house, for almost 4 months. So it's actually disadvantaging the very people the purpose of this bill is intended to help.
That's my point exactly, and I thank the member for making it for me. This is why I cannot support this, because it doesn't apply the balance. It doesn't give the protection, and it will leave, and the member will know that whenever you're offered a house, you'll have a certain amount of time to accept it. So there is a real dilemma, and then once you accept it, you'll have a certain amount of time to move in. Now, I know there's protections around this, and I know that you can usually work with landlords and social housing or other landlords, but there's no guarantees, especially if it is between two private landlords, and one's cheaper, and you're moving to the cheaper private landlord. There could be a real issue for the tenant, whether they accept the house and when they move in. Because a landlord doesn't really want an empty house lying with no heating on and no lived in, the house not lived in, because that has an impact on the houses and the rooms within. A house needs to be lived in. A home needs to be lived in. So there are real issues around these amendments. And the very fact, and this is the point of criticism for the department, and you know me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't usually take pleasure in criticising any department, but the fact that we have produced this bill, and then the fact that once it got to committee stage, and then we were told in the committee that there was a consultation on this very issue, notices to quit, and it just strikes that it was the wrong way around. Now, you could make excuses for saying that we're coming to the end of a mandate and we want a piece of legislation and we want the best piece of legislation that we can produce. I get that. But even if you do a consultation, an 8-week consultation, in the middle of a scrutiny and in the middle of stages of this bill, and then you find that information, you collate that information within the consultation, the point is that we haven't even had time to consider the consultation findings in the committee, but yet the department is considering bringing amendments, or maybe they're not, maybe they've changed, are considering bringing amendments to this bill halfway through the stages on findings that they've only just collated. Now, cogs of government usually turn far too slow for my liking, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I don't know any other consultation, an 8-week consultation, that has been turned around so quickly that you can meet a target of a further consideration stage of a bill. And I don't know whether that's wise government, especially when there's going to be a second phase and another look at private tenancies, and probably on a wider basis. So I would just urge, this seems strange me saying this, because I usually want to see an age of decisionism. I want to see ministers and departments make decisions. But when you've went to the trouble of doing a consultation, why not take the time to study the findings? Why would you rush something that probably will end up very complicated, that will have an impact, a massive impact, on a landlord sector and tenants that are in their homes, and then the fact that the private tenancies sector is growing daily? I'm not sure that's wise, especially when we know there's another stage coming. So I am very concerned, deeply concerned, that the consultation took place at the first time after the bill had been produced, and then we're going to rush and implement the findings of that consultation within this, incorporate it within this bill. It just seems to me to be rushed and maybe even perverse, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'll talk then to Amendment 22, the new clause, and I welcome this and I thank the Minister and the Department for doing this. This is something that goes back to the point my colleague Trevor Clark raised about the provision, the provision to pay and the payment options. And whilst the committee thought, well, look, should we ban cash payments altogether, we came to a position where the best we could do was provide options for tenants and to ensure that they'll always be offered the options and options to pay. If they want to pay in cash, so be it. If they want to pay by bank order, so be it. If they want to pay by another means, so be it. But that option, to me, strikes the best balance to achieve the best protection for both tenants and landlords. And that's something that's important. So I welcome a new clause 11A and Amendment 22, and then of course with all the other amendments that goes with that, with regards to Amendments 23 and then of course Amendments 24, which is a commencement amendment. I'll leave it there, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir. Jerry Carroll on Cancha. Call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by welcoming the opportunity to speak on and amend this bill, which contains measures which I and my party endorse for those in the private rented sector. And as plainly the case, Deputy Speaker, the Stormont has failed to protect those paying increasingly high rents as the cost of living climbs and wages continue to stagnate. Indeed, I don't believe this bill goes far enough in this regard, which is why I hope to amend it to secure a rent reduction and a subsequent rent freeze for tenants struggling to pay their landlord month to month, making unreasonable decisions about how much food they can buy or whether they can pay their bills after rent. There is a duty on the Executive to protect people in this situation, to recognise that there are unscrupulous landlords taking advantage of a lack of regulation and to intervene to spur people the consequences. Therefore, I am calling on all parties in the Executive, those who already claim to support greater housing rights in particular, to support my amendments today. If passed, they would provide protection for many in need at a time when need is spiralling. It is wholly unacceptable, Deputy Speaker, that landlords should be able to drive up rents regardless of the current financial pressures, but this is very much the case. Over the last few days, Deputy Speaker, renters have been in touch with me about my amendments, opening up about the cruel reality they face and their children face as a result. The justification, Mr Speaker, is the market. Market forces, something we cannot see, touch or influence, is allowed to wreak havoc on the lives of people here, unmanaged, unmitigated, unrelenting. It has to stop. One single parent, Deputy Speaker, in West Belfast got in touch to say she is paying £740 a month in rent. Unbelievable. This is scandalous enough before the mounting price of energy costs is considered. She can't pay it. What is this Executive prepared to do to help her? She said if these amendments passed, then it would be a great relief to her and her family. The reduction would allow extra cash for groceries where she has been forced to scrimp. And the freeze would lift the fear of what is coming down the road. She shouldn't have to live in this constant state of fear that she could lose her home or not afford to feed her children because of the whim of the market or landlord. And there are thousands like her struggling just the same, Deputy Speaker. Again, what is this Executive prepared to do to protect them? If we cannot implement greater protection for those in private rented accommodation during a pandemic, a cost of living crisis, a fuel price hike, then when would this Executive step up to the mark? How bad do things have to get before measures are taken to protect renters? In the last 2 years, Deputy Speaker, at a Conservative estimate, rents have gone up by 9% in the Belfast area, although likely to be much greater than this. Such is the extent and the reality that commodification of housing has caused. There is already a feeling the Stormont has not done enough to shield renters. Renter unions and activist groups are having to form in response to that. It really begs the question then, what is the response of the elected government, who is meant to represent their interests? Who do they really represent if they don't support these amendments in my name today? Do they support the renter, or will they back the landlord and the market, regardless of the financial panic facing people in our communities? To be frank, Deputy Speaker, if this amendment didn't pass, I think it strongly indicates that the House is not willing to prioritise the needs of renters, because there is recent and ample precedents for this kind of action. Rent controls have been introduced in Paris and Berlin. Why not in Belfast, Derry, Strabane and right across the north? These are the questions that housing rights groups and renters themselves are already asking. How will this House respond? And, Deputy Speaker, my answer is that this bill does not go far enough. Indeed, even if my amendments are passed today, there's a damn sight further to go to protect renters. Action must begin now to improve on the record of this executive, which has allowed landlords to get away with too much for too long. And I don't know, Deputy Speaker, if it's crude satire or sad to hear two landlords on the opposite benches stand up and say, what about the poor landlords? You couldn't make it up. And this idea that there's a horde of single property landlords, I think, is a myth that needs to be dispelled. The arguments made about unintended consequences is pretty astounding, Deputy Speaker, and I heard more in this debate concern about the interests of landlords from some than that of renters. Concerns that people have about renters can be alleviated in some way if my amendments are passed in this House. The argument to say that there's legislation coming some stage down the line, frankly doesn't wash. I mean, how can we expect parties to vote for proper, robust legislation if they cannot vote the correct way with my modest proposals today? What hope is there for the future? Not sure who the Minister will be after the May elections, not sure if there will be an assembly at all. And what the message to me, what I'm hearing from members today, is that renters' rights and protection are put on hold. Trust us, something may come in the future. Amendment 16, Deputy Speaker, in my name would provide greater protection for people who have been in private rented accommodation, and it takes obviously a long time for people to find a property, and if some tenants who have been in a property for 10 years can get 12 weeks' notice, my argument is why not all tenants should apply across the board. And in response to Mr Durkin, I'm happy at further consideration stage to tidy up my amendment, provide a subsequent one to protect and provide greater protection at 12 weeks if that is required, if the Minister doesn't do so. So again, I'd like to ask members to support my amendments today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sitting for 15 minutes until 10 to 1. The sitting is by leave suspended. On resumption, the sitting will be resumed with the Minister unwind. Thank you.
Is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed? This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Order members, the Assembly is resumed and I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to wind on the debate.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks very much to the Chair and Deputy Chair and indeed the whole Communities Committee and all those in the House that have commented today on this important part of the legislation. And I'll just cover a couple of areas that were discussed, and obviously it has been an important process. I think the scrutiny rule and the amendments that have come forward working through the committee and with stakeholders and indeed with my staff team in the department has made for better legislation. I think the issue around cash receipts are a crucial one, and I take on board the point that the member had raised that the issue of poverty obviously still prevails in the need and the use of cash. We can even see that in, for example, supermarkets, in terms of depending on where some are situated and the use of cash compared to cash machines. So it will be an area that we're going to have to address, and I do believe that obviously strengthening the bill with the amendments will allow us to do that as we move forward. I think also in terms of Amendment 13 from Jerry Carroll, I completely agree with the sentiments of what it is you're trying to do. Obviously, I completely agree with fair rents. I agree with rent controls. I've been a community and housing activist my whole life. This is something that I've campaigned on a regular basis. Housing campaigns are something I've been doing from I was 16 years of age, and I continue to do it even as Housing Minister and as Minister for the Department of Communities. So I completely get the approach, and it's something that I wholeheartedly want to do in order to provide further protections for those right across all of our housing sectors here in the north. But I do have concerns in that the bill doesn't have that desired outcome to protect people in terms of the amendment that's put, that it only impacts on those currently. So if this is introduced and gets royal assent, it won't have any impact on any new tenants who sign contracts. And I think there's a real concern there that that brings up a huge inequality in terms of those tenants in that sector. It's also landlords could easily end a contract and issue a new one. So there's a huge gap in the current amendment that allows landlords to get round that. And indeed, there's no penalty on landlords if they wish to take that course of action. So again, a huge concern around not meeting the thrust and the intent. And that then again introduces an inequality in terms of... Sorry, are you looking at an intervention? Yeah.
Thanks, Minister. Your point. Would the Minister therefore be willing to bring forward an amendment herself to make sure new tenants avail of the broad thrust of what my amendment does?
Concern with this is really the competency of the amendment in terms of the legal advice that I've been given. So I completely agree with the policy intent of what you're trying to do. Indeed, that's what I'm trying to do. But when I brought this within a confined mandate, we've 3 weeks nearly left of this current mandate, and what the legal advice is strongly saying is that the current proposals, without additional work needing to be done to look at the inequalities, to look at what we can do to bring a fair rent model that looks at appropriate caps and reductions where that's necessary, that if we progress in the way that's being proposed, that the bill could fall, and that means that we lose all of the protections that are contained within the bill. So I completely understand the thrust of what you're doing. I agree with it. My concern is the competency at this stage, and if the entire bill is called into question based on that legal advice, and if it falls, and that is a concern that I have raised previously when I was introducing this piece of legislation. That's why I have said that in a phase 2, and we're not sitting waiting on that work, we're actively working on that at the moment in terms of bringing in rent controls, in terms of looking at a fair rental system for those tenants who do face issues. And of course, issues even around letting agents, which haven't been addressed, is a huge area that needs to be addressed going forward, where there are some malign and illegal practices even at the moment. Indeed, also then in looking at Amendment 15, and indeed just the notice to quit, I know there were some comments in terms of the notice to quit and the consultation. I think I've been clear throughout that I want to extend the notice to quit. That's one thing, and I do get the sense from all members in the chamber that they want to do similar. I was advised in terms of the legal process that any proposal that differed from what was consulted on in 2017, and indeed I want to venture or veer away from what was consulted on in 2017, that I do need to consult again, and that's why there was a need to consult. But obviously there have been time constraints based on us in terms of the pandemic, and also with a shortened mandate in terms of the department having the time to bring forward proposals. That's why I had set out in the legislation what I felt could be done within this mandate, but also wasn't sitting about. I wanted to make sure that I showed the House that we were serious, and consultation was part of that approach. I do think, with regards to Amendment 15, that if the House was carrying it, that officials could look to see what could be done at further consideration stage. But of course, as was clearly said, we do need to look at more details on the exemptions that would have to be applied if Amendment 15 was to be considered. I would also need to look at transitional arrangements, as I had said in my opening address. For example, looking at introducing an 8-week notice to quit period until other periods outlined in Amendment 15 are commenced. So that detail would have to be done. It wouldn't be finalised in time for the bill receiving royal assent. So there would have to be transitional periods and protections that would be put in place, because I think that everyone agrees in the 8th of the Coronavirus Act, where we would want this new bill to take effect, nobody wants to revert back to the 4 weeks notice to quit period. It's far too short. So I would have to look urgently at transitional arrangements, and then to look at any future amendments then coming into force and being commenced at a later stage. I think that's most of the queries or comments, and again I just commend the amendments.
Members, amendment proposed to clause 3, page 3, line 7, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 2.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 3, line 21, leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to formally move Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 3, line 26, insert words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 3, line 29, insert words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 3, line 32, insert words as printed on the Marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 3, line 36. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 7.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 4, line 1. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 8.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 4, line 4, leave out insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 9 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 9.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 4, line 14, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 10.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 4, line 19, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 11.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 4, line 25, insert words as printed on the marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 3, page 4, line 25, insert words as printed on the marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 3 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 4 to 6. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that clauses 4 to 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated, and I call Mr Jerry Carroll to move formally Amendment 13.
Moved, Deputy Speaker.
Amendment proposed to clause 7, page 7, line 27, insert words as printed on the marshal's list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. And I remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come to the chamber. Apologies for that delay. Members were just ensuring that all procedures were in place before I put the question again. Before I put the question, I would again remind members present, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that Amendment 13 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That's question 14.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 7, page 8, line 16, leave out insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 7 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clauses 8 to 10. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses on the question of stand part. The question is that clauses 8 to 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 15 has already been debated, and I call Ciara Ferguson to move formally Amendment 15.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 10, line 32, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. No. Contrary, no. I will put the question again in 3 minutes. Clear the lobbies. Again, I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order members, and members resume their seat, please. Before I put the question, I would again remind members present, if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is that Amendment 15 be made, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Do we have tellers? Order members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Emma Sheeran and Aisling Riley. Tellers for the noes, Paula Bradley and Paul Frew. Before the Assembly divides, I remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirements for social distancing while the division takes place and ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times and observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members resume their seat. And Clerk, please read the result.
84 members voted. 47 members voted aye. 37 members voted no. The amendment is made.
The amendment is made. The amendment is made. I will not call Amendment 16 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 15, which has been made. Amendment 17 has already been debated, and I call Ciara Ferguson to move formally Amendment 17.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 10, line 34, leave out, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 has already been debated. I call Ciara Ferguson to move formally Amendment 18.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 11, line 4, leave out, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 19 has already been debated, and I call Ciara Ferguson to move formally Amendment 19.
Not move.
Amendment not moved. Amendment not moved. I will not call Amendment 20 as it is consequential to Amendment 19, which has not been moved. Amendment 21 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 21.
Not moved.
Amendment 21 not moved. Amendment 21 not moved. The question is that clause 11 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 22 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 22.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 11, insert new clause, payments option for tenants, powers to make provisions and duty to consult. The question is that Amendment 22 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 12. The question is that clause 12 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 23 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 23.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 13, page 12, line 15. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 24 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 24.
Not moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 13, page 12, line 27. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Oh, sorry, I didn't pick up. Amendment 24 not moved. Amendment 24 not moved. I should be listening more carefully, but I encourage everyone to speak up so that I do hear them. So that was Amendment 24 not moved. So is 13 amended? Is 13 amended? Yeah, it is. Yeah. The questions that clause 13 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 14. The questions at clause 14 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Schedule 1. The question is that Schedule 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 25, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 26 to 45. Within this group, Amendments 27 and 28 are consequential to Amendment 26. Amendments 39 and 40 are consequential to Amendment 32. Amendment 41 is consequential to both Amendments 33 and 34. And Amendment 42 is consequential to Amendment 35. Members may also wish to note that there are a number of paving amendments. Amendments 27 to 28, Amendments 30 to 31, and Amendments 33 to 34. I now call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to move Amendment 25 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Thank you. I beg to move amendments number 25 to 45. These all relate to amendment of Schedules 2 and 3. Schedule 2 relates to the energy efficiency regulations. It sets out the power to detail the energy efficiency requirements of dwellings, houses let under a private tenancy and with a minimum level of energy performance certificate, an EPC, should be. The regulations will be draft affirmative. The Assembly will have its say. Some of these are more technical in nature or work to support one another, but I will set out the intent of the substantive amendments. When reviewing the evidence given at committee, it was considered that the powers provided in the original Schedule 2 would be too limiting. We will need to ensure that we enforce a higher level of energy efficiency. A sixth of our greenhouse gas emissions come from our homes, and a sixth of those homes are private tenancies. Private tenancies are often the least energy efficient, and those that live in them the least able to afford high energy bills. This schedule will enable regulations which will drive more improvements in the energy efficiency of our homes. It will reduce fuel poverty and is one essential part in a range of measures which will enable us to meet our carbon reduction targets. Fundamentally, Schedule 2 introduces a prohibition on letting a home of an inadequate energy efficiency. That does not change. The amendment enables a much more comprehensive process around the policy objective. So I propose amendment number 26, which will allow for consideration of the types of exemptions in the prohibition. This will be augmented so that exemptions other than those relating to the fabric of the building can be made. In particular, it now provides for an improvement exemption. The amendment will also detail other areas the regulations may cover, including designating an authority to oversee the exemption process and public access to lists of exemptions. More detail on exemptions, including the length of time they would last for, appeals, inspections, applications and other related issues. Taken together, these amendments will allow us to improve energy efficiency within the private rented sector in a way which is deliverable and avoid shocks to supply which would increase housing stress. I want to emphasise that the purpose of the amendments is to enable long-term improvements to energy efficiency and to avoid having to exempt entire types of houses indefinitely. This legislation of real long-term significance, and before introducing the regulations, the Department will carry out research and consultation with landlords and tenants and other relevant parties such as the Department of the Economy, the Department of Finance and District Councils. Amendments 27 to 35 set out detail regarding offences under Schedule 2. Together, these will ensure no loopholes and a level of fine which will ensure that landlords take this legislation seriously and deliver the energy efficiency improvements they are required to. The last group of amendments are either technical or put to commitment to consult with tenants on the face of the bill. Amendments 37 to 38 ensure the Department will consult representatives of tenants before making the regulations in Schedule 2. Amendments 39 to 43 are consequential to Schedule 3 to align with the 2006 order after the amendments in Schedule 2 have been made. And finally, Amendments 44 to 45 ensure the Department will consult tenants and tenant representatives before any regulations are made under the powers contained within Schedule 3. These are the amendments in Group 2.
I now call on the Chair of the Committee for Communities, Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Amendments 25 to 38 relate to Schedule 2, energy efficiency of dwellings let under a private tenancy. The committee supports the Minister's amendments 25 to 38. As I mentioned in my Group 1 speech, although the committee finally agreed Clause 9 in Schedule 2, the committee was put in a difficult position as midway through deliberations the Department produced a new enhanced Schedule 2 to future-proof the legislation, as it was concerned that the powers as introduced were too limiting. The committee noted that it was an unheard-of situation and far from ideal, being presented with a new schedule in the middle of its deliberations, and one on which it had taken no evidence itself. The first the committee heard of the revised schedule was at its meeting on the 2nd of December 2021, when officials stated that Schedule 2 of Clause 9, as drafted, did not fully achieve the regulations the Department wished to enact or deliver policy objectives as intended, and that proposals for a revised Schedule 2 were being finalised with the Office of Legislative Counsel. At subsequent meetings in December, the committee then considered each amendment and its purpose in discussion with the officials. The committee accepted the positive nature of the proposals and that the schedule will be a tool to drive the decarbonisation of a significant portion of the housing stock to deliver our climate change obligations. The committee heard that Schedule 2 gives powers to the Department to address a number of energy efficiency measures, including the relevant works carried out on premises to decarbonise and improve their energy efficiency ratings and the distribution of energy performance certificates. The committee did raise a number of concerns that EPC certificates could potentially lead to the reduction in the amount of appropriately certified housing stock or increase the rent of the existing stock. We also raised concerns that more invasive work on rented premises to bring them up to standard had the potential to temporarily render tenants homeless. Officials informed the committee that work could be performed gradually to avoid this occurring, and that the new schedule would give the Department a structure to adhere to in improving energy efficiency standards without impacting on the housing stock levels. The committee also heard that the amendments to this schedule led to a rewriting of the explanatory and financial memorandum. Officials also confirmed that more detailed legislation regarding energy efficiency would be considered in the next stage of reforms. Mr Deputy Speaker, moving on to amendments 39 to 45 relating to Schedule 3, electrical safety standards. The committee supports the Minister's amendments 39 to 45. Schedule 3 provides the Department with the power to make regulations imposing duties on private landlords for the purposes of ensuring that electrical safety standards are met during the period in which the property is let under the tenancy. The committee was keen to ensure they understood the scope of the bill in this regard and queried with officials the frequency of electrical testing, fixed wiring checks electrical installation condition reports and portable appliance testing. Officials responded that Schedule 3 places the burden of ensuring the rented property is protected on the landlord, and that the decision was taken to exclude obligatory PAT as this requirement is not legislated for in private dwellings. Officials also confirmed for us that electrical appliances provided by the landlord are covered in the bill, and that electrical safety testing would apply to appliances provided by the landlord. Officials also confirmed that the frequency of electrical testing is not in the bill, but that it would be in the regulations, and that further work is needed to establish the more appropriate frequency of electrical testing. At its meeting on the 11th of January, the committee considered the final draft revised Schedule 2 and the related amendments to Schedule 3 and supported both. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the committee would of course have wished to see a more ambitious bill, but understands the time constraints of the current mandate. Members acknowledge that this is an important first step towards further reform in the next mandate. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to record our sincere thanks to the individuals and organisations that provided either oral or written evidence. Thanks must also go to the departmental officials who worked patiently and effectively with the committee, providing a flow of timely and accurate information to allow the committee to meet its legislative deadline. And finally, thanks must go to the Bill Office staff, Research and Information Services and to the committee office team, all of whom have worked so diligently to get this to the Chamber today. Thank you.
Could we have Mark Durkin onto our screens, please? And I call Mark Durkin. Can you hear us, Mark?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the broad principles of this bill as a first step of essential reforms for the private rented sector, although I must stress, as others have, that it's just a first step in that process. I've raised at previous stages concerns that the bill didn't go far enough to protect private renters, particularly in terms of affordability, landlord licensing, and crucial to this debate now, or part of the debate, fitness standards. And the Minister and her officials have stated that many of these protections fell out of the scope of this bill. However, some have now been brought in it as of the earlier amendments. We'll look forward to working through them at committee. We're also acutely aware of the need for speed in respect of this work and don't wish to hinder its progress and the implementation of these vital and potentially life-saving improvements. So, in that vein, I'll get on with it. Many of the changes within Group 2 are relating to energy efficiency. They were advocated for and agreed in principle during committee stage, in particular those around Schedule 2. That being the case, we're content to support the amendments brought forward by the Minister and welcome the fact that our concerns have been actioned and efforts made to strengthen these regulations. To bring my remarks to close, Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is a solid yet unspectacular bit of work, but it certainly does provide a springboard to tackling the significant and outstanding challenges and subsequent mandates. I'd like to put on record my thanks for all the agency within the housing sector who have helped progress this vital piece of legislation that will secure tangible stability and long overdue protections for the private rented sector. Thank you.
I call Robbie Butler.
I thank the Minister for bringing these amendments 25 to 38 to Schedule 2. In Group 2, we welcome the move towards clearer and more robust requirements for both energy efficiency and electrical safety within privately rented properties, whilst also recognising our climate responsibilities. It will, however, be imperative that these standards are set out at an appropriate and achievable level, which may also require government support to ensure that this can indeed be achieved. Mr Deputy Speaker, private tenants deserve a home that is safe and is adequately maintained to ensure energy efficiency can indeed be achieved. It is widely recognised that good quality and energy efficient homes will help in our fight to alleviate fuel poverty, and I would also say tackle poor mental health in Northern Ireland as well. We can all testify to having seen poor quality homes across both the private and social sector, and it is imperative that we do all we can to improve the quality, and we welcome the inclusion of the tenants' representative and tenants themselves to the list of consultees for both these areas. We will be supporting all amendments in the group. Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'll not take too long on this. Just to say that I'll be supporting all of the amendments in this grouping today. As the Speaker has said, he doesn't want us to talk about second stage issues on this, but just to thank all that were involved. I know that this took a long period of time to come through, and we're very grateful for the Minister and for the Department to take on all the recommendations. Given the fact that we had an electrician on the committee, it meant then that we were able to keep on track. As a former NABOSH qualified health and safety officer, it's vitally important that we ensure that we protect citizens in private tenancies, especially after Grenfell. So thank you very much to the Department and to the Minister.
I now call on the Minister for Communities to wind up the discussion.
I'm not going to talk long. Just thanks everybody for their comments, and I just put the amendments to the floor.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 10. Leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 25 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 26 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 26.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 16. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 26 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 27 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 28. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 27.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 32. Leave out insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is Amendment 27 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 28 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 28.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 36. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 28 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Do I need to read this out? Oh, no, we're right. Okay. Amendment 29 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 29.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 37. Leave out insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 29 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 30 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 31. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 30.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 40. Insert words as printed in the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 30 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 30 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 31 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 31.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 40. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 32 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 32.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 16, line 42. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 32 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 33 has already been debated and is a paving amendment to Amendment 34. I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 33.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 17, line 4. leave out and insert words as printed in the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 33 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 34 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 34.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 17, line 4, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 34 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 35 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 35.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 17, line 5, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 35 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 36 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 36.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 17, line 7, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 36 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 37 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 37.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 17, line 14, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 37 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 38 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 38.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 2, page 17, line 16, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 38 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 2 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll call it a dad. Take a break. Amendment 39 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 39.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 6, leave out insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 39 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 40 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 40.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 7, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is Amendment 40 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 41 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 41.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 9, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 41 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 42 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 42.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 11, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 42 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 43 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 43.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 12, insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 43 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 44 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for Communities to move formally Amendment 44.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 22, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that Amendment 44 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 45 has already been debated, and I call the Minister for the Communities to move formally Amendment 45.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 3, page 19, line 24, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 45 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 3 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the consideration stage of the private tenancies bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments before question time.
Okay, members. I move on to questions to the Minister of Education, which have been rescheduled from the 15th of February, and I call Emma Sheeran.
The whole question one, please.
And I call the Minister for Education, Michelle McElveen.
Current public health guidance is that if a child tests positive, they should ensure their test result is uploaded to the online portal if it was a positive LFD test, and then follow the current self-isolation protocols. The individual should then isolate for 10 days. They may be able to end their self-isolation period from day 6 if they have 2 consecutive negative lateral flow test results taken 24 hours apart, with the first of these taken no earlier than day 5, and they do not have a high temperature. In response to being notified of a positive case, schools are encouraged to issue the PHA's warn and inform letter to parents of pupils in the same class. If a class is aware that 20% or more of a class have tested positive within 10 days of the first case, the school should recommend extended testing to the class. To do this, they should issue a PHA template letter to parents to ask asymptomatic members of a class to take a one-off lateral flow test before returning to school. If the children are already at school, they do not need to leave school immediately. This applies to both primary and post-primary settings. I believe the Department of Health's guidance in this is the appropriate approach in terms of ensuring positive cases self-isolate as soon as possible. The approach taken by the school in response to a positive case will allow parents of other pupils to swiftly identify asymptomatic cases. I believe this balances the identification of positive cases with avoiding the widespread disruption where whole classes were asked to self-isolate, in many cases unnecessarily. Should there be any changes to the Department of Health's approach to this issue, we will continue to ensure that schools are supported in this regard.
Supplementary, Emma Sheeran.
Margaret Kinquilla, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Minister, in recent days and weeks I have been contacted by parents, teachers, members of boards of governors from across my constituency who have been left scrambling in the wake of a positive case within the school. Different level of anxiety, particularly where you have pupils or family members who are clinically vulnerable. Can you advise what communication you're having with key bodies to ensure the communication is better? Because the feedback that I'm getting all the time is that the PHA are difficult to receive a response from, and that's increasing the anxiety and tension.
Okay, thank you, and I thank the member for a question. I do recognise that this has been a very difficult period for school leaders, particularly while they're dealing with significant numbers of cases in their schools, both within staff and teaching staff and classroom assistants. There is regular contact with PHA and with my department, PHA and EA. Certainly the department meet with PHA every week, and there are fortnightly meetings with practitioners groups, regular meetings with unions and so on the same issues. Now, the Public Health Agency and the Education Authority did issue a joint letter to all schools on the 24th of January. This provided an update on operational support which was available to schools from the PHA and the EA when a positive case was identified, and this obviously reflected the changes which were taking place, particularly in response to the Omicron variant. So these changes really were in response to those high-level number of cases. The operational changes to the support offered by the PHA and EA have not had a significant impact, we hope, on the workload of school staff, but where there are multiple cases obviously within a class, schools are now being able to recommend that pupils in that class take an LFD test at home without having to agree an extended test directed, and that obviously from the PHA, which was taking a lot longer and was adding another layer of bureaucracy in that. As a consequence of the high volume of calls, the EA's COVID help to that helpline in January, EA introduced a triaging system to enable them to identify what were considered, I suppose, high priority or urgent calls within education settings, and each query then raised by that setting would be assessed and prioritised by EA on a case-by-case basis and be responded to then as quickly as possible. This would then through either an engagement, there would be a relevant cross-organisational link officer or an email, very much dependent on the circumstances of the issue. So each school was probably being dealt with in a slightly different way depending on the cases, which may then have created anxiety.
Harry Harvey.
Minister, I understand the Department issued guidance to schools in December in regard to remote learning. Could I ask the Minister how this is being monitored? What advice was issued in respect of examination classes, and if she could share with the House any information as to the extent remote learning has been used? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question, and obviously we did publish guidance in December in relation to the use of remote learning, and that was really anticipation of the increase in the Omicron variant and the impact that that may have, particularly on those who were going through examination classes, and it really was to prioritise face-to-face learning for years 11 to 14, and in particular those in years 12 to 14 who were completing their qualifications in this academic year. My officials were monitoring the use of remote learning across all the school settings on a weekly basis, and that was via a short survey. The survey findings were then published each week on the Department's website. Survey response rates have been good. An average of almost 740 survey responses were received each week during January. These weekly survey findings indicate that while COVID-19 continues to cause disruption across the system, the majority of school settings have not needed to utilise remote learning since the beginning of January. The survey findings indicate that on average almost 60% of those who completed the survey during January did not need to utilise remote learning. Less than 1% of all schools who completed the survey needed to utilise remote learning for the whole school during January, and the majority of these who did were actually within the nursery or the preschool setting. Just over 14% of post-primary schools who completed the survey during January needed to use remote learning for a class or more in Year 12, and under 12% of post-primary schools who completed the survey needed to use remote learning for a class or more in Year 14. During January, provision of remote learning for individual pupils was the type of remote learning most frequently reported, and this was reported by an average of 77% of all respondents that utilised remote learning. Officials obviously will continue to closely monitor this during February.
Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Education Minister what modelling she has done to assess the impact on the lifting of COVID restrictions will have on school pupil and staff attendance and therefore availability for learning and assessment?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously he will be aware that we have been surveying schools from the beginning of January in relation to the impact of particularly the Omicron variant on school attendance and so on, which will impact particularly on those who we have a concern for as they move into their examination years. As you will recall, in August we issued a guidance note to schools, which was very much allowing for flexibility within and with the use of various mitigations, and obviously that will continue because, as we're all aware, each school leader is more than alert to their own school community and the needs of that community. But obviously, as we move forward, data will be used in order to inform how we move forward with regards to revised guidance, and certainly any conversations that we do have, we will include, obviously, working closely with the Department of Health, but also practitioners and unions.
Nicola Kelly-Armstrong.
Question 2, please.
Work on the development of the Executive Childcare Strategy had to be paused at the beginning of the pandemic in order to focus all our efforts on providing emergency financial support to the childcare sector. This financial support was critical to ensure the survival of many childcare providers and to underpin economic recovery. Since April 2020, almost £40 million has been allocated to support the childcare sector. However, despite work on emergency support schemes continuing at the end of last year, my department began to re-engage with stakeholders on what a longer-term executive childcare strategy should address. A strategic insight programme took place between October and December 2021, which involved sessions with parents, providers and MLAs, and a 2-day intensive insight lab with key stakeholders. This has produced a lot of material which we're currently assessing. Further focused engagement with stakeholders on key themes is also likely to be required. In addition, subject to available resources, we plan to commission an independent review of childcare services in Northern Ireland. This will provide evidence on a range of issues, including the cost of childcare for families, supply and demand issues, and the challenges to deliver childcare. All of this will be essential to inform the direction of the strategy. We had hoped that by this stage the emergency schemes to support the sector through the pandemic would no longer be required, and that staff resources could be focused solely on the development of the childcare strategy. Unfortunately, this hasn't happened. With the emergence of the Omicron variant, there has been a requirement to turn our attention again to emergency COVID-19 support funding, and this will inevitably impact the pace of progress on the strategy. However, I do remain committed to doing everything possible to build a case and bring forward costed options. The work I've outlined will provide the evidence on which informed decisions can be made, and ultimately it will be for future executive to agree what commitments the strategy should contain and provide the funding to deliver them.
Kelly-Armstrong, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, I'm sure you're as disappointed as I am that you haven't been able to progress this any further forward. primarily because of the pandemic, of course. But I wanted just to check with you then, because the strategy is not yet ready, does that then mean that the childcare strategy budget cannot then be allocated or accounted for in the 3-year budget period?
Thank the member for her question, and obviously we will be going through a series of processes in order to get to a draft strategy, and as I've outlined in my initial answer, obviously the team were redirected to other work during the last couple of years, and unfortunately we haven't got to the stage where we've been in a position obviously to present a draft strategy. I had hoped that we would look to having that completed by autumn this year. However, given the consequences of Omicron and so on, we've had probably that timeline will have been shifted, so we won't be in a place, certainly not in a position to go out to consult on the strategy at that point. So therefore, any discussion in relation to any budget which would be required, I suppose, is a moot point at this stage.
I call John O'Dowd.
Karen Corley, and thank the Minister for answers thus far. Minister, is it not better to be honest with the sector and those families who are waiting on a childcare strategy that it's going nowhere? The decision by the DUP to walk out of the Joint First Minister's office, no functioning executive, your call that you won't go back into the executive after the election means that things like this are going nowhere. Is it not better for you to stand at the dispatch box and tell the sector that?
I thank the member for his question, which is probably much more of a political point, but the reality of the situation is that we are much further behind with regards to a strategy than I would have liked. Certainly, I know from my colleague, my predecessor would have liked if this had been progressed much further, where we would have been in a position where we could have had a draft strategy agreed well in advance of the end of a mandate as it was. We are in a current position, and I'm not telling any lies when I say that we're not in a position to have a strategy published. Timeline was to look towards the autumn of 2022, and we're not in that place. I don't think I can be any clearer than that.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
I guess I should congratulate you on your candour about the lack of progress on the childcare strategy. But it is critical, further to Kelly Armstrong's point, that this is costed when it's finally delivered. Now that there's a pause in the budget, an unwelcome pause from my perspective, given the walkout, there is time to properly ensure that the childcare strategy is 1, delivered and ready to go, and 2, properly costed. So can you action your officials to make sure that childcare strategy is costed and will be included in the 3-year budget, which we hope will be agreed after the election?
I thank the member for his question, and look, the childcare strategy is something which is critically important for us moving forward, and I think, if nothing else, COVID shone a light on the need for high quality and affordable childcare for everyone, and I think this is an incredibly important piece of work. Obviously, it's been delayed as a consequence of COVID. But I do think that when we do get to the point of having a strategy, that it does need to be costed, and I think this House, in whatever format that it is, and whoever is in this House, needs to take that very seriously. And I do appreciate the comments that the member has made, and certainly that would be my intent.
Claire Slugden.
Politics aside, Minister, and moving forward, as part of the strategy, do you believe that we should be reviewing how we allocate preschool places both to the statutory and non-statutory sector as part of the childcare strategy?
And I thank the member for her question. And I mean, there's quite a conversation to be had in relation to childcare and the offering and how it is allocated, particularly around sort of volunteering community as well. And we do know that they have incredibly different challenges, particularly in relation to their staff, being allocation of their staff and the payment of their staff. So I think in the round, I think all of childcare needs to be looked at and not just one particular aspect of it.
Jonathan Buckley.
I know the Minister understands fully the impact of affordability of childcare is causing, particularly to working families. I know families in particular that are making the decision not to work because of the issue of increased childcare costs, and in particular with the increase of cost of living. So could I ask the Minister to clarify if the childcare strategy will specifically address the issue of childcare affordability, particularly for working families?
thank the member for his question, and I am aware that affordability is frequently cited as a key issue for families when accessing childcare, and it really was a key theme which was coming out of the Strategic Insight Lab. My department is keen to ensure that families access all the financial support that they're entitled to with the costs of childcare. Work is currently ongoing with HMRC on the promotion of tax-free childcare for working parents. And this is a UK-wide scheme which provides 20% of childcare costs for parents. For parents currently in receipt of universal credit, up to 85% of childcare costs may be paid to parents to support those costs. The research report on a review of childcare services in Northern Ireland will obviously provide further insight into the cost of childcare for parents across Northern Ireland, and certainly my officials will continue to engage with stakeholders and providers to monitor the cost of childcare and also the cost of providing childcare as well, which I think we need to bear that in mind as well. So executive agreement obviously will be required if there is significant policy decisions and actions required within the childcare strategy, and that will obviously have to be part of an agreed overall budget, but certainly affordability needs to be key in all of this too.
And the next two members are not in their places, and I now call Peter Weir.
Question number 5.
On the 16th of December 2021, I provided an update report to the Northern Ireland Executive and Northern Ireland Assembly outlining the significant progress to date. The report, A Fair Start, is an ambitious long-term action plan with 47 actions spread across 6 years and beyond, where the focus of the report is very much on early years. A programme board has been established consisting of representation from a number of departments and arm's-length bodies. Senior responsible officers have been established for each of the 8 key areas identified within the report. A stakeholder reference group, which includes teaching union representation, schools, community groups and uniformed organisations, has also been established to support the programme board in its development of the programmes and projects. Actions underway include in redirecting the focus to early years, a review of Sure Start staffing, expansion of early years SEN, inclusion service and support for children with visual impairment. In respect of championing emotional health and well-being, my department is bringing forward the expansion of nurture groups 2 years earlier than planned, and health and social care trusts are delivering a range of interventions to support children looked after, children with English as an additional language and children with SEN. Under ensuring the relevance and appropriateness of curriculum and assessment, officials are providing £1 million of digital devices to children who need them. And in respect of maximising boys' potential, a new Horizon programme will, over a 2-year period, produce well-skilled, qualified and experienced youth work volunteers. These are just some examples of the 31 actions underway this year.
Supplementary, Peter Weir.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for her response, and it's good to see this substantial progress under this vital programme. The Minister recently announced substantial funding investment under Fair Start for Monkstown Boxing Club. And I wonder if the Minister could give a bit more rationale in terms of the funding for that particular project, and whether projects such as Monkstown acts as an exemplar for future projects under Fair Start.
Member for his question, and I'm delighted to have been able to announce my support for the work of Monkstown Boxing Club on the 4th of February this year. Monkstown Boxing Club has been providing education support programmes since 2012 that use the power of sport and youth work to help disengage young people develop academic and emotional skills. The In Your Corner programme is delivered alongside Abbey Community College to 10 Year 11 pupils for a full academic year. It's designed to offer a flexible learning pathway by qualified teachers for pupils who struggle with the demands of full-time education in mainstream schools and employs a youth work-based approach. The In Your Corner programme is closely aligned to the actions outlined by the expert panel in its report on educational underachievement regarding promoting a whole community approach to education. And I'm sure that there will be learning that we'll be able to gain from Monkstown Boxing Club, which will help to inform the actions flowing from the report.
I was delighted that Mary Montgomery and Jackie Redpath, 2 members of the Fair Start panel, were in attendance at the announcement. I was thrilled to announce the investment at Monkstown. It was important that work such as this is allowed to continue and should be used as an exemplar for other community groups. What struck me most when I was there was whenever Paul Johnson said that this money would save lives. That demonstrates how important investment like this is and the difference that it will make in communities such as Monkstown.
Call John O'Dowd.
And thank the Minister for answering this for. Minister, I commend the work of Dr Purdy and his panel in relation to the Fair Start. You and he have managed to bring most, if not all, the political parties together behind an education initiative, which in itself is a huge achievement, so fair play to you. I know from previous experience how difficult that is. But in terms of how do you measure the progress of the action plan, there has been some criticism recently from the Audit Office around how we measure such features, and also how will it fit in with the wider review of education?
And I thank the member for his question, and obviously, I mean, they're very fair questions to ask. I suppose, given the criticisms in the PAC report of how money has been spent and how that it will be monitored, I do think that lessons will have been learned as a consequence of that. And as you will know from your own experience, having been in the member has had being in the position, obviously changes were made really from 2015 with regards to how those programmes were evaluated in order to ensure really good outcomes. I think there is very much a focused approach in relation to that. A considerable amount of research has gone into this and will go into each of the aspects of delivery, and we will be looking at best practice, and I suppose there'll be quite a number of these will be pilot projects as well. Obviously, early years is very much a focus and has been well researched. Nurture programme will be extended, and again, we are all aware of the benefits of Nurture. In fact, had we the budget, I think that Nurture should be a natural thing which happens in every school, at post-primary as well as primary schools. I mean, I'm very conscious of that, and I think, and certainly the team in the department are very conscious of that as well. But as we are all aware too, that this isn't just an education programme, this is very much a programme that requires the input of health, of communities, and obviously with TEO, with having oversight of that, but it's very much a cross-departmental executive commitment, and I hope that we are all as committed to it as we have said that we are. Thank you.
William Humphrey.
And I fully endorse the First Start report launched by my colleague Peter Weir and delivered under the Minister. The Minister will be aware of Closing the Gap report, which was launched recently, the Boys Model, which Dr Purdy and his team attended. And can I just say that I made it clear at that launch, and I would say to this House, again, made a point to the Finance Minister yesterday as well, that the Closing the Gap and First Start can only be implemented in its fullest way, making maximum benefit, if it gets resource and funding from across government. Would the Minister agree?
I do agree with the member, and I thank him for his comments. And I suppose really sort of leading on, I didn't quite conclude my response to Mr O'Dowd when he asked about the role of this actually in the independent review as well, and very much feeds into the work of the PAC, and that really this needs to be baselined. It needs to be very much part of what we do, and I think it's very important that the independent review take on board the recommendations of Fair Start, because I think it should really be working as nearly as a template of how we move. And I do understand that they have met with the panel, so hopefully that work will be evidenced within the overall review.
Just McNulty.
Minister, a bit of a left field question. You mentioned Monkstown Boxing Club and the wonderful contribution they're making to the community, and the social inclusion that they participate in, the social responsibility they participate in, which is incredibly strong and powerful, and in terms of the impact of sport and the life skills that can be gained from sport. How concerned are you about the IOC's decision in relation to the removal of boxing from the Olympic Games, and what impact that will have for children and young people who, every child and young person aspires as a boxer, a young boxer, to win a gold medal in the Olympics? What are your concerns about that?
I really appreciate the members' question, and I know that whenever I mentioned boxing and sport, I thought that this would be something that the member would be interested in, given the fact he has very much sort of championed the mental health benefits as well as the physical benefits of participation in sport. With regards to the IOC's decision, I have to be honest that while I was aware of it, it wasn't really within my, I suppose, my thought as to the impacts that may have. But certainly, there are quite a significant number of boxing clubs in and around Northern Ireland who have obviously made a great contribution to not only the physical health but also being able to bring in those young people who have maybe been disengaged and to give them a very much a focus, and obviously that's to be welcomed. Hence why Monkstown Boxing Club, I think, is a great exemplar of that, and why I was very keen to ensure that the work that they did continued, particularly the work with Abbey Community College.
Speaker.
Education is facing unavoidable cost pressures and rising service demands associated with delivering statutory and policy obligations, and the sector will require significantly more funding during this budget period if we are to avoid a significant and detrimental impact on our children and young people. As I have said on many occasions, education is key to the future economic stability of our society, and we cannot afford to continue to neglect it through years of financial underfunding. While the 2022-25 draft budget had proposed allocating an additional £162 million towards pressures that are deemed to be inescapable or pre-committed, currently estimated to be about £376 million. Without further additional funding, it would have been extremely challenging for my department to implement a range of issues, including the education actions in the Northern Ireland COVID Recovery Plan, the SEND Act, and any recommendations that will emanate from the independent review of education. I acknowledge the absence of an agreed budget for the next financial year will be a concern to our education stakeholders. I therefore recognise the need to provide as much clarity as possible to schools, the Education Authority, other NDPBs and relevant third-party organisations, and I have agreed to my officials taking forward some budget planning to enable me to provide indicative allocations for schools and other organisations pending the agreement of a final budget in due course.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her response. The lack of an executive as a result of the DUP walking away means we can't agree a budget for the next financial year, and that's causing great uncertainty and apprehension amongst the school community, children and young people. Will the Minister reconsider her party's decision to walk away, and how will this help the education of our young people without a budget next year?
Again, thank the member for his question, and as I have said in my initial response, I do acknowledge that there is concern. I have spoken to my officials, and we are looking to give some certainty where we can with regards to the budget.
That ends the period for list of questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Colm Gilderney.
And thank the Minister. And Minister, COVID continues to cause difficulties, as we see yesterday, across the health system, and obviously there are also impacts on schools in terms of pressures of absences, positive cases, and indeed the self-isolation guidance. Can I ask you, Minister, for your latest assessment of the situation and what you are doing to support schools at the present time in relation to COVID?
I thank the member for his question, and obviously it has been incredibly difficult over the last 2 years for schools, and we have all recognised that. I suppose efforts continue to be very much focused on giving support to schools, not only on a regular basis through EA, but also on a responsive basis to their individual needs. You will be aware, even from my initial response to the first question with regards to contact tracing and so on, that my department does meet weekly with PHA, and we have fortnightly meetings with practitioners in order to get a sense of, I suppose, some of the realities of what's going on. And as you will also know, during January we had daily surveys. And not only was that important for us to encapsulate, I suppose, the daily issues with regards to staff absences and what a response needed to be with regards to that, but also ongoing issues that were being flagged up so that we could be as responsive as possible. Now, that's not to say that everyone's perfect in all of that, but certainly it was very much my view that we needed to keep a very close eye on schools. We needed to be in contact with schools. Schools needed to understand that we could be as responsive as possible. One of the main issues was very much around the issue of not being able to get
substitute teachers. We've made good progress with regards to that in our call on the 21st of December to retired teachers and also to those on career break. And I understand that there's somewhere in the region of 377 additional members of staff have now joined the NISTA register. And while that isn't insignificant, or isn't significant, I suppose in the whole scale of things it isn't insignificant either.
Supplementary, Colm Gilroy.
Minister, and thank you for that answer. And I am also aware from letters sent out from my own children's school that they have had a very rocky few months. And actually, I am also aware, and I'll declare an interest in this, aware that there are significant issues around school trips as well with other countries. So, can I ask the Minister just to assure us that you will continue to engage with those frontline staff and their unions in the time ahead?
Thank the member for his question, and I think really that should go without saying. I mean, it is a priority for us in order to ensure that schools can run as straightforwardly as possible, given obviously the circumstances that we find ourselves in. But we also have to be very cognizant of the fact that our young people have missed out on so much over the last couple of years, and while society has opened up, that we also need to reflect that within and make it much more normal for them at school, so that they can actually participate in trips and so on as well. But obviously in a safe manner. But I do give a commitment that my officials and where I can, as I often meet school leaders and pupils and so on too, certainly my door is open for that.
The members not in this place now call Orlia Flynn.
And Minister, I'm sure you'll agree with me that the School Enhancement Programme is a great way for schools to get work done without having to go through some of the longer, more bureaucratic processes of other capital programmes. There is a school in my constituency in West Belfast, St John the Baptist, which was successful in getting the School Enhancement Programme scheme agreed for that area. And I'm just wondering if the Minister would have any update as to when the works might start in that school. Please.
And I thank the member for her question. And while I don't have the specifics for the school, I will come back to her. But just with regards to SEP 2, I know that there's obviously 72 schools were involved in that programme, and it's my understanding that the first of those projects will start to move on site in the summer. But as the detail around that particular school, I would need to come back to the member.
Supplementary, Orlia Flynn.
Yes, and I appreciate that. I thank the Minister for a response. I suppose it's really just to say, even if the Minister could commit to making it a priority, St John the Baptist School, it's my own primary school. It's a great school with a great teaching staff and pupils, but I know that the work that is required is badly needed for the school building and the school estate, so I'd appreciate any prioritisation or time the Minister can give to it. Thank you.
Her comments, and I know that she's obviously written to me, and I know that my predecessor had visited the school in the past, and certainly I'll feed that back to officials.
Call Alan Chambers.
Minister, what is your assessment of the success of the natural integration of pupils, particularly in the control sector, which arguably is the best model of a single education system that has served us well over a considerable period of time?
Thank the member for his question, and obviously I have been a champion for the controlled sector for many years, and all controlled schools are non-denominational. They accept applications from children from all faiths and none. Unfortunately, they are often referred to as Protestant schools. That is absolutely not the case. With almost no exception, controlled schools have a high level of mixing. But it's clear that all controlled schools actually reflect the demography of their local community. They serve all communities. We have controlled non-selective schools, we've controlled grammar schools, we've controlled integrated schools, we've controlled Irish medium schools, and we've controlled schools in which over 75% of their pupils are Catholic. So controlled schools do have a high level of children with various abilities, including special educational needs. We've controlled schools have mixes in terms of children entitled to free school meals. And really, in short, I suppose really what we can say is that controlled schools welcome all children, regardless of faith, background, location, and they embrace all abilities.
Supplementary, Alan Chambers.
Thank the Minister for that. Does the Minister believe that the Private Members Bill on Integrated Education moves us towards a single education system, or actually further reinforces sectorisation within our education system?
I thank the member for his question, and as he will be aware, the Executive had agreed an independent review of education with a focus on securing greater efficiency in delivery of costs, of raising standards, the access to the curriculum for all pupils, and the prospects of perhaps moving towards a single education system, and that, if that could be established. Now, if the private member's bill on education, an integrated education bill goes through, it absolutely serves to reinforce sectoral divides, which the area planning process has spent many, many years actively trying to break down, in placing duties which are onerous and significant on the Department of Education for one sector. It absolutely reinforces difference. The Department will have to prepare and maintain an integrated strategy and lay a report on integrated education in the Assembly. These requirements will include making provisions for resources for protecting the ethos of integrated schools, quantifying resources for integrated education, including resources for facilitating the establishment of new integrated schools, expansion of existing integrated schools, transformation to integrated status. There is more, but my point really is that the Department does not do any of this for any other sector, and it will, over time, reinforce sectoralisation.
Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, without treading on my own question, I think it's worth the Minister just reflecting on the very large number of people in Northern Ireland who actually support and want more integrated education. You wouldn't think it from listening to her. But my question is about the budget. Minister, have any of your officials come to you and told you about, in terms of not having a proper budget agreed for the start of the next financial year, are they clear that any projects will have to be paused as a result of that, and if so, which projects or which employment of which teachers or builds?
The member for his question. At this point, obviously, up until this point, the discussions which I had with my officials were very much around the issues which were going to be faced by the budget which was being proposed and the consequences of underfunding as a result of that. I have had discussions with my officials with regards to some scenarios as to what allocations may look like, but at that, as really as far as that has gone with regards to budget planning. But I've asked my officials to look at the allocations as we are likely to get them and how that may be distributed in order to ensure that schools receive their budgets in adequate time.
Supplementary, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But you can be clear, surely, Minister, that in the absence of an agreed 3-year budget, it will be difficult for large-scale capital build to proceed as would have been possible under a 3-year budget. Until we have that, there are many things that simply cannot happen, including, I might add, parochially since I'm on the floor, rebuilds such as St Joseph's College in the Ravenhill Road, a school which has been long overdue investment.
And I thank the member for his question, and obviously budgets were always going to be very challenging, and as I have said, conversations will continue to be had with my officials with regards to the impact of whatever allocation the Department of Education receives.
No further members in their place, members, so the Minister may well be pleased to hear that. So we will take a recess for a moment or two before we move swiftly on to the next item on the order paper. Point of order, John O'Dowd.
It is worth putting on the record that several members are at committee meetings as well, so I wouldn't want the impression to be that members are absent without leave.
Well, we'll hear from all of the relevant members in due course, so thanks, Mr O'Dowd, for that. Okay, members, resume the sitting. Thank you, members. Members, the next item on the order paper is the first of 3 legislative consent motions for the Health and Care Bill. I will ask the Clerk to read the motion. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Health and Care Bill introduced in the House of Commons on 6 July 2021 to ban virginity testing and hymenoplasty.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Health to move the motion. And the Minister is participating via star leave this afternoon. Can we call the Minister? Minister? Can I ask the Minister to move the motion? Minister's on mute. The Minister's on screen. Minister's on mute. We still can't hear the Minister. Minister. Let's try and just resolve this technical issue. Let's take a ease for a moment and we'll allow the Minister to try, and our team here to try and resolve the technical difficulties. Okay. Members, take a ease for a moment or two, please.
I check now, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, can the Minister now hear? We can't hear the Minister. Speaker, I can hear you.
I can hear you now. Okay, we'll try again.
Thank you, Speaker.
Can I ask the Minister to move the motion, please?
Moved.
Wonders of technology. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Can I ask the Minister, could you please open the debate on the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. The Health and Care Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 6th of July 2021, and as you may be aware, a number of legislative consent motions on this bill have already been before the Assembly. On the 13th of January, the Northern Ireland Executive gave its agreement in principle to the need for an LCM concerning the criminalisation of virginity testing and hymenoplasty. Part 5 of the bill seeks to ban the practice and process of virginity testing and the gynecological examination of female genitalia with or without consent for the purpose of determining whether a woman or girl has had vaginal intercourse. The bill will also seek to ban hymenoplasty procedures, that being the practice and process of hymen reconstruction undertaken on a woman or girl for the purpose of creating the impression that she has not had vaginal intercourse. Virginity testing and hymenoplasty are harmful and intrusive practices which are widely regarded as forms of violence and abuse against women and girls. They are categorised as honour-based abuse, as women and girls are often coerced or pressured into the procedures to protect or defend the honour of their family and or their community. A woman or girl who fails a virginity test is likely to be forced into undergoing a hymenoplasty procedure to create the impression that she has not had vaginal intercourse prior to her wedding night. So virginity testing is not recognised as a medical procedure, nor does it carry any scientific or clinical merit, and the procedures are not offered in healthcare facilities here in either trust or private facilities regulated by the RQIA. Speaker, no data is available detailing the prevalence of virginity testing across the United Kingdom among particular religious groups. However, while virginity testing is not a requirement of any religious groups, there is a commonly held misconception in some communities that virginity testing is a religious requirement. So while virginity testing is more prevalent among certain communities, the policy objective is to fulfil the government's overarching aim to protect and reduce harm to all women. So by banning virginity testing, the policy will protect all women, particularly in communities where virginity testing is more prevalent, and will be beneficial in the long term to their well-being. This will advance equality of opportunity amongst women and girls from communities where the practice is prevalent, thus enabling them to live freely without fear of being subjected to abuse. Health officials have consulted with colleagues in the Department of Justice who have advised that there is likely to be no impact on the justice system in Northern Ireland. And my officials have also consulted with colleagues within the Executive Office who have confirmed that they had no issues with the criminalisation of virginity testing or hymenoplasty procedures, and they continue to work with officials in all departments and with all stakeholders to bring forward the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. Mr Speaker, in terms of the wider UK and the Republic of Ireland, the other devolved administrations in Scotland and Wales are also required to bring forward an LCM on these issues. My officials have also liaised with officials in the Republic of Ireland and have confirmed that at present they have no legislation directly dealing with the issues of virginity testing or hymenoplasty, and at this time it is not on their legislative agenda. Speaker, I hope that members will support these additional provisions of the Health and Care Bill, as ultimately these amendments seek to help women and girls in our community and keep them safe from violence and abuse. And I would ask members to support the motion here today.
Thank the Minister for that. And can I call the Chairperson of the Health Committee, Colm Gildernew, please?
John Corley, and I'd just like to say it's good to see the Minister looking well in the circumstances and hopefully well on the way to recovery. And I'm sure we're looking forward to welcoming you back to your place here, as I'm sure are you, Minister, given the technological difficulties we all face. So, John Corley, I welcome the opportunity to make some remarks as Chair of the Health Committee and then some very brief comments as my own party's health spokesperson. The first legislative consent motion before us today is one in relation to virginity testing and hymenoplasty. The Minister wrote to the committee just before Christmas to advise that this LCM in relation to virginity testing and hymenoplasty was progressing following an amendment to the British Government's Health and Care Bill. This LCM will ban the practice and process of virginity testing and hymenoplasty procedures, as the Minister outlined. The committee was briefed by officials at its meeting on the 27th of January. We asked a number of questions and department officials provided some clarity that the procedures are not happening currently in any facilities that are managed by trusts or regulated by the RQIA. They also outlined that the World Health Organization had identified the North as one of the places where virginity testing had taken place and that it could be happening privately. The committee agrees that it is important to criminalise these procedures and welcomes the amendments to the Health and Care Bill. The committee also sought further information on what the situation is in the 26 counties at present And the Department advised that at a meeting of the National Women and Infants Health Programme, it was stated that they were not aware of hymenoplasty being offered or requested in the public care system, and it wasn't an area of concern which has been brought to their attention. The committee also received correspondence from the General Medical Council to advise that it is supportive of the efforts to end virginity testing, hymenoplasty and associated abuses. They further advised that if the law changes, it will amend its guidance on cosmetic surgery to include hymenoplasty as a banned procedure, and this is very much to be welcomed. So, in conclusion, in relation to my Chair remarks, the committee welcomes the amendment to ban virginity testing and hymenoplasty, and we noted the LCM. And just very brief remarks in terms of, as a Sinn Féin Health spokesperson, there are no medical reasons that can be thought of for either of what I think are abhorrent practices, and I very much welcome the efforts to close down any potential of those happening. Both of these practices are harmful and deeply intrusive and can clearly and only be seen as a form of abuse. Virginity testing is not currently offered or performed in any healthcare practice in the North regulated by the RQAA. However, it is important that we extend the ban and criminalise it. Just as female genital mutilation was made illegal, this will make it an offence to carry out the procedure with or without consent, and also, importantly, aiding and abetting in the offence. Hospitals and healthcare facilities must be safe spaces for everyone, Concordia. I also welcome the GMC support the efforts to ban the practices, and I would like to reflect that Sinn Féin will certainly support this LCM.
Thank you. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to support this legislative consent motion today. This came before the committee, as we've heard, and it really was hard to comprehend that the World Health Organization had determined that Northern Ireland was somewhere that these horrific practices could be found taking place, and the Chair has already touched on that. It's absolutely clear that in any humane society, no woman or girl should be subjected to this intrusive, humiliating violence. Therefore, it's the right thing to do through this LCM to make the practices illegal. Mr Speaker, at committee I did raise the issue of how this could impact on the administration of justice when crimes of a sexual nature are being investigated, and I would ask the Minister if he could just clarify in his remarks his understanding of the law in that regard and how this might impact upon these areas. The law has a duty to ensure women and girls are kept safe from such practices, especially those such as virginal testing, and that could be carried out by someone outside of the health profession and the expertise and training that comes with that. So with that, Mr Speaker, I welcome this LCM and commend it to the House.
I thank the member for that. Colin McGrath.
I welcome the opportunity to speak on this legislative consent motion today and to give my support to it, which will bring the North into alignment with the rest of these islands. The practice of virginity testing and hymenoplasty is a disgraceful one and amounts to a violation of a girl or a woman's human rights. It has been opposed by multiple medical societies across these islands, and today we have the opportunity to address the legislative element here. While we do not know the true scale or indeed demographic of those women and girls who are subjected to these procedures, there has been real concern for those who are seeking the procedure. It is because that if they are not seen to be virgins, they are at risk of stigma or, in some instances, violence from within their own communities. That is what the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists are telling us, and it is something that we must take very seriously. This stigma, which women and girls are labelled with, is medieval, it is dangerous, and it has no place in our society. This stigma and this practice only imposes additional pressure on women and girls, and the value and respect that is allotted to those who save themselves for marriage. However, Mr Speaker, these myths do not disappear in a moment, but rather eradicated through the promotion of a healthy life choices, healthy relationship and sexual education, community engagement, quality information and advice, and, where necessary, counselling service. While the LCM we are debating today forms part of the UK Health and Social Care Bill, let the message be loud and clear from here in this place today that we are unequivocal that such violence against women and girls will not be tolerated. Thank you.
I thank the member. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to support this legislative consent motion today. Absolutely appalled, as everyone on the Health Committee was, that we were even considering and debating it. Sadly, there is fact evidence that the World Health Organization has said that it does occur here, and this reinforces why the ban is necessary. I am slightly concerned from the committee discussion on the issue that enforcement is being simply left as a matter for the police, and I note that the GMC is supportive of the ban and will amend its guidance, but also notes it's important for all healthcare professionals to be aware of the legislative changes. And Mr Speaker, on International Women's Day 2 years ago, pre-COVID, I attended some training in Windsor Women's Centre, and we were there talking about female genital mutilation. And they were talking about how the women are being trained to spot the signs. The childcare workers, frontline workers, who are actually getting the trust of the women from different ethnic minority groups coming to the centre. And I just wonder, is the Health Minister proposing to extend the communications around this legislative change to those people who are actually working with those women who come to this country, who may be put under pressure to actually perform or have this testing performed on them? So that's a question for the Minister, but I absolutely support the legislative consent motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Speaker, I have a very brief, Mr Speaker. As others have said, this practice has absolutely no place in our society. The Ulster Unionist Party welcomes and fully supports this legislation. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the member. And I call the Minister, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind on this debate, please.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank members who have contributed to the debate, and from the Chair for his opening comments and wishes to get back with you there as well, because I consider I would be rather there than here at this moment in time. In regards to a couple of members' comments, in regards to what was said, the Vice Chair, Ms Pam Cameron, raised the issue as to Paula Bradley in regards to the criminality. I will say that any cases of virginity testing or hymenoplasty should be reported to the Police Service of Northern Ireland for investigation, and it's envisaged that the impact at this point in time on the justice system will be minimal. The criminalisation of virginity testing and hymenoplasty would actually enable instances to be reported and investigated by the police. And on the further point that Ms Bradshaw raised, guidance on how it all will work in practice is actually being developed to sit alongside the legislation, and Northern Ireland will be represented at official level on the working groups which are being chaired by the Department of Health and Social Care. Just for a point of clarity for Mr McGrath, when he said this would bring us into alignment across all these islands, Speaker, just to refer to my opening comments, currently when we did engage with officials in the Republic of Ireland, they did indicate that at present they have no legislation directly dealing with the issues of either virginity testing or hymenoplasty, and at this time it's not on their legislative agenda. So just to be clear of that point, but I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Health Committee for taking the time to examine this legislative consent motion, and for their helpful and positive engagement with my department's officials on this matter. I do appreciate that the committee again had to work within a very challenging timescale, and would like to thank them for their patience, their understanding and their cooperation with my department and my officials. And I would like to thank my executive colleagues for their support in this matter and for agreeing to the need for a legislative consent motion in relation to the bill. And Speaker, I commend the motion to the House.
Okay, members. And members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the second legislative consent motion for the Health and Care Bill, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions within the Health and Care Bill dealing with arm's-length bodies, transfer of functions.
Thank you, and I call again the Minister of Health to move the motion. Minister.
I'd like to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Could you please open the debate on the motion, Minister?
Speaker, as per the previous debate, the Health and Care Bill was introduced in the House of Commons on the 6th of July, and at this time the Secretary of State sought legislative consent agreement from all the devolved administrations to carry out the arm's length body's transfer of functions provision on behalf of devolved administrations. The stated policy intention underpinning the provision is the aim to create greater flexibility in restructuring functions as to promote responsiveness to ongoing or future needs. So it was Clause 93(2) of the provisions which sought to enable the Secretary of State to transfer any functions of a special health authority to any of the relevant bodies listed at Clause 91. The 5 bodies are in the scope of the provisions. They included Health Education England, Health and Social Care Information Centre, that's NHS Digital, Health Research Authority, the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority, and the Human Tissue Authority. Of these, the Health Research Authority, the Human Fertilisation and Embryology Authority, and the Human Tissue Authority are of most relevance to the current performed functions in Northern Ireland. NHS Blood and Transplant is a special health authority which manages blood donation services in England and organ and tissue donation and transplantation services for all parts of the United Kingdom, including Northern Ireland. And that includes managing the donation, storage and transplantation of organs and tissues, managing the UK-wide NHS organ donor register, and researching new treatments and processes. This work is underpinned by the Human Tissue Act 2004 and various codes of practice developed by the Human Tissue Authority. While organ donation is a devolved matter, Northern Ireland is part of the Human Tissues Act 2004, which covers England, Wales and Northern Ireland. In mid-October 2021, both the Executive and Health Committee considered oral and written briefing in relation to a proposed legislative consent process for the arm's length bodies, and that was in the transfer of functions provision as introduced in the Health and Care Bill 2021. At that time, the Executive felt it was not in the best interests of Northern Ireland to progress this legislative consent motion due to reservations on future potential transfers of functions which may have impacted on Northern Ireland and the absence of a consent clause. My officials have continued to engage with their counterparts in the Department of Health and Social Care to determine if a resolution could be found on this matter. And on the 19th of January, the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care proposed to table a devolved administration consent clause in respect of potential future transfers, which touched on devolved administration legislative competency. However, this required all DAs to agree, as in the absence of uniform agreement and in line with the Sewell Convention, the bodies and functions in the scope of this power would be carved out for all devolved administrations, resulting actually in a rump body. So while the detail of this alternative has not been fully scoped out due to the pace of this work, most likely it would result in Northern Ireland having to take forward these functions on its own behalf. Such a development would be extremely challenging, especially with respect to organ donation and the impact on the value of the work of the HRA. The provisions set out in clauses 91 to 97 of the draft Health and Care Bill currently include explicit provision that the devolved administrations will be consulted on any transfer of functions that are operative within their nations, and the commitment to consult will be underpinned by a memorandum of understanding. The introduced devolved administration consent clause requires that the Secretary of State must obtain consent from the devolved administrations first before proceeding any transfer of functions. Secondary legislation will be required to progress any proposed transfers, and Northern Ireland consent will be required on any future legislation relating to a potential transfer of functions touching on the Northern Ireland legislative competency. So any proposed changes in respect of NHS blood and transplant functions outside of England would be subject to consent from devolved health departments. An additional amendment has been made to the provision since introduction actually removes the Northern Ireland Department from any liability regarding future transfer of property rights to other liabilities, and this is set out in clause 95.10. So in light of these amendments, executive approval to move forward with this legislative consent process was sought, and it was secured via urgent procedure request on the 24th of January. So subject to further briefing from my officials, the Health Committee agreement was secured for this legislative consent process. Both the Scottish and Welsh governments have provided legislative consent approval for this UK-wide provision, and failure to obtain Northern Ireland support would have consequences, therefore, for all devolved administrations. As the current function is the scope of this power to DEAs would be carved out, with devolved administrations potentially having to go it alone to deliver these services. So the nature of these services, for example, organ donation, is best served on a UK-wide rather than local devolved administration basis. So, Mr. Speaker, to conclude, as a consequence of the secured devolved administration consent clause and removal of any future potential liabilities, my department recommended that Northern Ireland approval for this LCM to support and retaining key services delivered to Northern Ireland by these UK-wide functions, while noting that any potential future transfer of functions touching on devolved administrations' legislative competence will require our consent. And I would ask members to support the motion here today.
I thank the Minister, and I call Colm Gillernew, the Chairperson of the Health Committee.
I welcome the opportunity to outline the Committee's consideration of this LCM. The Committee was first briefed on this LCM in October 2021 and raised some issues in relation to the purpose of the LCM and when the Secretary of State would use the powers contained in the amendment. The powers would allow the Secretary of State to transfer functions of 5 relevant bodies which provide functions directly to or relevant to the North. These include bodies such as the Human Tissue Authority and the Health Research Authority. In October, the Committee were advised that the Executive had the same concerns and therefore there was no approval to lay the LCM. In January, the Committee were advised that agreement had now been reached to lay the LCM following introduction of a devolved administrations clause into the amendment. This introduces a stipulation that the consent of each devolved administration must be gained for any change that impacts its area of competency. The Committee welcomes this safeguard. The Committee has requested further information on how consent is expressed and processed. Officials advised that a MOU was being drawn up to outline the process. The Committee have requested sight of the MOU when that is drafted, and indeed would welcome if the Minister has any further information in relation to that at this point. So, at this point, I would flag up an issue in relation to the process for laying LCMs and Committee consideration of LCMs. The current process outlines that once an LCM is laid, a Committee has 15 working days to report on the LCM, and then the motion should not normally be moved until at least 5 working days after the Committee report is published. However, there is provision for what is called a subsequent LCM to be moved if appropriate. This removes the requirement for the Committee to report and removes the timeframes. In relation to all 3 of the LCMs we have before us today, the Committee were not advised by the Department that these were subsequent LCMs until almost 2 weeks after they had been laid. This did, I have to say, create some confusion in relation to the role of the Committee and the ability for the Committee to report on the LCMs, and I do acknowledge the Minister's comments in regard to that area and that issue. The Committee took the decision that, while it was not required to report on these LCMs, we would publish all relevant information on the Committee's web page. I would ask that moving forward the Department makes clear whether or not an LCM is a subsequent LCM when it is laid in the Business Office, and that the Department notify the Committee of this at the earliest possible stage. The Committee Ceann agreed to note the LCM. And just to make some very brief remarks to Sinn Féin Chair again, I just want to say that I do welcome that additional element of approval for an assembly here, and I would welcome hearing from the Minister how that will be actioned and processed. And also, I suppose, just a general point to raise in relation to all of the LCMs. At times there are concerns that maybe there's not the full consultation done here, or at times that some of the particular unique complications we have here sometimes are not fully considered. So I think it is important that the Minister has again referenced the fact that there would be full consultation here, and I think that's very important that we do see that subsequent and more intensive consultation to pick up on local issues.
Thank you, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to support this LCM, which originates from the Health and Care Bill 2021 in relation to arm's-length bodies transfer of functions. And we understand that the arm's-length body transfer of functions provision related only to 5 bodies which perform UK-wide functions. This is a permissive power to enable the future transfer of function between bodies to promote streaming and efficiency. And the bodies noted in the scope of this power, which are most likely to impact on Northern Ireland, are the NHS Blood and Transplant, the Human Tissue Authority and the Health Research authority, and we welcome that there are no proposed changes to the services within this LCM. The Chair of the Committee has already outlined concerns, and we too, as a party, welcome that consent of this devolved government will now be required before this power could be used in the future, and we do approve of the Committee having sight of the Memorandum of Understanding once drafted. So, Mr Speaker, we support this motion before the House today.
I thank the member, and I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, and the SDLP, we're happy to support this LCM as it affects and impacts most parts of these islands. Thank you.
Thank the member, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Speaker, I also rise to support the motion, and I'm not going to repeat what the Chair of the Committee said there, but I do think the issues around consultation, transparency and accountability are so important going forward with this LCM. Thank you.
I thank the member, and can I call on the Minister of Health to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion?
Thank you, Speaker. In regards to the member's comments, in regards to what has been said, in regards to the Chair's comments, in regards to timeliness and management of Memorandum of Understanding, his point has been noted and has been heard. But as in my opening comments, he will have noted as well, and I think acknowledged, that this LCM only received urgent procedure on the 24th of January, so that date should not be missed either in regards to this. In regards to the further development of the Memorandum of Understanding, when that has been agreed between all DEAs and the DHSC, I'm content that its content is shared fully with the members of the committee as well. So I would also like to take this opportunity again to thank the Health Committee for taking the time to examine this legislative consent motion and for their helpful and positive engagement with my department's officials on the matter. And again, I appreciate that the committee again had to work within a very challenging timescale, and would like to thank them for their patience, their understanding and their cooperation. And again, I'd like to thank my executive colleagues to bring this forward. Mr Speaker, I know that some members would hold the views that as a matter of principle, any legislation that falls within the devolved competency of the Northern Ireland Assembly should, when possible, be made by the Assembly. And I would agree with that view. However, I consider that in the area of transfer of functions in respect of arm's-length bodies that extends across the United Kingdom, it is appropriate for safeguarding of current service delivery for Northern Ireland for legislation to be taken forward through Westminster. Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank the Minister and all members for their contributions. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is the third legislative consent motion for the Health and Care Bill. I will ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That this Assembly endorses the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions in the Health and Care Bill in respect of information about payments, etc., to persons in the healthcare sector.
Thank you. And I call the Minister of Health to move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. And the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Please open the debate on the motion, Minister.
Again, thank you, Speaker. And as previously, the Assembly granted legislative consent to the Health and Care Bill on the 16th of November in respect of provisions of medicine information systems, international health agreements and the regulation of healthcare and associated professions. So the need for a further legislative consent motion has arisen, actually as a result of the Department of Health and Social Care's decision in December 2021 to use the Health and Social Care Bill to provide regulation-making powers to create a system in respect of the mandatory reporting of healthcare payment data. So I wrote to the Health Committee on the 26th of January to advise of my intention to bring forward this legislative consent motion, and I'm grateful to the committee for its consideration of the motion at its meeting on the 10th of February. To briefly explain the policy background, in February 2018, the then Secretary of State for Health established a medicines and medical device safety review. This review was to look into how to improve the way the NHS in England and the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency responded to patient-reported concerns more effectively and in a way that ensures those raising concerns are properly heard. So whilst the primary focus of this review was on the NHS in England and the review team, which was led by Baroness Cumberledge, visited Northern Ireland in December 2018, and evidence from patients in Northern Ireland was heard by the panel. The review centres on matters relating to the use of pelvic mesh implants, sodium valproate and hormone pregnancy tests such as Primados, and was chaired by Baroness Cumberledge. The panel's report, First Do No Harm, was published on the 8th of July 2020, and it was in her report that Baroness Cumberledge set out a total of 9 recommendations relevant to all 3 of the interventions the review panel was asked to look at. The recommendations are targeted to improve patient safety, provide help to those who have been harmed, and improve practice and learning. Yesterday, I published a written statement to the Assembly on progress made to date on the implementing the 9 recommendations in Northern Ireland. Recommendation 8 stated that transparency of payment made to clinicians needs to improve. The register of GMC should be expanded to include a list of financial and non-pecuniary interests for all doctors, as well as doctors' particular clinical interests and their recognised and accredited specialisms. In addition, there should be mandatory reporting for pharmaceutical and medical device industries of payments made to teaching hospitals, research institutions and individual clinicians. Recommendation 8 is being implemented in 2 parts. This motion relates to the second part of that recommendation in respect of mandatory reporting of payments. This recommendation is to address the perceived and real conflicts of interest in the provision of health care and treatment where healthcare professionals and others have financial links with pharmaceutical and medical device companies. And the responsibility for transparency should not only lie with the medical profession, but also with the pharmaceutical and medical device industries. So in December 2021, the Department of Health and Social Care proposed that it would legislate to implement this part of the Recommendation 8 on a UK-wide basis, thus making amendments to the Health and Social Care Bill. And on the 24th of January, the Minister for Health and Social Care in the House of Lords tabled the following new clauses at the Lords Committee stage of the Health and Care Bill, and those clauses were to enable regulations to require the reporting and publication of information about payments and other benefits provided to persons in the healthcare sector by manufacturers and suppliers of healthcare products, and to enable provision to be made for the enforcement of requirements relating to information about payments to persons in the healthcare sector, and that included those through the imposition of civil penalties. It required the Secretary of State for Health and Care to obtain consent of the Scottish Ministers, the Welsh Ministers or the Department of Health in Northern Ireland as appropriate before making provision within devolved legislative competence in regulations relating to information about payments, etc., to persons in the healthcare sector. It also provides regulations relating to the reporting and publication of information about payments and other benefits provided to persons in the healthcare sector to be able to make different provisions for different parts of the United Kingdom. It allowed the provision for regulations relating to the reporting and publication of information about payments and other benefits provided to persons in the healthcare sector to be subject to affirmative procedure. And finally, it provided for the powers relating to the reporting and publication of information about payments and other benefits provided to persons in the healthcare sector to extend to the whole of the United Kingdom. So in the clauses, healthcare product is defined as a medicine, a medical device, or other product which is supplied in the course of a provision of healthcare. The Department of Health and Social Care's intention is that this includes borderline substances, which the DHSC consider are another area where professionals can prescribe products to patients and where transfers of value may influence those decisions. This will include products such as dermatological and nutritional products used to treat medical conditions, which are prescribed to patients, along with nutritional borderline substances such as internal feeds, oral nutrition supplements, specialist infant formula, gluten-free products and products for patients with metabolic conditions. The proposed legislative provisions would provide the necessary power for the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care to make regulations that will require pharmaceutical companies, the manufacturers of borderline substances, and the manufacturers, importers and distributors of medical devices to report payments and other transfers of value that they make to teaching hospitals, research institutions and healthcare professionals. So the intention is for the legislation to capture payments which relate to specific medicines, substances and devices, and also other payments which may not relate to a specific product. And the intention is that this information would then either be published by relevant companies on their websites or submitted to the DHSC for publication in a searchable, publicly available database for greater transparency and to help to address any perceived conflicts of interests. It is proposed that an exception to the reporting requirement would be available for those that already report to an industry-run scheme recognised by the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care as an appropriate alternative. There are currently a number of voluntary reporting schemes for pharmaceutical companies and medical device manufacturers which are run by trade bodies. However, it is felt that they are not comprehensive, partly because they do not cover all types of transfers of value, partly because they are voluntary, but also because they rely on consent in order for the name of the recipient to be disclosed. And it is considered that a statutory requirement to report information would help to resolve these problems. So as part of preparing the UK Government response to the Cumberledge Review, the DHSC consulted extensively with patient representatives to inform the development of this clause. And following the publication of the review, the UK Government has spoken with Medicines and Medical Devices Association to gather internal feedback on this duty. And the DHSC acknowledges that there is more to do to inform the development of regulations and ensure that the needs of patients, the healthcare sector and industry are heard. Therefore, the UK Government will be conducting a full public consultation in advance of making regulations, and the devolved administrations will be strongly involved in this work. So the provisions of the bill are compatible with the European Convention of Human Rights, and the DHSC does not currently anticipate significant human rights or equality impacts, but will complete a full equalities impact assessment alongside secondary legislation. And the primary legislation provisions have no detrimental impact on particular protected groups or on health inequalities. There's no adverse impact on any groups listed under Section 75 that have been identified. These are enabling provisions that there are no known financial implications. There may be financial implications in the development and implementation of any secondary legislation, and these costs have not yet been assessed, but an assessment of impacts on businesses, including smaller micro businesses, and wider impacts such as those on the environment, trade and competition will be completed where appropriate alongside secondary legislation. DHSC has advised that it has engaged extensively with the medicines industry, and advice to the industry is generally supportive of the principle, but would want a chance to inform regulations and the detail of how reporting obligation will be fulfilled. So with regard to devices, DHSC have advised that a collective of small and medium enterprise device manufacturers seem very supportive of plans because they see an opportunity to level the playing field with larger manufacturers through increased transparency, and further engagement with industry is planned by DHSC. There's been no regulatory impact assessment on the new proposals. DHSC has confirmed that it will be conducting one before making regulations once the detail of the policy is clear, and will work with the Department of Health in Northern Ireland to complete this. So the proposed bill provisions would not place any burden on businesses, as the requirement to report information will only come into force once regulations are made. Speaker, in conclusion, I'm supportive of the provisions, and that in the interests of good government across the United Kingdom is so far as the above provisions of the bill deal with a devolved matter, they should be considered by the UK Parliament, particularly considering the policy basis for the proposals, which was a report commissioned and mainly in respect of the NHS in England, albeit with input from Northern Ireland. There is a reassurance in the new clauses in that the consent of the Department of Health in Northern Ireland is required before making of regulations on matters within the Assembly's competence. The new provisions will allow for different provisions for different parts of the UK, and the regulations would be subject to the affirmative procedure, which allows for close scrutiny of any provisions by Parliament. So, Speaker, I would ask members to support this motion here today.
And thank the Minister. And I call the Chairperson of Health Committee, Colm Gilder now.
In relation to this final LCM on today's Clara, on the mandatory reporting of healthcare payment data, the committee was briefed on this at our meeting on the 10th of February by a departmental official. This provision comes out of Recommendation 8 within the Cumberledge report and seeks to address the perceived and real conflicts of interest in the provision of healthcare and treatment where healthcare professionals and others have financial links with pharmaceutical and medical device companies. The other intention is that responsibility for transparency should lie not only with the medical profession, but with the pharmaceutical and medical devices industries themselves. The committee was advised that there are a number of voluntary reporting schemes operated by trade bodies for pharmaceutical companies and medical device manufacturers. These are, however, not comprehensive, and they do not cover all types of transfers of value. They are voluntary, and they rely on consent for persons' names to be disclosed, as the Minister has outlined. The Department outlined that it agrees with DHSC that the strengthening of requirements in statute will help to resolve those problems. Members raised no issues in relation to this LCM, and the LCM was noted by the committee. And just very brief remarks in terms of Sinn Féin Health spokesperson. This is a Westminster bill. The Health and Social Care Bill is a Westminster bill reforming the NHS in England and Wales. However, even with health and social care being involved, there are areas of overlap in the use of arm's-length bodies. I would say on behalf of Sinn Féin that transparency in payments is a crucial issue and that we would welcome the banning of abusive practices. So Sinn Féin will be supporting this LCM.
Thank you. And I call Palm Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And this LCM before us in relation to the Health and Care Bill, mandatory reporting of healthcare payment data, we have no objection to, and we understand this particular piece of legislation is related to Recommendation 8 of the Cumberledge report, First Do No Harm. This part of the report talked about the need for mandatory reporting for the pharmaceutical and medical device industries of payments made to teaching hospitals, research institutions and individual clinicians. And Mr Speaker, we support this measure. It's very important that there is an appropriate level of transparency and accountability within the development or supply of medicine supplements and medical products. It is particularly relevant in terms of the relationship between manufacturers and health professionals. Such safeguards are key to maintaining high clinical and ethical standards, ensuring patient safety. So, Mr Speaker, we do support the motion.
Thank you, Member. Call Colin McGrath.
The LCM we're discussing today is important, and it marks an important step in addressing that issue of transparency of payments that are made to clinicians. As has been mentioned, this flows from the 2018 Medicines and Medical Device Safety Review, which was undertaken by Baroness Cumberledge and resulted in the 2020 report First Do No Harm, with its 9 recommendations, and the one that has been mentioned most, number 8, which is about the transparency of payments to clinicians and the need to improve this. In so doing, the register of the GMC would be expanded to include a list of financial and non-financial interests for all doctors and their particular clinical interest and recognised and accredited specialisms. It's crucial for the North to relate to mandatory reporting of pharmaceutical and medical device industries of payments made to teaching hospitals, research institutions and to clinicians. It's important legislation as there are instances where there could be a conflict of interest which can arise in relation to healthcare provision, and this can happen where the healthcare professional and others have financial links to pharmaceutical and medical device companies. It's such medical devices and pharmaceutical products that form the basis of the First Do No Harm report in the first place, and transparency is key when we address this matter. So the SDLP is happy to support. Thank you.
Thank the member. I call Paula Bradshaw.
Appears to be a relatively minor motion, but it touches on the highly important and urgent issues raised in the Cumberledge Review. I recall supporting many of those who met with the review panel when it visited Northern Ireland just over 3 years ago, and I note to the Minister's statement and do hope that we hear more about the implementation of First Do No Harm from him and his departmental officials going forward. This motion does touch only on a small aspect of it, but it is an important step nonetheless. Indeed, the pandemic has brought into even sharper focus the need for accountability in the relationship between pharmaceutical companies in the broadest sense and public health services. Thus far, the balance has been too much on the medical profession itself, without any demand for transparency from manufacturers and providers of healthcare products. I welcome the inclusion under products of so-called borderline substances, such as dermatological or nutritional products. Payments made to companies both for specific products or where there is no relation to the specific product will have to be made publicly available. Currently, there are some voluntary requirements around this, but I think everyone would agree, arising from first do no harm, that this needs to be mandatory. Consent is also required on an ongoing basis, as in the case of other legislative consent motions debated today, and I welcome this upgrading from consultation. Thank you.
Thank the member. And can I call on the Minister of Health to conclude and wind up the debate on this motion, please?
Thank you, Speaker. I thank members who have contributed to the debate today and the final comments. And I think it was the Chair who has touched again to the crux of what this LCM actually does, and it's actually the recognition of transfers of value as well as monetary, so moving from a voluntary to a mandatory scheme. And I would like to take this opportunity again to offer my thanks to the Health Committee for taking the time to examine this LCM, especially again given the tight timeframes involved, for its helpful and positive engagement with my department official. I know that some members would hold the view that, again, as this is a matter of principle, that it should fall within the devolved competency of the Northern Ireland Assembly, should where possible be made by our Assembly. And whilst I fully agree with that view, it's important to understand that it would not have been possible to progress separate primary legislation for Northern Ireland within a similar timescale. So it's for that reason I believe that on this occasion it is appropriate and indeed makes good sense for Westminster to legislate on matters that are devolved to ourselves. And I note that the Welsh Assembly and the Scottish Parliament have both agreed legislative consent motions in respect of the provisions as they relate to Wales and Scotland. And it's crucial that the public retains confidence in the healthcare system, and an important part of that is increased transparency in relation to healthcare payments. And I'm reassured that the consent of the Department of Health in Northern Ireland is required before the making of regulations and matters within the Assembly's competence. And I should add that the Department will make to engage the Health Committee during the development and promulgation of any regulations to be made under these new enabling powers. And the new provisions will allow for a different provision for different parts of the UK, and the regulations will be subject to the affirmative procedure, which allows for close scrutiny of any provisions by Parliament. And Mr Speaker, I commend this third motion to the House.
Thank the Minister and all their members for their contributions. The question is that the motion standing on the order of paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Members, the ayes have it. Members, before we move into the second stage of the budget bill, I want members first of all to take the reins for a couple of minutes to prepare for that. But we would intend to announce a suspension later on throughout the budget bill debate, depending on how we get on with the time during that debate. So members, please take the reins for a moment or two. Okay, members, we'll resume the sitting. Next item on the order paper is the second stage of the budget bill, and I call the Minister of Finance.
Moved.
The second stage of the budget bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the bill.
I beg to move the second stage of the budget bill be agreed. The second stage debate today follows the approval of the supply resolutions by the Assembly yesterday for the expenditure plans of departments and other public bodies as detailed in the 2021-22 spring supplementary estimates and the 22-23 vote on account. As members will be aware, accelerated passage of the bill is necessary in order to ensure royal assent prior to the end of March. If this is not received in time, then departments and other public bodies may not be able to access cash, which would threaten the effective delivery of public services, not just for the closing weeks of the current financial year, but also for the early months of the 22-23 financial year. This would undoubtedly affect the delivery of essential public services and our continued response to the COVID pandemic. I am very grateful to the Finance Committee for confirming that, in line with Standing Order 42, the bill can proceed under accelerated passage. Throughout the year, the Executive, the Finance Committee and the Assembly have had the opportunity to scrutinise the financial position reflected in this bill. I brought the 21-22 budget bill to the Assembly last April, and I have also brought statements to the Assembly on each change to the financial position at each monitoring round. There has also been regular engagement with the Finance Committee throughout the 21-22 financial year. The Assembly Standing Order 32 direct that the second stage debate should be confined to the general principles of the bill, and I shall endeavour to keep with that direction. The main purpose of the bill is to authorise the cash and use of resources on services based on the final spending plans for the 21-22 year for departments and other public bodies as set out in the spring supplementary estimates for 21-22. The bill also provides authorisation for the cash and use of resources in the early months of the 22-23 financial year as a vote on account, pending the Assembly's consideration of the main estimates and the Budget No. 2 bill later in the year. Copies of the Budget Bill and the explanatory and financial memorandum have been made available to members today, and the spring 21-22 supplementary estimates and 22-23 vote on account were laid in the Assembly on the 9th of February. The bill will authorise the use of £21,827,567,000 from the Northern Ireland Consolidated Fund and the use of resources totalling £24,645,707,000 by the departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedules 1 and 2 of the bill in the year ending the 31st of March 2022, that is, this financial year. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of each schedule. These amounts supersede the amounts that were previously authorised by the Assembly through the main estimates. The bill also sets for the current financial year a limit for each department on the use of accruing resources. Accruing resources are current and capital receipts, totalling £3,176,162,000. The accruing resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of Schedule 2. Therefore, the total resources and accruing resources now provided in this bill bring the total resources for use by departments in 21-22 to just under £28 billion. In addition, the bill will also authorise the issue of a further £9,822,408,000 from the Northern Ireland Consolidated Fund and the further use of resources totalling £11,090,573,000 by the departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedules 3 and 4 of the bill in the year ending 31st of March 2023. Cash and resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of Schedules 3 and 4. This is the vote on accounts, and as I have explained, this does not constitute the setting of a budget for the 22-23 year. It is merely to allow departments to continue to operate and to provide services in the early months of that year, pending the consideration of the Executive's budget for that year through the main estimates and Budget No. 2 bill. One point that I do wish to draw the members' attention to is that while the vast majority of expenditure by all departments is done on the authority of the statutory powers provided through legislation passed by this Assembly, there are occasionally some functions which may from time to time be done on the sole authority of the Budget Act. When a department is making use of the sole authority of the Budget Act, it will highlight this fact by placing a note with a black box symbol in the corresponding estimate. As required by the Finance Committee, the estimates document now includes a separate table, Table 3, which lists the departments and areas which are relying on the sole authority of the Budget Bill. Because the main estimate for 2022-23 will not be available until later in the year, I want to make the Assembly aware that whilst royal assent has now been received for the welfare supplementary payments, loss of universal credit or housing benefit bill, this does not include the social sector size criteria, commonly referred to as bedroom tax mitigation. A bill to extend this mitigation scheme has passed consideration stage and is hoped that this will complete final stage and receive royal assent by April this year. However, it is prudent to include this in the amount relying on the sole authority of this budget bill. I am aware that the Department for Communities intends to make further regulations to extend the existing mitigation schemes to universal credit claimants. These must be approved by the Assembly, and until that time, payments to these claimants will continue to be made under the sole authority of the Budget Act. Clause 5 of the bill provides for the temporary borrowing by my department in 22-23 of £4,911,204,000. This is approximately half the sum authorised by Clause 4 for issue out of the Consolidated Fund. I must stress to the House that Clause 5 does not provide the issue of any additional cash out of the Consolidated Fund or convey any additional spending power. It enables my department to run an effective and efficient cash management regime and ensure minimum drawdown of the block grant on a daily basis, something that is very important when contemplating the daily borrowing by our departments. The numbers contained within the budget bill are significant, and I am sure members will agree it is not an easy task to translate those figures into the delivery of public services on the ground. While members will no doubt be exercised by the situation that we find ourselves in, with the absence of an executive and the impediment that this creates for the delivery of a budget, not just for 2022-23, but for the next 3 years, the reality is that this bill is needed now to ensure that our public service can continue to be delivered, including our health service, our schools, our road and water services. On that note, I will conclude, and I will be happy to deal with any points of principle or detail of the budget bill that members may wish to raise. I beg to move.
Thank the Minister for that, and I call Steve Aiken, the Chair of the Finance Committee.
May I apologise to members of the Assembly, indeed to yourself, Mr Speaker, and to the Minister, that I will have to nip out fairly shortly to get back to the Finance Committee. That is the moment, and you will see members of us playing tag team over the next hour or so as we go through. But I see my earnest friend here from South Belfast has made it here to look at the detail of as we come through. Mr Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for his opening commentary on the second stage of the Budget Bill 22. My remarks are made on behalf of the Committee for Finance. Officials have kindly provided the Committee with a number of written and oral briefings on the bill. Additionally, the Department has helpfully kept members apprised of spending decisions throughout 21-22. And one of the things I would like to say that over the period of this mandate, we have seemed to have been in a position where, from a rocky start to begin with, we now have a pretty good working relationship and understanding with the Department, and that has been particularly useful, and I know the Committee are pleased with that. During this year, new financial reporting legislation has passed and a Fiscal Council has been established. Although the outworkings of both are still a work in progress, the benefits of both would seem to be quite evident already. Mr Speaker, as a consequence of all this, the Committee felt a little more informed than usual and agreed that it was generally content that in respect of the expenditure in this financial year, there has indeed been appropriate consultation with it, and thus accelerated passage would be granted. As members are also aware, although the absence of the Executive may well adversely impact on some budget allocations which were not made before the First Minister resigned, the Department has advised that the budget bill can progress as normal. This legislation provides legal cover for expenditure in 21-22, and insofar as it refers to the vote on account, it also provides legal cover for some spending up to 22-23. That is, up to 45% of the 21-22 budget. It is therefore understood that in the absence of executive formation in the aftermath of the election, Department will be able to continue day-to-day spending, but that is only until the end of July. The Committee was advised that in these unwelcome circumstances, the Northern Ireland Act will allow the new Finance Permanent Secretary to avail a progressively larger percentage of the budget for allocation in 22-23. Though this again will only apparently cover business-as-usual spending, The committee has indeed sought further clarity in this regard. Officials also appeared to advise that it would be preferable in the unfortunate situation where there is no executive for a budget to be set at Westminster in the autumn, so as to ensure continuity of departmental spending. Mr. Speaker, I will not dwell on these matters any further, but I will conclude by saying that we hope that all political differences can be resolved in due course, and certainly before the 24 or indeed 48-week period expires. Mr. Speaker, the committee has brought a motion for debate on the 22-25 draft budget, which I hope the Business Committee will schedule for Monday the 7th of March. I anticipate that during that debate, statutory committee chairpersons will speak to their very helpful and well thought-out short reports which they have produced on the impact of the draft budget and on their departments. For today, and I hope they will address expenditure issues for both resource and capital for 21-22, as well as course of dealing with the vote on account transitional issues. Mr. Speaker, this time last year I referred to the pandemic and the considerable impact that it had on individuals, communities and our hard-pressed businesses. Regrettably, as we've seen from what's happening indeed in my own constituency with the results of what happened at Antrim Area Hospital, COVID-19 is certainly still with us, though significant restrictions are starting to look increasingly like they are on the way out. We hope this is for good. The impact of COVID on departmental spending on 21-22, though not just as significant as the previous year, is still very much worthy of note. Indeed, only a few weeks ago, we all welcomed the Omicron measures for the hospitality sector and the granting of a further rates holiday at the start of 22-23. Less welcome, however, were the restrictions and non-domestic rates appeals which the Assembly felt obliged to enact. This legislation showed up a degree of legal uncertainty around non-domestic rates. This is a little worrying as they form a key part of the public finances in this jurisdiction. This is a matter in which the Finance Committee has taken interest and about which I expect a successor committee will continue to seek clarity. As with last year, the Executive continued to receive substantial additional support from our Government, which was very welcome. The COVID allocation from Treasury seems to be over £1.5 billion for 21-22. This has enabled the provision of numerous targeted support schemes. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, there is much to be welcomed in terms of the Executive's financial responses to this crisis. That said, there have been underspends in other issues, which some of the schemes which I referred to yesterday. In terms of reconciliation between the main and spring supplementary estimates, unspent resources and headroom provision, these are all certainly significant, but much lower, I think, than last year. By that measure, it would appear that a level of normality is perhaps beginning to return to departmental spending. Mr. Speaker, in terms of commentary from other statutory committees, I intend to leave most of that to the chairpersons of those committees. I would just make a few key points. Firstly, I think the Finance Committee was quite surprised that only 2 victims have yet received payments from the Troubles Permanent Disablement Scheme. The committee accepts that funding of this scheme is a key consideration, but it is hoped that this is not driving the delays. In respect of capital spending, and as indicated yesterday, I think members were surprised that this has not been used as much as we had expected to prime the post-COVID economic recovery. As the House is aware, construction employers have been most critical of the relevant departments. Perhaps a minister could indicate if he is considering further Department of Finance measures in respect of procurement and capital allocations in order to improve capital delivery in the future. This may prove to be crucial not only for our investment strategy, but also in order to attract foreign direct investment. Mr. Speaker, last year I commended the second stage of the budget bill to the House in the hope that next time we would all do better. I am not sure that I can absolutely tell you that the scrutiny of the estimates and budget bill has improved substantially. However, I do believe that the emergence of the Fiscal Council, the provisions of the Financial Reporting Act and the appearance of estimates memorandum may actually prove to be quite positive signs of progress. In conclusion, and on behalf of the Committee for Finance, I think, therefore, on that basis, I can and will commend the second stage of the bill to the House. Thank you very much indeed, Mr.
Agus na sirim sir Keith Archibald on Kansha sin Kairlach on Kostya Economic. I call Keith Archibald the chair of the Economy Committee.
Gurmargaret Last Concordia, and I rise to speak firstly as chair of the Economy Committee. The pandemic continued to have a huge impact on the Department for Economy's budget for the 2021-22 financial year. The Department's Spring Supplementary Estimates Memorandum reflects this. It highlights the change between the opening budget for 2021-22 and the spring estimates that take account of in-year changes. Resource DEL rose by 51%, Capital DEL, including FTC, fell by 155%, Resource AMI fell by 575%, Capital AMI fell by 12%, and non-budget resource fell by 4%. Overall, the Department's total net resource requirement rose by 16%, while the total net capital requirement fell by 21%. Las Concordia, obviously the 2021-22 financial year must be viewed again against the backdrop of the continuing pandemic and the role that the Department for Economy played in the provision of COVID relief to businesses and individuals. However, the committee observed on a number of occasions that the Department's budget planning was a key issue in the requirement for significant flows of funds in and out of the Department during and between monitoring rounds. Members acknowledge and sympathise with the extremely pressurised environment in which the Department's staff have worked over the 2021-22 financial year. On the positive side, transparency regarding the Department's budgeting has improved in this financial year, and the committee welcomes this and officials' willingness to engage and respond to members' queries. The committee considered the final draft DFE budget for 2021-22 at its meeting on the 10th of February 2021. The finalised budget in April did not differ from the draft, with Resource DEL baseline remaining at the 2020-21 level of £805.4 million. At that point, the Department indicated that it would be reliant on in-year allocations to fund a range of commitments. Reassurances on this have been made by the Finance Minister. However, it is not an ideal situation for the committee to effectively monitor the Department's budget. The Department submitted £201.6 million of Resource DEL bids as part of the October 2020 CSR. However, none were met. The Department's development of an Economic Recovery Action Plan, or ERAP, resulted in the majority of the CSR bids being superseded or absorbed into ERAP. Therefore, Resource DEL bids under ERAP and associated COVID relief rose to £283 million, including the High Street Stimulus Scheme or the Spend Local voucher. The Executive approved an allocation of £276 million Resource DEL and £11 million Capital DEL. The Resource DEL represented £145 million for the High Street Voucher Scheme and £131 million to be used at the Department's discretion. Again, discretionary spend is very difficult for members to monitor and scrutinise, and we highlighted the difficulty for the Department to spend such a significant amount of money within the financial year, particularly across a variety of schemes and through in-year allocations. The £90 million of Capital DEL in the 2021-22 budget was inclusive of £20 million for ERAP. Officials highlighted assurances that in-year capital allocations of £42 million and £3 million would be made in respect of Project Stratum and the Graduate Medical School at Magee. £35 million in financial transaction capital bids were met in full to cover the University of Ulster Greater Belfast Development, Invest NI schemes and for Catalyst. Prior to the June monitoring round process in 2021, the Department was allocated £40 million in year for making FE colleges safe spaces and for business relief schemes. Again, this size of in-year allocation is difficult for members to scrutinise in detail or to track. Between January and June monitoring round in 2021, the Department reallocated internal easements of almost £20 million in non-ring-fenced DEL, again hard for the committee to track and scrutinise in real time. In the June 2021 monitoring round, the Department sought to fund £8.2 million of Resource DEL pressures from within its baseline. At this monitoring round, the Department had almost £17 million of conventional capital easements, with just over £2.5 million in pressures. This left just over £14 million of unallocated capital. Members again expressed concern at the level of easements, as well as the Committee's ability to track and scrutinise in-year allocations. Going into the October monitoring round, the Department had £3.9 million of resource DEL that was unallocated and £3.2 million of resource DEL reduced requirements. This was allocated against £8.4 million of pressures identified as part of the monitoring round process. The remaining £1.3 million over commitment was managed within the overall departmental position. The Executive's approval for flexibility in managing the funding envelope for ERAP allowed the Department to hold a contingency of £21 million with respect to the Spend Local voucher scheme in case of necessary overspend. Officials considered eligible recipients may have been underestimated by 100,000 people, with further administrative costs for any larger allocation of vouchers. Members questioned the need for such a large contingency. However, officials suggested that flexibility around ERAP funding meant it could be allocated elsewhere if not needed. Members again expressed concern that there would be limited time to spend this. A bid of £7.1 million in conventional ring-fenced resource DEL was submitted to DOF regarding a new approach to the treatment of depreciation for the FE colleges dating back to 2019-20, when the accounting treatment for FE capital grants changed. The Committee would like to see this issue dealt with in the Department's baseline rather than through monitoring rounds. The Department entered the October monitoring round with £16 million of unallocated capital DEL. In response to members' concerns regarding this, officials indicated that there were a number of emerging capital DEL pressures to which this might be allocated. Again, the Committee highlighted the rapidly reducing window in which to spend the funds. At its meeting on the 24th of November, the Committee considered a paper from the Department which indicated it had surrendered £41 million of reduced requirements for the DFC Energy Support Payment Scheme. While members are supportive of the scheme, they expressed considerable dismay that such a significant easement was occurring so late in the financial year, particularly when members had advocated on a number of occasions the allocation of funds to a range of sectors which had not benefited from COVID relief schemes or were continuing to struggle. This included £21 million of contingency held for overspend on the High Street voucher scheme, which members had previously queried. The Department indicated that its ability to surrender such a significant sum resulted from the improved economic context. It has been difficult to track and scrutinise the Department's budgets. Key issues have been a reliance on in-year allocations, consistent inaccuracy and overcosting of COVID relief schemes, overcosting of some COVID interventions, preventing reallocated sums within the timeframe, and regular surrender of significant sums because of poor planning and budget management, as well as late surrender leading to the prevention of considered reallocation. The Department's 2021-22 budget has been difficult for the Committee to scrutinise and monitor in a timely fashion, and concerns around over-budgeting and late allocations and surrenders have not been given the consideration by the Department that they deserve. I'll make some brief remarks as Sinn Féin economy spokesperson in relation firstly to business support, and obviously the Finance Minister has already acted where he could in relation to hospitalities and hotels following the restrictions as a result of Omicron. And the Finance Minister also spoke last week of his intentions in relation to rates relief, that there will be the freeze for households and businesses for 1 year. And I know that will be welcomed, but obviously it's disappointing that as a result of not being able to agree the 3-year budget due to the DUP collapsing the Executive, that certainty can't be given to households and businesses for 3 years as had been planned. He also outlined that he intends to give 1 month's rate relief to all businesses and 3 months to businesses in a number of sectors hardest hit by the pandemic. This is really important support that again will be very much welcomed. However, I have to say again that I maintain the Department for the Economy could do more and should look again at how to support businesses that have been impacted by the latest round of restrictions. Indeed, just this morning at Economy Committee we had correspondence from the ERA Committee on this issue asking whether a repeat of the support scheme for supply chain businesses would be forthcoming, as well as correspondence from the beauty sector. The difficulties for these businesses aren't going away. Our priority throughout the pandemic, through both the Executive and as an Assembly, was protecting lives and livelihoods. Protecting jobs and family incomes now is incredibly important given the cost of living crisis and rising inflation that we're facing. And yesterday I spoke about rising energy prices, and I welcome that the Minister responded. I wasn't in the chamber when he responded, but I was listening to what he had communicated both individually and collectively with the ministers from the Scottish and Welsh governments to the British Government on this issue. However, we're likely to see energy prices rise considerably still off the back of what is happening currently in Ukraine, and that will impact again both on families and businesses. And I know members on the other side of the chamber can often be quick to defend the British Government, but I don't think they could dispute that it has not yet got to grips with the scale of the crisis facing low and middle income workers and families in relation to the cost of living. I think we should all be using our voices to emphasise we need greater intervention and action, because rising prices and geopolitical forces are hitting everything from fuel to food, putting up prices for businesses that are then being passed on to consumers, to the workers and to the families, and it's a vicious cycle, and it's already hitting the people that we represent hard, and we need to stand up for them. We have already seen positive initiatives taken here by our ministers, like the Energy Support Payment Scheme, like the rent freeze for housing executive tenants, and we must encourage continued action on the things that we can do, but there is also a limit to what we can do with our powers, and there is an onus on the British Government to act also, and I think we should all be calling on them to do that.
I now call Paula Bradley, the Chair of the Committee for Communities.
Budget for 21-22, I assured the Minister of Finance that the Committee for Communities would continue to work closely with the Department for Communities to support it to achieve all that it could, whatever its budget allocation. However, it is not an overstatement to say that early in 2021 the Committee was dismayed at the allocations in the draft budget for 21-22 for communities. The Committee remained supportive of the Minister throughout the year as she continued to lobby for additional and emergency funding to support the most vulnerable in our society. The impact of COVID-19 meant the reconsidering of the plan to provide a multi-year budget, and we again had a single-year budget for 21-22, which made planning for services and programmes so much more difficult, and therefore the security role of the Committee equally difficult, or scrutiny role rather. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the final budget, the Department's 21-22 allocations totalled around £876 million resource DEL, which thankfully was an increase from the £824 million in the draft budget, almost £225 million capital DEL, which was an increase of over £10 million on last year's allocation, and £38.8 million in financial transactions capital. The final community's budget did represent over a £55 million increase from the baseline draft budget, mainly due to a number of COVID bids being met. This was still far from what was needed, but went some way to easing the committee's concerns at the original draft budget. This final budget was still very challenging, and there was no funding for the department to take forward many of the NDNA commitments. In the 2021-22 budget position has, of course, been revised through the in-year monitoring rounds from revised departmental spending plans, and now those are reflected in detail in the 2021-22 spring supplementary estimates. The Committee only received these estimates last week, so has had limited time to digest them. We also received the new memorandum document at the same time, which has been prepared by each department at the request of the Committee for Finance, to improve scrutiny and explain the funding being sought and the reasons for changes in spending plans between the main and spring supplementary estimates. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is all very welcome information, and I will refer to it in this speech, but I would have been even more helpful had it been provided earlier to the Committee, well in advance of the budget debates this week. Adding to this, the sheer volume of primary legislation the Committee has been dealing with in the past year has made it challenging to monitor departmental allocations and spend in detail, and what we would have liked to have done over 2021-22. In the final budget 21-22, the Department was allocated only £109.6 million of its submitted resource bid of £301.6 million, and this included £48.2 million for existing welfare mitigations. Over £132 million of resource bids were for COVID recovery, and only around half of that was met in the final budget. Thankfully, additional funds of £50.3 million were quickly released by the Department of Finance to address a range of COVID pressures, including £10 million for councils and £13 million to arts, culture and heritage. Moving on to capital allocations, the final budget saw a £10 million increase when compared to the year before, plus £38.8 million of FTC to support the co-ownership housing scheme. The committee supported the delivery of priorities such as social housing building targets, as well as meeting statutory and contractual commitments, and for the remaining funding to be used for other prioritised projects across the Department's remit. Moving on to more recent events, the committee was briefed in January on the monitoring round, and the committee was not surprised to hear that 21-22 continued to be a challenging year to manage spend against budgets. The committee was reassured that the Department used the opportunity to reposition its budget to deal with existing and new pressures. There remains significant uncertainties from COVID and its lasting impacts, which means that requirements are liable to change. The committee has engaged on a number of occasions recently with departmental officials on the rapid increase in energy costs, and was relieved when the Department received its bid for £55 million to allow an energy support payment scheme to be progressed, in addition to the earlier £2 million emergency fuel payment scheme. The committee queried whether the resubmission of a £7 million bid for local councils not met in year was sufficient, as many of the financial pressures have continued into 2022. We were somewhat reassured that officials confirmed it will meet the need as it stands at the moment. Mr Deputy Speaker, we express concern at the recent surrendering of a total of over £21 million resource DEL due to reduced requirements. For example, £14 million was not required due to lower uptake on the COVID recovery labour market interventions. In reality, this is for mixed reasons, both good and bad. Lower than anticipated job losses from COVID, the furlough scheme, and the high level of job vacancies are good reasons. However, the committee remains concerned that further steps are needed to encourage uptake of the interventions and the potential need for geographical or area-based targeting for constituencies or concentrations of people where youth unemployment is particularly high. I have stated in previous budget speeches, but it is worth repeating, the committee wishes to highlight the link between the success of labour market interventions and the level of the AME spend. Interventions are needed to get people back into work and off benefits. The committee also expressed concern of the surrendering of around £3 million for existing welfare mitigations, in addition to the £2 million in the October monitoring round relating to the delays in the closing of the benefit cap mitigation loophole and social size criteria mitigation loophole. Thankfully, we are in a better place now, and these loopholes are now closed. I would highlight that the committee remain concerned about insufficient funding being made available to introduce any new welfare mitigations based on any recommendations from the independent panel. The committee remains concerned about the lack of resources over the year for many initiatives, including reform of the housing executive, the real term decrease in the supporting people budget, and any lack of real progress on a range of social strategies. Before the end of the mandate, we will hear more of some of these concerns first-hand, as we are devoting a meeting to hear from organisations delivering assisted and supported living, and we have recently held an evidence session with the Housing Executive to hear their key concerns of the draft budget for 22-25. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I said earlier, last week the committee received the Department's 2021-22 spring supplementary estimates and the accompanying memorandum, which gives the committee a clearer picture of the movement of finance in year. I will just highlight a few items. In the SSEs, there has been a movement in the resource DEL of almost 18% from the main estimates. The committee notes that this includes headroom of £124 million, as the department has bid for this amount for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, £77 million for the Housing Executive Landlord Thermal Insulation Programme and £47 million for the Housing Executive Landlord Tower Block Action Plan. The committee was pleased to hear the Finance Minister announce on the 15th of February that it was his intention to part-fund these bids from funding being held at the centre. The committee are under no illusions as the scale of the massive investment challenges facing the Housing Executive. The increase also includes in-year allocations of £122 million, including in-year COVID allocations, budget movements from the Department to its arm's-length bodies, a reduction of £51 million due to declared reduced requirements, a number of which I have already mentioned, and £17 million transferred to the Department of Finance from Housing Benefits Rates budget to cover the cost of the Rates Replacement Scheme in LPS. In terms of capital DEL, there has been movement in the SSEs from the main estimates of around 30%. This includes £18.4 million in-year capital allocations. For example, over £8 million for disabled adaptations, which is very, very welcome. The movement also includes the capital reduced requirement of £18.8 million related to funding received for the Regional Stadia programme, which, as we know, wasn't able to be spent in the current financial year, mainly due to delays in the planning process. The committee has diligently sought updates on the progress and financing of key capital projects, and indeed this week is holding a briefing session with officials on the sub-regional Stadia programme, which the Minister states she remains committed to delivering. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, regrettably our ambition for our population, and particularly to support the most vulnerable in our community, continues to be hampered by our finances. As a committee, we have sought to listen to the concerns brought to us and encourage the Department to take action. Thank you.
Matthew Toole I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Rise to speak on the budget bill, having discussed yesterday the vote and account and the spring supplementary estimates, but obviously the two are completely linked. What we're doing today by the budget bill is passing legislation which gives legal authority to the figures that were set out in the spring supplementary estimates which have been laid in the Assembly. I think it's worth first of all saying that the committee did have a thorough briefing from the Minister's officials on the position in the spring supplementary estimates and the budget bill. We got clarity on a number of points which were useful, particularly the relationship between the budget bill and the Assembly budget overall, i.e. what the political instability and the lack of an executive and agreed budget would mean for the passing of a budget bill. So while it's clear that in passing the budget bill today, as I assume the Assembly will, and certainly my party will be supporting that, we are allowing departments to continue to spend up to the we're regularising, approving the spending that already happened in 21-22 up until the end of 21-22, and we're permitting around 45% of the spending in the 22-23 financial year. It is true that this is far from the ideal position. I think before I come on to the detail of the bill or the detail of the budget periods that we're talking about, I do want to reflect on something which has improved. So before I'm critical, I want to be positive about something. One of the things that I've talked about repeatedly, perhaps the Minister would say repetitively in this chamber, is around the need for better strategy in how we do budgeting since I came into the chamber and he took up his role at the beginning of 2020. It is fair to say, and some of it will be to do, I suppose, with MLAs and particularly those in the Finance Committee becoming themselves more conversant with processes, but there has been a step forward in legislative and particularly in legislative and practical terms, around scrutiny of some of these financial milestones. We've seen the Financial Reporting Act, which is a small but modest, not small but modest, a modest but worthwhile step forward in terms of ensuring that the estimates documents are slightly better aligned with how other accounting documents are published. We have also seen, I think perhaps more importantly, the establishment of the Fiscal Council. The Fiscal Council was established under Sir Robert Choate and others. Hopefully it will be legislated for in the new mandate, and I would like if the Minister could to give us an update on where that is, because I think the work of the Fiscal Council is entirely is fundamental to improving budget and financial scrutiny in the Assembly. I know the Minister had his officials working on this, and they've been scoping out draft legislation. He is committed to putting them on a statutory footing. There is obviously a concern that if we don't have a functioning Assembly after May, that there won't be any ministers here to move such legislation or MLAs to vote for it, but it would be helpful to have an update on that work. In addition to the Fiscal Council, there has been the modest step forward in terms of publishing and making clear where there is spending under the sole authority of the Budget Act, the so-called black box spending, and there are some items that are in the spring supplementary estimates that fall under that, one from the Department of Communities and Welfare Mitigation, one for infrastructure around blue-green, and a couple of others. It's helpful to understand where that is happening, not because it's inherently wrong or suspicious, just because in the interests of transparency it's good to know. I just want to go back before I talk about the budget period to one of the documents that has been published since we last had a debate in a budget bill here, and that's this document, the Public Finances in Northern Ireland, a comprehensive guide, perhaps a little too comprehensive for those of you who aren't geeks about this type of thing, published by the Fiscal Council. Now, it's the first of many documents published by the Fiscal Council. They also published their judgment on the draft budget for the draft three-year budget, the 22-25 budget. This is essentially a look at how we do budgeting here in Northern Ireland. One of the points that they make is, in a sense, the budgeting process in Northern Ireland is, if you are willing to pay attention, extremely transparent. And it is extremely transparent. Twice a year, sometimes more than twice a year, we have budget bills and votes on account in the Northern Ireland Assembly. In between that, we have in-year monitoring rounds, which the Finance Minister is obliged to bring to the Assembly, and we also have, when there's an executive to agree one, a budget document, and ideally a multi-year budget document. All of those provide for moments of detailed scrutiny of how the executive is spending its money, and of course we should also have a programme for government which is also aligned to our budgeting. Unfortunately, the problem is, while we do have a significant amount of transparency, transparency is only as useful as MLAs and indeed the public and the media's ability to compare it to a set of plans which they have published. And this is a point I've made repeatedly here. With the best will in the world, the estimates document, which I'm sure everyone has scrutinised in great detail, is this thick. It includes very detailed tables which the Finance Committee will go over and look at where there have been, which will reflect where there have been major in-year movements in terms of the resource positions of individual departments. But the reality is that most people, indeed most MLAs, if we're brutally honest, are not going to scrutinise those documents in huge amounts of detail. Nor do most budget bills themselves differ in any substantial way. The budget bill is kind of unique as a piece of legislation in that it doesn't really say anything in and of itself other than the amounts that are set out in the legislation. It doesn't say very much that's very interesting. It contains tables which involve fairly turgid lists of the legal obligations on a department and what they spend money on. So that's transparent, theoretically, which is good, but in order for that transparency to mean something, there has to be something to judge it against. And the things we should be able to judge it against are, one, a multi-year budget. We don't have that for, not to label political blame, but because one party has decided to walk out of the executive, and therefore we can't agree for now a multi-year budget. But in addition to that, what we should have is a programme for government which is aligned to the spending in the multi-year budget. And then every single piece of fiscally transparent information that we get after that, we should be able to read back to the budget the draft budget, the hopefully finalised budget document, when everyone is agreed, and say, and the programme for government, and say, but you're not delivering against what you said here. Part of the problem we have at the minute is we simply haven't been able to, over the past 2 years, been able to properly judge the executive against an agreed set of priorities. We haven't had a programme for government, and we have had a couple of budget documents, but they themselves have been, of necessity, fairly light and fairly insubstantial in terms of strategy. All of that isn't a moan for the sake of it. It's to underline that going forward, after hopefully an election and hopefully the formation of an executive and a new assembly, that we can do better at all of this, that we can have a new multi-year budget, an agreed programme for government, a fiscal council, hopefully on a statutory footing, hopefully maybe even a fiscal commission, which is giving us some interesting ideas to work on in terms of potential future powers and how we might do things better here, so that we as MLAs will be much better able to judge the Finance Minister and other ministers and ourselves at delivering against an agreed set of priorities that we have agreed and put to the public. Because at the minute, a lot of what we're doing in this debate is flying blind. Yes, we're able to talk through how departmental positions have moved around in year and whether departments have spent out their allocations properly, or indeed whether those allocations were themselves the right ones to make. But what we're not doing is properly scrutinising any of this against an agreed plan, and that's why it's particularly sad that we are in the run-up to an election, that we won't be able to, that we don't have anything really to judge this against in terms of a strategic document. So let's hope that we can do better after the next election. Having made those broad comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to touch a little bit on some of the challenges we've seen in this budget period, i.e. what we're talking about today, which is financial year 21-22, and then the first few months of the first period of the 2022-23 financial year. We have seen huge movements in the in-year positions of particular departments, and some of them have been highlighted already. One of the big movements in terms of the in-year position is visible in the spring supplementary estimates, and was highlighted by my colleague on the Finance Committee, or the Economy Committee, Keith Archibald, is in the Economy Department itself. The Economy Department had ERAP funding, which was its funding package that was allocated and agreed at executive level to fund business recovery from COVID. There have been significant underspends in that department. Those underspends have not just been in particular areas where a sector perhaps hasn't needed as much funding as they thought. There appears to be a structural problem in that department with underspends, and we're not at the end of the financial year. There are business sectors still in need. Certain areas of hospitality supply, the hospitality supply chain, had a very difficult month or two because of the Omicron wave. They haven't had support. We know the travel agents have been let down badly throughout this. We know that certain other sectors, certain other freelance and creative groups have been continually failed to be supported. It would be helpful to know if the economy, where we are in terms of the Economy Department, putting in a bid to reallocate some of its underspend to help those groups. And then, of course, we have the area of... I will give way, yeah.
Appreciate the member giving way, and I do recognise fully the difficulties that the specific industries that he has mentioned have faced, particularly during COVID. But would he accept that it has been difficult, particularly with rules around financial spending, particularly in departments, and indeed that need for accountability within the system? It has proved difficult sometimes to get some of that spend to those that have been most in need, particularly the industries that he's mentioned.
Yes, I would acknowledge that. And it's always difficult to design new and novel schemes, and that my comments are not meant as a political attack by any means. It is difficult to design new and novel schemes. Lots of civil servants over the last 2 years in the Economy Department and the Minister's Department have had to design new schemes and then find novel and legally watertight ways of getting that money out to people. That's not easy. I accept that. Having said that, there are real concerns, particularly in the Economy Department at the minute, with some of those underspends. All I'm asking is what's going to happen in the next few months to ensure that money, first of all, isn't handed back to London, and secondly, gets to people who need it. There is then Another area where the Minister mentioned something about this yesterday, that he has had an indication, and I think the Economy Minister himself might have given an indication, but I can't remember now precisely, at some stage about the match funding in relation to the European Social Fund. There is a big crisis that is coming at voluntary groups, not just voluntary groups, actually, professional skills providers who provide skills training to people, actually often some of the most economically disadvantaged parts of Northern Ireland. Large parts of their funding, we know, came from the European Social Fund. That money has not been replaced, and it is a huge challenge. So it would be helpful to have a sense of whether that is going to be, what the latest is on that, and whether the Economy Department is going to move on that, because candidly, there did appear to be a little bit of denial over the last couple of weeks around the seriousness of the position that his own department was in. It may have been to do with the Brexit context, but I wouldn't possibly make such a judgment or make such an assumption, Mr. Speaker. Another area where I think we do need to have a bit more clarity in terms of the multi-year position and where we might end up with a new multi-year budget is around health spending. We know that health has been prioritised both in terms of the in-year reallocations in 21-22. That was essential and necessary in order to deal with the pandemic, a pandemic which isn't over, but hopefully we're through the worst of it. We know that was necessary and essential. We also know there's been broad political agreement. The Minister has told us this, so we could hardly forget it, that there's broad political agreement to prioritise health in a future multi-year budget. Agreed, definitely, absolutely. It couldn't but be otherwise in a region like this where about a quarter of the adult population is on a waiting list. When you say that out loud, it's astonishing. It almost takes your breath away that we're in such a position. It is completely astonishing. It's not just the worst in these islands. You don't just have to go to England or the Republic of Ireland to get a contrast. That's among the worst in the developed world, among advanced economies. We shouldn't be accepting it. So yes, absolutely, the health department should be prioritised. But it's our job as legislators, people allocating that money, hopefully in a new, when we have a new multi-year budget, to understand what the department's plan is to spend that in a way that actually gets the waiting lists down. Because it is one, we all know in all jurisdictions that health, with the best will in the world, because of an ageing society and because of the enormous pressures that come with running a public health service which is free at the point of delivery and employs a vast number of people, that if there is not a specific plan with interim, short, medium and long-term targets in terms of getting waiting lists down, that those resources, which are precious, will be eaten into. So we want to see a plan on that. And lastly, in the shorter term, in relation to 2021-22 and indeed the first few months of 2022-23, it would be helpful to have a little bit more detail from the Finance Minister in terms of where he is. He's mentioned some of this in the last day or two, but if he has any more detail now, it would be at the end when he's winding, it would be helpful to hear it in terms of new allocations around the cost of living crisis. I mean, it is a crisis. So that's not just a soundbite now from politicians. We know that the people we represent are facing an appalling situation. Those who get gas bills are starting to get them for the winter quarter. People who use pay-as-you-go for their gas bills or have ordered home heating oil are already experiencing the astonishing rises in the cost of heating their homes, and we know it's putting people into extraordinarily difficult, anxious positions. They are choosing between heating and eating. So if there is an ability to spend some more on helping people with that in the months to come, it would be helpful to have an update from the Minister on that. There are, of course, a whole range of other things we could talk about in terms of spending priorities. I've just chosen a couple on this particular occasion. But I would hope that when we come back here, hopefully after the election and in a new mandate, we are in a position to, as I say, properly make good on the promise of a budget process which is not just based on transparency, because the fiscal councils tell us we have a relatively high degree of transparency. We get a lot of information out of departments and a lot of information out of the executive, but our ability to filter that information and critically analyse it and test it, and for the public to judge us against how we're actually delivering is limited because we keep not delivering strategies. There were a number of strategies that were outlined by the Communities Committee Chair before. I could talk about the childcare strategy, which I was questioning the Education Minister on earlier on, and we still don't have. There are a huge range of strategies we need, but we need, in order to properly deliver them, we need budgets matched to them. We need a programme for government and that multi-year budget. And we need to show the public properly that we are spending the limited resources we have to actually deal with their needs, because while we have greater transparency in some of the measures we've seen around the Fiscal Council and other things are a step forward, and I will acknowledge that, we are a long way from being able to command the confidence of people in terms of our ability to deliver for them and to make use of the resources that we have, limited as they are. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I speak to the second stage of this budget bill, conscious that there was a debate on good elements of what is also going to be debated here today, so I'm going to try to avoid repetition, and also conscious that in terms of the budget bill, essentially what we're doing is giving approval for the use of resources up to the end of this financial year, and also then authority for 45% of spend from this year's budgets into next year, and taken up to 31st of March 2023. So I'm very conscious that's the context which we're doing this. I want to first of all talk about the Fiscal Council and the work that they've been doing. It is appreciated, and it is also noted that funding for their work alongside the Fiscal Commission, as far as I understand, is being made as a result of the sole authority of this budget bill. I note that and I welcome that. I think it is important that there is work to bring them onto legislative footing, well, more particularly the Fiscal Council. The Fiscal Commission, as far as I understand, is more of a temporary task and finish exercise, and I would be interested for an update from the Minister on work being undertaken to bring the Fiscal Council onto a statutory legislative basis. Also, in relation to the work that the Fiscal Council have done to date, I must say that they have proven their worth in relation to the reports that have been published thus far. And one thing that does need to be done, hopefully in the next mandate, if this place is able to sit, is to simplify and improve the budget-making process. I think if you're coming in here as a new member of this Assembly, it is difficult to understand all the different aspects of this. Yesterday was the spring supplementary estimates and vote on account, and then today you've got the bill presented. Most people, in considering here today, consider this to be the budget for next year, and are considering this as our own version of the Chancellor of the Exchequer presenting that, but it's not, and Conor Murphy is most certainly not our own Chancellor of the Exchequer. So it's important that there is reform of that budgetary process and there's clarity given in relation to that. And an element of that, which is hopefully going to be covered in the next mandate, is also training for members and also their staff in the process that comes here today. Unusually so, this is moving towards the end of February, but usually towards the end of February or beginning of March, there will be an agreement by the Executive which will be announced to this Chamber in relation to a wider policy decision in relation to the budget for the next financial year, if not for the next 3 years. And it has been told to this place yesterday and also in other times that we can't agree a budget before the end of this mandate. That can't be done. That wouldn't be right to be done, and that should be done within the next mandate, leaving us in a situation whereby government departments do not have that cover of a clear policy decision and direction from the Executive in terms of the budget for the next 3 years. But history proves otherwise in relation to that. The budget for 2016-17 was agreed prior to the end of the mandate. It was brought forward to the Executive, it was agreed, and then a statement was made to the House by the then DUP Finance and Personnel Minister, Mervyn Story. Also, the budget for 2011 to 2015, which was a multi-year budget, was also agreed and brought forward to this Assembly. It was brought forward by the Minister for Finance and Personnel, no less than Sammy Wilson, MP and also MLA. And at that time, Mr Wilson, as Finance Minister, when bringing that multi-year budget before the end of the mandate, but for the next 4 years, stated, "The delivery of this budget by the Executive is proof of the growing maturity there is within our political system, in that we can produce a fair, balanced budget for a 4-year period, even in the face of imminent elections. The Executive recognises the imperative of putting in place spending plans that give certainty to departments and therefore to employees and all our citizens who avail of public services. If we were able to do it then, why can't we do it now? Well, the answer is we can't do it now because there is no executive to meet to agree that. And whilst myself, as a representative of the Alliance Party and my party, may have issues in relation to what the draft budget was presented by the Finance Minister, it is important that there would have been an executive to be able to consider the outcome from the consultation, to debate that budget and hopefully to agree it, because that's a fundamental duty of every government. And whilst we're debating here today a budget bill to essentially keep the show on the road, that should be done in the context of an overall agreed budget for the next 3 years. And as I said, there isn't entire agreement in relation to what was presented, but that does not give excuse to collapse the executive and not provide a forum to debate out our issues and to agree a budget within the executive for the next 3 years. And as Mr Wilson said, it is perhaps a proof of our growing political maturity, but I'm not seeing much in relation to the walking away from the executive and an inability to do that. And we do need that 3-year budget, and today's budget bill should be able to be agreed and must be passed for the delivery of public services, but should be agreed in the context of an overall 3-year budget agreed by the executive, because that budget would give certainty. It would allow government departments and also businesses and organisations to plan, particularly for government services, especially the health service, to recruit, to rebuild in the context of the pandemic and to deliver that transformation needed. And some people will doubt whether that is actually valuable and whether that is needed, but it is, because the reality is that the waiting lists in Northern Ireland are the worst in the United Kingdom. Some would say that that situation was before the executive collapsed, and it was. But collapsing in the executive and the inability to agree a budget to be able to tackle that issue seriously impedes the health of our people. It is reported in June of last year 184,873 patients were made in more than 1 year for a first outpatient appointment. May I remind members, the target is 0. In England, the situation is comparatively better. It is not good, but it is better. But yet in Northern Ireland we have the worst waiting lists. In terms of accident and emergencies, in Northern Ireland in December of last year, 47.7% of patients were able to be treated and discharged within 4 hours. In England, it's 83.4%. There's £300 million as a result of the issues that we're debating here today, which will sit idle in the next financial year, which won't solve this, but would help go towards resolution of some of the issues and the people in pain and looking for treatment. And I think it's important that I put on the record on behalf of the Alliance Party and as a finance spokesperson the reasons why we should pass this here today, but it must be made in the context of a budget for the next 3 years, and the inability to agree that is an abdication of responsibility on behalf of parties, a party actually most namely the DUP, who walked away from the executive and is inhibiting the ability to agree that budget. The draft budget was the first multi-year budget in Northern Ireland for more than a decade. It was an opportunity to be able to deliver that change. And I would say that the investment must be across government, not just in relation to the Department of Health. And this is where our differences were in relation to the draft budget. But those differences, I'm not saying that they are serious and they needed to be taken into account, but could have been debated within the executive to be able to agree a budget which could address our concerns. And one of the ones was that investment must be across government, tackling both the causes and the symptoms of ill health, and also linking the budget back to the transformation of our health service, in the context that we have the highest per capita spend in Northern Ireland on health compared to the rest of the UK. And that budget for the next 3 years should have been tied through to the transformation agenda within the health service, making that budget more strategic, more cross-departmental, and also encouraging more partnership rather than silo working. But the executive is not in place. We can't agree that. It's a saving grace that we can actually pass this budget bill today at second stage and hopefully progress it to final stage to give that certainty for government departments in the next few months. But that certainty does not allow them to plan for the future, does not allow them to recruit, does not safeguard community groups from having to issue protective redundancy notices because of no assurance in relation to funding. It's absolutely vital we pass this here today, but it's also important that I put on record the clear abdication of responsibility from the DUP, who are leaving us in a situation where we do not have an agreed 3-year budget, nor a forum to agree it in the next weeks ahead. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise today as a member and Deputy Chair of the Finance Committee. As the Chairman of the Committee has already said, I would like to thank all the officials who have provided written and oral explanations, information on the budget in general and the budget bill before us. We all appreciate the past few years have been very challenging for all departments and the population of Northern Ireland. Because of the pandemic, some departments delivering dozens of additional schemes and some departments not so many. And most delivered to a high level of success. There was those that used words like rip up the rulebook to get the money out. Now they're being more cautious with their language. Public money is public money, and during the height of the pandemic, rightly so, the money needed to get out, but the timing and circumstances need to be taken into account now in the cold light of day. I wait to see all the fiscal experts that appear. Mr Hindsight will certainly be on everyone's shoulder. Department budgets have been stretched to their limits through the COVID-19 pandemic, but billions came from Treasury to support our economy and population through this difficult time. The bill before us will give effect to the spring supplementary estimates and authorises the use of resources for both the 2021-22 and vote on account for 2022-2023. Some in this chamber yesterday referred to that 2 wrongs don't make a right, and that is correct. My party leader back in September referred to the damage that the Northern Ireland Protocol was doing to this part of the United Kingdom. He was mocked by DJs on the radio and by the usual suspects. Time and time again he urged parties in this House to address and listen to the concerns, not only our concerns but those of businesses. Do some in this House really listen to those in their constituents? Do they really go out and listen to their businesses? We are now in the position we are in due to those not listening to our concerns. I mentioned this in the chamber last week that some had taken a case of amnesia. Back in early 2017, this entire place, the entire place, was pulled down with no budget, no healthcare changes, no chat of that now. That's forgotten. Rewriting of history can be tried by some in this House, but the facts were this place was collapsed in one last throw of the dice. That was then, this is now, and today I welcome the fact that this place is still in place. As the previous speaker said, it's still in place, that we still have the opportunity under the vote of account, but we need to ensure that we have future budgets that are timely and ensure departments have sufficient money to carry out their functions. The proposed future budget for 2022-25 increased in health spend, but what link was there to reform? I think everyone in the chamber today would agree that health needs extra funding, but it also needs reform, and it must need reform. We heard yesterday that hundreds of millions are spent on agency staff and locum doctors. How is that sustainable? If reform does not take place, it doesn't matter what amount of money that you put into that hole, you will never solve that or change that. Each week my office deals with families who desperately need vital packages of care for their loved ones. This service is overstretched. Weekly my staff speak to constituents who are desperately waiting for orthopaedic or other elective surgery, people who have been waiting for unacceptable times for neurology appointments or appointments with nurse specialists, or mental health services, occupational health and social workers are stretched to the limit. These are only the tip of the iceberg and only represent a few of the calls we get. Our health service needs meaningful investment. It does not need another sticking plaster, but importantly it needs reformed. Public spending has been required to respond directly to the health crisis and its many consequences for our society, not least for our economy. Vast sums of finance have been administered to support businesses in Northern Ireland over this past year and previous year. For this, we thank the Minister for Economy for all that he and his predecessor has done to kick-start economy recovery in Northern Ireland. LPS staff and the Chief Executive, Ian Snowden, did play their role to deliver for many sectors, and we appreciate that. Other departments did step up and support those in need, but some needed persuaded to help those businesses under their control. Mr Deputy Speaker, the budget before us tidies up the 2021-22 year and gives us a degree of stability for the next financial year. Thank you.
I call Jonathan Buckley, the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise again to speak as the committee chair for the Committee for Infrastructure. The committee has closely scrutinised the spending of the Department for Infrastructure throughout the year. The committee recognises that it is a difficult time for the department, as the department has not always been able to secure funding it needs when it needs it. When she provided oral evidence on the 19th of January, the Minister informed the committee that the lack of adequate resource funding has resulted in a constant struggle for the department to deliver public services to a high standard. TransLink and Northern Ireland Water are two key policy areas under the remit for the Minister for Infrastructure. The COVID-19 pandemic had a severe financial impact on TransLink, with the loss of revenue from reduced passenger numbers, which has been exacerbated by the arrival of an Omicron variant. Northern Ireland Water has suffered from a significant increase in energy costs in recent months, which could potentially impact on the company's status, a concern that is still prevalent today, particularly with rising energy costs. The committee heard from both organisations about the difficulties they had faced throughout the past financial year. Mr Deputy Speaker, the spring supplementary estimates for the Department for Infrastructure makes for difficult reading. The Department's resource DEL in the spring supplementary estimates is 114 million more than that allocated in the main estimates at the start of the year. This represents 33%, one-third of the Department's total resource DEL. Whilst almost half of these monitoring round allocations were COVID-related, there is still a sizable amount of other resource DEL allocated through monitoring rounds. It creates significant difficulties for the Department in planning ahead when such uncertainties surrounding its resource allocation. Particularly difficulties arise in relation to capital spend when the Department needs the certainty of a reliable resource budget to plan and prepare capital projects. The committee has asked the Department to provide more detail on the specific difficulties that arise from the uncertainty surrounding the allocation of resource DEL and on the extent to which a multi-annual budget may help provide more certainty. There are a number of specific differences between the main estimates and spring supplementary estimates on which the committee is seeking additional detail from the Department. Both resource annually managed expenditure AME and capital AME uptake has been significantly less than allocated in the main estimates. Whilst it is recognised that AME is, by its very nature, difficult to estimate, the figures of 14.5% below estimate for resource AME and particularly 68% below estimate for capital AME represent a significant deviation from the main estimates. The committee is seeking answers from the Department in relation to these points. Capital non-budget spend in the SSE is 41% higher than the main estimate. The Department states that this is mainly due to an increase in the net land requirement for Northern Ireland Water. The committee has sought more detail on this. Mr Deputy Speaker, TransLink and Northern Ireland Water are two key policy areas under the remit, as I have said, for the Minister for Infrastructure. The Finance Minister is well aware of the issues faced by Northern Ireland Water as a result of the impact on the organisation of the unprecedented increases in energy costs. The committee was told that the outcome of the October monitoring round created serious risks and uncertainty for the organisation regarding the supply of drinking water and the treatment of wastewater, with hospitals and schools being cited as being equally at risk, as the system is unable to differentiate between sectors. And this is something really that the committee wanted to tease out throughout its scrutiny of the budgets going forward. The committee wrote to the Minister of Finance on the 3rd of December to inform him that the committee had noted that in his statement on October monitoring that he had informed the House that the increased costs faced by NI Water as a result of increased energy prices could be revisited in January monitoring, but that the committee was alarmed to learn from officials that the Department could not guarantee enough funding to see Northern Ireland Water through to the January monitoring round without having to introduce supply restrictions, interruptions and possibly deterioration in drinking water. Northern Ireland Water informed the committee that at that point it was running week to week looking for funding. Thankfully, Northern Ireland Water received a pre-January monitoring round allocation of £1.8 million to tide it over until the actual January monitoring round outcome, something that was indeed welcomed by the committee. Given the short period between the outcome of October monitoring and the irregular pre-January monitoring allocation, this raises a number of questions. Did the Minister for Infrastructure not make it clear to the Executive during October monitoring that Northern Ireland Water needed this funding urgently? Was the Minister simply not believed? Was the need not quite as urgent as the committee had been led to believe? And this was something that the committee explored quite extensively. And why should any minister or organisation have to suffer the indignity of coming to the Executive with a begging bowl between monitoring rounds to seek funding for a need that was apparently clear for all to see? These were questions which were foremost to the mind of the committee as they scrutinised this particular funding ask. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr Buckley. I think one of the questions has to be asked in the October monitoring round. The bids were made and a number of the bids weren't met, as you're outlining. Okay? But then the situation drastically transformed in the January monitoring round with significant surplus of funds, and that's been talked about by the Minister yesterday as well. And I think the question has to be answered by the Finance Minister. Why was that drastic situation and change in finances from the October to the January monitoring round? Because if that funding had been available in October, some of those issues wouldn't have materialised.
And I think the member makes a very fair point, and something that he was on record throughout the committee in terms of talking on this, because certainly as a committee there was a grave degree of angst among committee members at what was being presented to us by departmental officials. And indeed, if the emergency funding, which was quite irregular, which was that early pre-January monitoring round funding, would it not have been a more appropriate place to have done so at October monitoring round when the need was presented? But I'd say the Minister will come back on that point in his remarks. It remains unclear to the committee what the level of urgency there actually was and what actual risk there was at the time to the supply of drinking water and to the treatment of wastewater. It is, however, clear to the committee that something needs to be done as a priority to provide more financial certainty to Northern Ireland Water as both a publicly funded organisation and a company limited by guarantee. Where there are issues relating to whether the company can trade when it does not have the required financial certainty, is something that is of deep concern to many committee members. Moving to TransLink, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister informed the committee that although significant financial assistance was provided to TransLink in the 2020-2021 financial year, that assistance was not sufficient to deal with the losses being incurred this year. The Minister told the committee that TransLink's board had expressed its concern over the financial viability of the organisation in the face of what the Minister referred to as continued under-resourcing. In its correspondence to the Minister of Finance, the committee expressed its concern that an October monitoring bid of £24 million in respect of TransLink received no allocation, and informed him that it would expect allocations in the January monitoring round to take these concerns into account. The response from the Minister of Finance was simply to advise that steps must be taken by the Department for Infrastructure and TransLink to put its finances on a more sustainable footing. And while I would certainly agree with the thrust of that statement, it certainly caused the committee great difficulty when scrutinising the financial viability of these organisations when they weren't guaranteed the funding for the following month. This, Mr Deputy Speaker, at a time when governments throughout the world are being encouraged to invest in safe, sustainable, efficient, reliable and environmentally friendly travel, the only response that TransLink could find to this advice was to cut the number of bus and rail services it provides, therefore reducing the number of passengers using its services, further reducing its income and putting more people into private cars because suitable public transport options were no longer made available to them. TransLink informed the committee that public transport in Northern Ireland receives substantially less public funding than in any other UK region. It is clear that if we
If we want to meet climate change targets and ease traffic congestion, we should be investing in public transport in the long term, rather than providing last-minute funding through monitoring rounds Mr Deputy Speaker, in the final agreed budget for the next 3 years reflects what came to the committee in the form of the draft budget. We will be doing a disservice to the long-term needs for strategic development of our key infrastructure and to the development of workable long-term sustainable solutions to meet our public transport needs and to realise our aspirations for a cleaner environment. Mr Deputy Speaker, some words now in my own capacity as a member of the DUP for Upper Bann. I think, and my colleague Keith Buchanan alluded to the point, there has been a grave degree of political amnesia in the debate today and over this last couple of weeks regarding budgets and where we are politically. And while some have attempted to politicise the budget today in relation to a position that was taken by the DUP, something that was on record for some time and called out by other parties as being bluff and bluster, it certainly serves as a timely reminder that unionist concerns and the attitudes that unionists should sit in the corner and no longer be heard are simply far and beyond the reality. Because if we are to deal with the pressures facing our health service, if we are to get on with transforming our care, we have to realise that the Northern Ireland Protocol, and I won't diverge too far from the point, but it is financially related and budget related, and if we are to address the concerns that members right across this House have in relation to funding for our health service and transformation of our health service, we need to deal with the elephant in the room, which is that unless the protocol is dealt with, simply there won't be the political basis by which we can have decisions taken in this place that transform services and indeed get on with tackling waiting lists. We have to realise that the protocol itself deals on medicines alone, that 98% of our medicines come from that GB pool. And therefore, when looking at this budget, and I'll close on this point, we have to realise that it is time that politically we deal with the protocol to get on with the issues that a budget can deliver. But by means of this draft budget from Sinn Féin, the draft budget would lead to massive cuts to public services. I don't hear members across the way wanting to talk about that. The Chief Constables, school principals, indeed housing bodies have all outlined their grave impact that it would have. The draft budget was only ever backed by Sinn Féin ministers. It seems counterintuitive to agree a multi-year budget at the tail end of a mandate when parties that form the next executive are yet to agree a programme for government or indeed the basis for expenditure. So when Sinn Féin want to talk about the position that the draft budget as a panacea, and we've heard members talk about it today, to Northern Ireland's problem, and I do welcome a multi-year budget approach, I've been on record as saying that, this particular budget, in reality, has had years. Ministers that come forward now to talk about particular budget pressures and how they won't be able to deliver certain projects, key flagship projects in their departments now in the run-up to 5 weeks from the end of a mandate. It simply doesn't stand to scrutiny. If these were genuine flagship projects, why weren't they delivered upon over this past 2 years? In fact, I think we could all see the U-turn of the Communities Minister in relation to sub-regional stadia. People can see through it. If it was a key flagship project, it should have been delivered. So how many times have we heard Sinn Féin ministers claim that the proposals and key flagship projects will be brought to the executive within weeks? It's time now to back up the words with action. The DUP is not here to blame, or is not here to put on blame the poor record in office of ministers that can't deliver on their individual cornerstone projects. And I think for anybody to allude to the fact that because of the actions of removing the First and Deputy First Minister, that certain ministers now all of a sudden are hamstrung in terms of delivering on their flagship projects. It's simply downright deceitful in my eyes, Mr Deputy Speaker, and on that point I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is the first time I've been in, Mr. Speaker, in the House since the death of Christopher Stalford. And I just want to say to the party opposite and to his family, I was up on the balcony on Monday, but I didn't speak. And he had my greatest concerns on how difficult it must have been for you all, and we're thinking of his and of his family as they stay there and his 4 children. Mr. Deputy Speaker, last year when we debated the budget, we were all talking about the uncree situation that we were in with the pandemic and the extra and unpredictable funds that were coming from the Treasury. We find ourselves in a similar situation this year. Though admittedly there has been a different scale of in-year spending adjustments, clearly the unprecedented and unpredictable nature of the pandemic meant that large in-year adjustments were inevitable, with new Barnett confidentials being made available and new developments emerging in the pandemic. The Minister had to react, and though I have been critical, I do not underestimate how difficult it has been for him. I want to put on record my thanks for the huge amount of work done by the officials to bring forward the estimates and vote on account yesterday and the budget today. Throughout the pandemic, these officials have worked to react to new announcements and programmes being delivered, and their work should be commended. Mr. Speaker, every year since Stormont has returned, member after member have spoken during budget debates about the need for strategic thinking in our finances, for clearly defined policy goals and for budget lines to be clearly connected with outcomes. Some headline progress has been made on the programme for government, but we are still no closer to this. More concerning is that strategies that have been published still lack detail or anything concrete. I note in an energy strategy published in December, apart from some admirable high-level goals, the direction of travel advocated by the energy strategy is that we need to produce more strategies. To be fair to the Minister of Finance, how could a more outcome-led budget be produced in this environment? I am not going to labour the point on the need for the multi-year budget. I and other members have raised this numerous times, and the Minister answered questions on it yesterday. The Executive being unable to agree a budget that lacks detail in the first place is not a good start. I know the Minister shares my frustrations and that he can only do so much, but strategic leadership must come from somewhere. As a member of the Finance Committee, I have found the debate regarding this budget thoroughly depressing. Most of the focus has been on what happens next. If the Minister had the authority to include the headroom to make further allocations, the extra $400 million of the Department of Health can be utilised by the Department, and now a further budget can be brought later in the year without an agreed budgetary position set by the Executive. All debate seems to presume that an Executive is not coming back. I say clearly that if Westminster needs to step in to pass a budget because of the lack of an Executive, it will show a complete failure of political leadership. The long and short of it is that we need action now. Mr. Speaker, at my office yesterday, not for the first time, I filled in a form to cancel a PIP appeal for someone who had died while waiting for their case to be heard. While not receiving the benefits they were entitled to, I then spoke to a mother of a severely disabled child who desperately needs adoptions to her home to make it livable for their child. However, due to spiralling building costs, the disabled facility grant will cover less than half of that amount which is required in order to make the build. I then spoke to an elderly gentleman whose wife and full-time carer has been sent to hospital, probably for the last time. He has been told by the Trust that no carers are available, and though he can be funded to hire his own, he has no idea of how he will do that, for his wife has supported him for so long. He cannot shower or manage his medication, and he is distraught about losing his wife. This is the reality of the impact of the lack of strategy, clear policy making in our communities. We cannot let it continue. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, whilst the Department of Health has a closing 2021-22 budget much higher than its opening base, In reality, more than half of the additional funding, some £560 million, related to the pandemic. Of course, that additional funding was absolutely crucial in the immediate response. It's likely that the impact of COVID-19 will continue into 2022-23, despite what the Prime Minister Boris Johnson is trying to railroad through over recent days. It's not only testing that costs money, but the additional significant costs related to the medical response, as well as the challenges of additional PPE and staff costs. I welcomed many of the additional in-year funding allocations to the Department of Health throughout the year. For instance, additional funding at October monitoring allowed the delivery of the 3% pay awards, which I'm glad the Health Minister was able to supplement himself with a further £25 million increase in January. Whilst this House is well aware of the challenges of non-recurrent funding, the Department of Health has been able to direct £90 million specifically on waiting list initiative activities. As at the end of December 2021, an additional 158,000 assessments, diagnostic tests and inpatient and day case procedures have been delivered, both the HSC and in through the independent sector. Realistically, however, if we're ever going to sustainably get on top of the waiting time situation, a multi-year budget is an absolute prerequisite. The worst way to run the health service is month to month, never really knowing how much money will be available the following April. The cracks in our HSC system will not be fixed with one-year budgets, and the only people who are going to suffer from this one-year budget routine will be all the citizens of Northern Ireland. Serious mistakes were made in the past with too few staff trained and a wholly unsustainable gap allowed to develop between demand and capacity. It would be a tragedy if this place were to repeat these same mistakes. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, we are in danger of doing exactly that. That's why the 2022-25 draft budget did provide a real opportunity. It would have funded in full the costs for the elective care, cancer and mental health rebuild strategies to help to transform our health service and reduce waiting lists. But weeks away from the start of the financial year, it looks like patients and staff have been cruelly robbed of the opportunity for real change. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
And I call Peter Weir.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak in this election hustings debate. Sorry, I meant budget debate. I suppose, compared to some other members, I am unencumbered by being a chair or a vice chair of one of the statutory committees. I think, to be fair, I am chair of the AERC, but I think the level of impact on the budgetary settlement for AERC is relatively small. To the extent that even Mr Allister can't get up and criticise any level of additional funding which is due to come into it. There is always a slight degree of danger when speaking late in a debate of this nature. I think, as a colleague of mine once said, we've reached the point where everything has been said, but not everybody has said it as yet. And therefore, my remarks I will try and keep relatively brief. I cannot promise that everything I say will be novel to this debate, or indeed blue skies thinking. I don't want to introduce blue skies thinking into this and endanger what chances I have of re-election on that basis, but I will try and focus my remarks in this debate. There are, I think, a number of points to be made. First of all, I think we need to notice the context as we move ahead towards next year's budget, and this budget bill does establish at least a draft budget for next year. We are not, despite some of the claims, simply taking a leap into the unknown. This is rolling forward the current budget, but it will mean that funding will be available. But what has been central over the last couple of years, very understandably given the situations as regards coronavirus, has been the level of additional support that has come in to help combat coronavirus. The figures that were supplied, I think, by the Finance Minister in response to a question that I had raised indicated that central government funding of COVID funding in 2020-2021, the first full year of the pandemic, totaled £3.3 billion into the Northern Ireland Block Grant and the Executive, and £1.5 billion into into this current year's budget, totalling a direct intervention to the Executive of £4.8 billion. While I really acknowledge there was a wide range of areas which that had to be spent on, and there was, I think, it is also the case that there was a level of restriction within that, as I'm sure that the Finance Minister will testify himself, that on some occasions some of the consequentials which was put into the budget came so late in the day that there was actually sometimes a difficulty in actually spending all that money. Nevertheless, when you take that £4.8 billion, but also allied in, which doesn't appear directly in our figures, and I don't know what the exact corresponding figure would be, the level of support that was provided in terms of directly into supporting people remaining in employment through the furlough scheme means that the level of support that we've been able to get through the COVID crisis for Northern Ireland plc has run into the many billions, and I think in and of itself is one of the major advantages of being part of one of the largest economies in the world. It is actually an advantage of being part of the United Kingdom. But where we will have clearly a level of challenge will be, thankfully I think because of the, it appears, reducing impact of coronavirus, and therefore that there is not the same level of need to provide that level of funding, that as we move into 2022-23, and this I think is irrespective of what direct decisions are made in terms of whether this was a 3-year budget for 22-25, whether it is a rollover within that, the amount of funding that will be made available through COVID funding will clearly be a fraction in this financial year. We don't know what ultimately that will end up being, because a lot of those will tend to be consequences of decisions that are in their nature. That will mean that there will be very tough decisions, I think, for individual departments, particularly if we are looking to go on some level of solo run compared to other institutions. Mention has been made, for instance, of what level of support should be there in terms of a testing regime. And I heard, for example, representatives of the BMA yesterday, I think it was, on the radio, who indicated that actually something that would, the level of mass levels of testing that have been there up until now simply wouldn't be appropriate. And we do need to question on the basis of that, that if, as we move ahead, there are high levels of testing still taking place, that will effectively be eating directly into our budget. We will not be getting the level of funding to be able to cover that. That's not to say that we don't need to see some level of focus within that. But from a practical point of view, we have got to realise, as with a lot of things, there's a level of opportunity cost, and that will eat into whatever budget is there to help address our waiting lists. The argument has been used in terms of the 3-year budget, but I would make, I suppose, 3 points in relation to that. And the first, I suppose, is not being critical of either the Finance Minister, indeed any government department. I know Mr Catney talked about the need for strategic thinking. I've been in this House since 1998, so we may be coming close to the silver anniversary of the first call for strategic thinking within this House. But it is, I think, something that we do need as we move ahead to examine our broader budgetary process. And I think the point was made yesterday during the supply resolution by my colleague Mrs Cameron, that in terms of the timescales that we apply to the budget process each year, we do need to look at a situation. I think there is still an argument that we are reaching a point where the final point in terms of the budget is too late in the financial year, and we need to be actually operating on a more strategic basis. It is something which I think, irrespective of what agreements are reached in terms of individual budgets, I think is something that we do need to look much more strategically at. The second point, I suppose, that has been made in terms of a 3-year budget, I don't think anyone would disagree that is there a level of advantage that can be there from a multi-year budget. I think it in many ways goes without saying, but I would make 2 caveats to that. The lesser one, I think, is a point that was raised to some extent by Mr Muir. Do we need, and have we been in a situation in which in the teeth of an election, we've gone in without a budget being there. No, we haven't. And indeed, by passing this budget bill, there will be finance that will be moving ahead. I think that there is sense that if we are looking at a 3-year budget, there has got to be the particular level of strategic foresight, and I think it is of advantage, clearly, if we are in a situation that that budget is based around the priorities that are there from the programme for government. And I think it is not particularly good practice to do that, to effectively, directly ahead of an election, potentially bind our successors and effectively take those decisions from a programme for government point of view before we have the programme for government. I think that is putting the cart before the horse. Now, mention was made, for instance, about 2011, 2015. We were in a situation then where there was a much greater level of continuum in terms of a programme for government. There was a fresh programme for government. But if we take a look at what has happened in the last few years, we've gone through a number of years without there being a formal programme for government. And indeed, anything over the last 2 years, a programme for government has been somewhat loosely interpreted. Because quite frankly, given the COVID situation, there's a limited extent to which any programme for government can be watertight in terms of its delivery. So I think that there is, in this particular circumstance, and I think, I have to say, on reflection, that the better route is actually to look going into an election with an initial 1-year budget and then to reach an agreement on a more strategic level, whether it's 3 years, whether it is 4 years or whatever, by way of time frame. But I think the biggest single point to be made about a multi-year budget is whether a budget is 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. We may, if some people get their way, I don't know, Mr. Carroll may look to get a Soviet-style 10-year plan. We can do a great leap forward on that basis without mixing my sort of Soviet communism and Chinese communism, I suppose, in relation to that. But whatever the time frame that we have, the biggest and single most important thing about the budget is getting the budget correct. Indeed, if we have the wrong budget, having a wrong budget which ties in the wrong budget for 3 years is actually worse than having a budget which ties things in for 1 year. And it is undoubtedly the case that the draft budget that was put forward, which would be effectively the only alternative we can put on the table to what we're faced with today, would have made things considerably worse. Now, at least if we take, for instance, on a couple of aspects of that, take within education, if we were in a situation that whatever the broader levels of redistribution, that there was a top slicing of 45 million out of the education budget on hard-pressed schools, and indeed for our hard-pressed teachers who are seeking pay rises, that would have been disastrous. At least that salami slicing is not taking place with this budget. Similarly, as a member of the Justice Committee, we are aware of some of the pressures that are there within the Justice budget. But we got very clear-cut evidence from the Chief Constable in particular of the extent to which, if the proposed budget was put in place, we would see not simply that they would not be able to meet what is an NDNA commitment of movement up to 7,500 police officers, but we would see massive reductions in terms of the police officers. Now, at least with what is being put in place by way of a roll forward, we're not seeing those cuts to the Department of Justice, which are much greater, I think, than any other department that is facing. So at least what is there in terms of what we face today is preferable, again, to the budget that's put forward by the Finance Minister. I'll give way, briefly.
I understand the point you're making, but there was a 1-year budget agreed in advance of the end of the mandate, which concluded in 2016. So the argument you're making is that the Executive should be able to meet and agree a 1-year budget for the next financial year? Because what we're having here now is not a 1-year budget for the next financial year. We're having a budget which will just essentially give departments 45% of last year's funding to deliver services on a wing and a prayer.
Drawing a distinction, first of all, between what would be a 1-year budget and a multi-year budget. And I think it is more appropriate that if we're looking in current circumstances at a single-year budget, I think that is better. Let us be honest, in terms of rolling this forward, yes, it is initially advocating 45% that will be initially there. Let us be under no illusion. And look, I think there will be a certain amount of gamesmanship that will be played in relation to this. What has been put in the block grant, what is there, will get spent. in 22-23. Let us not pretend that suddenly, by way of some form of agreement that is there, this is suddenly going to boost the amount of money going into Northern Ireland PLC. So I think there's a certain level of disingenuous quality to the way this has been presented. But it is also the case that in terms of, and the other thing as well is what I think is missing as part of this, it kind of presupposes that simply if the executive was meeting tomorrow, it would be in a position simply to agree a budget. There hasn't been any form of agreement. There's a wide level of divergence. It's not simply a matter of disagreement over small amounts of money. If we're looking at what is there in terms of the 3 years, there are pretty fundamental levels of difference, which means that there is not that agreement that is there. And I think we need to face up to that reality. We also need within our society to ensure that there is full stability as we move forward. And it is undoubtedly the case that the issue of the protocol has been, and I appreciate, I'm sure that the Deputy Speaker will soon draw me to a conclusion if I go too far into that. But that is actually creating an inherent instability, and we need once and for all to get that sore dealt with, so that we can actually have a much longer term both political stability and also financial stability. But I was going to turn, I suppose, to two other aspects finally of the budget. At least with what is there, compared to what potentially was on offer from the Finance Minister. The Finance Minister's budget, and it is important, I think there will need to be additional resources put into health. I think everyone agrees that. But the approach that has been taken by way of an alternative to what is there today utterly lacks any form of strategic direction. It is additional money for health without any level of commitment or plan for reform of health. And we have seen over the years, I know there's an argument, I'm sure we'd all like to have seen various routes of additional levels of financial support, particularly for health down the years. But down the years there has been growth in terms of that level of expenditure. But the missing element has been that fundamental level of reform. And frankly, without that reform, then we are only simply exacerbating an outstanding problem. And we're doing so also against the backdrop of the impact that it has on all other aspects of society. If I turn, I suppose, finally to the issue, the other committee that I serve on, the Economy Committee, we maintain, at least by way of taking the current budget and transposing at least to the early stages of 22-23, a previous commitment which put the economy at the heart of the programme for government and indeed what this would deliver. By contrast, if we were to go down the route of the Finance Minister's budget, for the first time ever, the economy would not be a top priority or the top priority of government. And we have seen in economy and justice, for example, if we are saying that health has got to be the only thing which is effectively protected, we do health a disservice by ignoring those other departments. As we've seen from a range of evidence within the Justice Committee, for example, we see a range of cuts that would have to be made which would have a level of knock-on effect. And the reality is that the shadow of the potential budget by the Finance Minister is having very major impact in terms of finance. We are at least able to roll forward on the economy side of it with, for example, levels of protection and support for our students, for student numbers, for apprenticeships, whereas we know that in terms of the proposals that have been put forward, if there was adoption of the Finance Minister's budget, they would have swinging levels of cuts in terms of higher and further education and also in terms of training, which, given the percentage of the overall budget that is there within the Department of Economy and is currently will be continue to be spent there, simply couldn't be avoided or protected by making other degrees of cuts. And we've seen, for example, even at present, because of the level of uncertainty created by the Finance Minister's proposals, that InvestNI have had to draw back on what they can do into the future. That is no way to build a stable and prosperous Northern Ireland. A stable and prosperous Northern Ireland is a key component of dealing with our health problem. It's a key component of dealing with the education problems that are out there. So while I think that this is not the ideal route in terms of moving forward. It is certainly a better route by way of the budget bill that we are faced with today than what would have been the alternative which is put forward by the Finance Minister. I think if there is a saving grace that is there from the current situation, it is perhaps the opportunity for people to draw back from a financial point of view. And when we come then to a longer-term budget for Northern Ireland, that we can actually do that with a much more strategic focus, because I think that is what is fundamentally lacking from the alternative proposal to today's budget. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I now rise to make a few brief remarks on the issues impacting on health arising from this bill specifically, although they can only be partially debated without also taking into account the context that we are unable to do longer-term budgeting at this time. So let me start with a simple example. The budget this year included, after October monitoring bids, £60 million to trust to meet COVID-19 pressures, nearly £11 million for vaccines management and £3.5 million for extension of vaccines, including boosters and the inclusion of the 12 to 15-year-olds. This was allocated by the Executive meeting and determining priorities. The plan, of course, was for multi-year budgeting, as has been mentioned here many times this afternoon. Here, the Department of Health estimates suggest that there are over £2 billion above baseline pressures for 2024-25. In part, Mr Deputy Speaker, this speaks to an unreformed system, but in part it is a legitimate requirement for COVID recovery in the longer term. Yet with no executive, these pressures amounting by then to a pressure close to over a third of the current baseline will not be managed, as we will in effect only be able to carry over the current budget. In theory, the net effect in a few years' time would be that the Department of Health would only have £3 for every £4 it requires. Mr Deputy Speaker, we may even just look at a piece of legislation currently going through this Assembly, and that's the Autism Amendment Bill, which includes an autism reviewer to provide scrutiny and support for people impacted by autism. There is no budget for that in this bill. As it stands, there still won't be in the next financial year at all, at least without taking money from elsewhere within health. In the even more immediate short term, there is an even more obvious example. We may in fact need money to cover COVID testing specific to Northern Ireland, even within the current financial year and certainly early in the next. This has thus far been covered by Barnett consequentials, but given the tendency of the UK Government to make decisions based on whims rather than clear evidence, we know that this is no longer likely. If we needed the funding from within existing budgets, where would it come from? How would it be agreed? Mr Deputy Speaker, I should add that this bill still represents a strange way to go before things about things overall. For example, New Decade, New Approach came without a clearly attached budget. Programmes for government are now developed on the basis of outcome-based approaches, yet budgets are still allocated by department. The core problem of budget bills like this one we have in front of us is that they mean we're trying to strategise in colour while we are still budgeting in black and white. Recent surveys have shown that COVID recovery, taken as a whole, is still one of the public's top 3 priorities, alongside health and education. There is no executive budget line exclusively to deal with this. However, and even transformation of health is not solely a Department of Health matter. By any means, true transformation of health outcomes would include improved housing stock, more physical activity in the education system, better work opportunities, enhanced addiction services, more money for rehabilitating offenders, and so on, which would all involve allocations primarily or purely for other departments. So in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, I have a particular concern that much of the vital work that falls between health and justice is falling between the cracks, given both departments are under such pressure even to fulfil core functions. This will have long-term negative impacts on well-being and will, in fact, only put more pressure on those departments in the future as they try to recover from not having been able to put in place relevant interventions such as around rehabilitation sooner. This is just one example of how this budget remains in too many areas to be that of a reactive administration rather than a proactive government. Thank you.
call Mike Nesbitt.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I've heard some familiar themes in the course of the debate. Getting out of silos, being effective in our scrutiny of the Executive and the Government departments, making sure there are adequate and appropriate budgets for the programme for government and its many facets, and criticism of the money we get out of London. Just on that latter point, what I didn't hear was any acknowledgement of the £3 billion plus, over £3 billion sterling, that London gave us for mitigations for the COVID pandemic, when our focus was on saving lives and livelihoods. I would argue there's probably never been a better time for Northern Ireland to have been part of the United Kingdom. And while I absolutely accept the legitimacy of Republicans and Nationalists seeking constitutional change, I would just say I think the lesson of the last 2 years is careful what you wish for.
He references the £3 billion. In fact, it was over £3 billion in just the first year. I suppose if we take even in terms of some of the consequences that will actually flow into this, the overall figure will actually be probably in excess of £5 billion. And again, that's not even taking into account the contribution that has been there in terms of the support from Westminster in terms of the furlough scheme.
I thank the member for his intervention, which I think backs up my proposition. Now, having said that, I think the Minister and I agree that we would prefer to be less dependent on Treasury, that we would like to grow our economy to the point where we were generating a lot more of our own wealth. I call it a prosperity agenda, measured by two key things: the quality of our public services, particularly health and education, but also the sense of well-being of our people. So it's not just about how much money somebody has in their back pocket on a Friday afternoon, important as that is. It's also about their sense of good mental health and well-being and fairness and equity. How many of our citizens get out of bed without the sense of purpose that we enjoy, without the drive that brings us here every day, sends us to bed with a sense of accomplishment, or maybe accomplishments mixed with a little frustration, so that we want to get up and go again tomorrow. So I think a prosperity agenda is very important and what we should be aiming for and using the budget to create. In terms of getting out of our silos and scrutinising, Deputy Speaker, I'm minded of an example in the 2011 to 2016 mandate when I was chairing the Office of OFM-DFM, now the Executive Office. And there was some cross-cutting activity going on, driven by OFM-DFM. You may recall delivering social change, which had 6 signature projects, one of which was to deliver additional literacy and numeracy support to, I think, 18,600 primary school children. A really, really good idea, backed by finance and backed by appropriate resource. The problem was when we tried to scrutinise it. OFM-DFM officials came to the committee and we asked them, how's it going? And their answer effectively was, no idea. Our role was simply to get the money into the Department of Education. They're leading on delivering this DSC programme. So then we said, OK, well, can we get the relevant officials from the Department of Education in front of the committee? And they said, no, okay, no, absolutely not. They report to the Committee for Education. So if we are going to go for this cross-cutting, outcomes-based accountability government, where government departments and ministers are going to work together collaboratively and share resources and share budgets, we have to think about reorganising our statutory committees to make sure that we have an effective means of bringing forward some scrutiny. Another example from that period, if I may, was with regard to a promise to offer a preschool place to every child. I think it was a minimum of 4 hours a day. And I saw a report where the department, which was leading on this, was boasting, I think it was 93% success, certainly over 90% success, in offering places to parents or guardians of children who were seeking preschool places for at least 4 hours in a day. Now, that is an output. It's not an outcome, because I was contacted by a family who lived outside Ards, who had been offered a place and were part of the 93% of success. The place they were offered was in a facility in Suffolk, in West Belfast, a 40-minute drive. So by the time the mother or father dropped the child off and got back to Ards, it was nearly time to go back and collect the child. So the policy objective of putting the child into preschool so that the parents could become economically active was a failure. And yet they were part of the 93% that we considered to be a success. I said yesterday, and I repeat again today, we had an objective to align the budget with the programme for government. And what we are doing is hurtling to the position where we achieve that by having neither. And I think that is an indictment of this mandate, Deputy Speaker. I hear members of the two big parties throwing insults across the floor. You collapsed it, you collapsed it. I collapsed it, you collapsed it. There's something else that we've forgotten about, and it's costing money out of this budget, and that's care and maintenance of a 347-acre site known as Maze Long Kesh. It has a development corporation whose motto is from conflict to peace, from peace to prosperity. And some years ago, we all agreed that it could deliver big style for our economy. 5,000 new jobs, £300 million of investment. And it was stopped by one party because of opposition to MLK being the site for the Peace Building and Conflict Resolution Centre. And since then, very little has happened to develop Maze Long Kesh or to deliver those 5,000 jobs. And it's not as if there isn't an alternative. I have often proposed taking back control of the old Crumlin Road courthouse and making it the Peace Building and Conflict Resolution Centre. The fact is, putting it in the Maze was to choose the most controversial, toxic, contested piece of land you could in the whole of Northern Ireland, in the views of victims, because some victims said it had to be there and some said it has to be anywhere but Maze Long Kesh. But now in the budget, it's just a line for care and maintenance. Frankly, Deputy Speaker, I don't think we're doing that well. I will, of course, support the budget, but I do hope, come the next mandate, we do a bit better.
I call John Blair.
Speaker, I rise mainly as a member of the Agriculture, Environment, Rural Affairs Committee, Deputy Speaker, and in that position I am aware of discussion around the DAERA budgetary position. That is the position currently, the position in recent monitoring rounds, and also what is being projected for DAERA in future proposals. I am therefore also aware that DAERA made a substantive application for £600 million additional funding in order to support its draft green growth strategy, which ostensibly sets out a pathway for local industry to move towards a cleaner system of working over the next 30 years. And of course it proposes much more than that. This is a departmental strategy aimed at delivering on many of the sustainability pledges outlined in the programme for government. And I say aimed, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the delivery of this flagship strategy is now itself uncertain.
The Department has been allocated, it would appear, only £175 million against the green growth application for the 22-25 period. I know that that's in the future, and while officials informed the committee that they were looking at this allocation positively, it will undoubtedly hamper intended progress of the green growth strategy work streams. It is regrettable that some, even limited means of addressing this shortfall could not have been found in the current position or through recent monitoring rounds. I am deeply concerned, Deputy Speaker, that without a clear path to acquire additional investment, planning, development and rollout of key initiatives, these will be lost, including significant capital investment in peatland restoration. Peatlands hold a vast amount of carbon in their soils and can add more from the atmosphere if they are functioning well and they are in a healthy state. I pointed out to the House only yesterday that of the 242,000 hectares of peatlands in Northern Ireland, approximately 86% are in a poor condition and are hemorrhaging carbon into the atmosphere instead of storing it safely in the ground. In relation to the budget, Deputy Speaker, peatland restoration is not the only casualty. A core element of data programming in recent years has been progression of initiatives to address social isolation in rural areas. To that end, the fact that no allocations have been made against TRIPSI across the multi-year budget, despite a need of £1.8 million per year, it is concerning that the outcomes of this programme can have very positive benefits for people's health and well-being, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic and, of course, as we move through COVID recovery. Progression, Deputy Speaker, of new commitments and priorities arising from COP26 and the new environment strategy and the new biodiversity strategy and the peatland strategy contain plans to tackle climate change, and these have also been impacted. Addressing key environmental pressures such as climate change, air and water pollution, addressing impacts from ammonia emissions and building a more resilient natural environment is also made much more difficult without adequate and positive budgetary provision. Dear Maid, I understand that a collective bid of £21.5 million for these initiatives in return received only £2.8 million. The shortfall in financing will no doubt have severe consequences on our natural environment and our efforts to tackle climate change. I hope the Minister could reflect on these concerns when he responds, and I say this, of course, fully mindful of the need for a working executive to deliver any of this. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I now call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, tonight I won't talk about the budget for 2022-23, as we're here this evening discussing the supply resolutions for the Northern Ireland Spring estimates, supplementary estimates, for 21-22. The 21-22 main estimates were approved by the Assembly in June 21. The budget position to which the main estimates were written has since been revised through the in-year monitoring rounds. The January monitoring round most recently, and its outcome was agreed by the Executive to establish the revised departmental spending plans, and these are now reflected in detail in the 21-22 spring supplementary estimates before us. I note there has been an increase in the total net cash requirement of £1.4 billion and in the net resource requirement of £1.61 billion when comparing the main estimate provisions. Overall, in this year's spring supplementary estimates, the Department of Finance is proposing an increase in resource DEL of £858 million, that's 18.1%, and a decrease in capital DEL of £23.9 million, that's a minus 3.4%, when compared to the main estimates for this financial year. During this period of this spring supplementary estimates, a number of key items were resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act. As spokesperson for communities, I will speak of the items relating to communities. I support the provision sought under the authority of the Budget Act to continue for welfare reform mitigations of £37,700,000 until the Welfare Supplementary Payments Amendment Bill 2022 is passed by the Assembly and achieves royal assent. Similarly, the annual uprating of this is the one that catches every chair of every Committee of Communities, pneumoconiosis that requires affirmative resolution of the Assembly will not happen by the end of March 22, therefore needs to be covered by the Budget Act until such times as the Assembly returns, hopefully after the next election. During this financial year, the supplementary estimate reflects the changes to the budget position for the Department for Communities for 21-22 made in monitoring rounds and AMI forecasts. As a result of all changes, there was an increase in the net resource requirement of $109,502,000 and an increase in the net cash requirements of $81,274,000. This was much needed, as highlighted earlier in this debate by the Chair of the Committee for Communities. The initial budget for this financial year started much lower than the amount I feel the Department needed to meet its large range of duties. While this Assembly continues to prioritise health and education, our housing stock continues to need to be maintained. The waiting list for homes grows longer, and we still have children and families living in poverty. I do recognise that during the year there were significant allocations to alleviate pressures created by the pandemic. Our councils, community and voluntary sector and statutory bodies and the Department continued to deliver an incredible service to society as the virus continued to impact all of us. Their work was and continues to be vital across our community. Minister, I'd like to take a moment to confirm that Communities remains at the front line of the pandemic mitigations. I have heard directly from the Northern Ireland Housing Executive that it will take at least 18 months to recover from the impact on housing created by COVID. During the pandemic, significant partnership working enabled many people and families to be housed in temporary accommodation. With that coming to an end, we are facing an increase in people in housing stress being without a permanent home. It's a situation that will need financing in order to help some of our most vulnerable citizens. 45% won't cut it. This evening, the Budget Bill seeks agreement, of course, to provide interim resources and funding for the first few months of the 22-23 financial year in the form of the vote on account. This is equivalent to a total resource requirement of £11.1 billion and a cash requirement of £9.8 billion. I note the Department for Communities has been awarded £124 million of headroom, £77 million is for thermal insulation for housing executive properties and £47 million is for the Housing Executive's Tower Block programme. This is very welcome. Going forward, communities cannot continue to have to depend on monitoring rounds to supply funds to meet needs. Communities can help our economy through investment. To support the build of new homes by retrofitting the 66,000 housing executive homes that are over 40 years old. That construction programme alone will help our local community to help to create and maintain jobs and will go quite some way to achieving our environmental targets while making homes more energy sufficient for residents. To achieve this, communities needs to be funded. And while I accept money will be tight, it is tight. It will remain financially difficult until such times as the substantial reforms needed in health are addressed. In conclusion, Mr Speaker, I hope there will be an executive after the election, that the programme for government will include a housing outcome, and there is agreement for cross-departmental sharing of funds. And I do agree with my colleague from Strangford, Mr Nesbitt, when he talked about a reform of this place, because while we have departments working vertically and our own systems here working horizontally, we are not able to scrutinise appropriately. We need that cross-departmental sharing of funds in order to deliver an effective programme of delivery for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Jerry Carroll, I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Once again, I'll be opposing, or doing my best to oppose, another Stormont budget, which is inadequate and does not nearly deliver the expansion of support and services that people so desperately need when faced with a spiralling cost of living crisis, sustained poverty and a deep health crisis that impacts on every family. Average prices are up by over 5%, cost of petrol and diesel is up over 20%, and the average home's energy bills are up around £1,000 at least from last year. People are struggling like never before and no solutions are being offered to deal with this. Now, for years, politicians told us there was no money to pay for services. Then, Deputy Speaker, during the pandemic, they found millions, billions for all sorts of handouts. I would ask, where is the urgency when it comes to addressing the cost of living crisis? Money must be found to tackle low wages, poverty and to give people a fair deal. And politicians must show the same urgency around poverty, low wages and mental health as they did during COVID, severely lacking these issues in this budget. Our health service has been hammered with years of austerity, privatisation and the impact of a global pandemic. Waiting lists are increasing to the point that huge swathes of people are languishing in pain without any sign of treatment in sight. Health workers who carried us through COVID are now struggling to live on low wages, and immediate funding needs found to uplift pay on services. Years of welfare reform brought in by Sinn Féin and the DUP has devastated communities, and those who are forced to survive on benefits are turning to food banks and making the most difficult choices, whether to skip meals to feed their kids or whether to heat or eat. Tory welfare reforms need overturned, and welfare support needs drastically expanded in line with what anti-poverty experts are demanding. This budget does not do any of that, and I won't be signing up to it today. Year on year, I've criticised the process involved in the budget setting process, its lack of accountability, transparency, and the inability for the opposition to properly scrutinise legislation. Today's budget is another example of this, published last night, put together as a sticking plaster to keep things ticking over for the next period in light of the crisis that engulfs politics here as we appear into another election. The DUP share much of the blame for the mess our society is in, but the parties have made up the entire executive share responsibility here. Indeed, the executive obviously may not or isn't sitting, but this legislation looks exactly like previous executive budgets: opaque, insufficient, and deeply concerning. Since the DUP withdrew from the executive, the debate has been now around the failure to secure a 3-year budget versus this one. And now that the 3-year budget has been stalled, this isn't an unimportant debate, and the DUP must be called out for their reckless, self-serving move to create another crisis over the protocol, beating the communal drum and trying to shore up their support at the polls in order to thwart an electoral crisis. But I would also say that those who are holding up their previous 3-year budget as something to champion as a solution to the deep crisis we are in are way off. If we look at the issue of public sector pay, for example, a crucial issue that, if uplifted, could help address the cost of living crisis overnight. Nothing contained in the previous 3-year budget consultation would concretely address this. It contained no commitment on public sector pay increases. On health pay, too, the political establishment has been woefully inadequate. 3% from the Minister is an insult. Talk of 6% from other parties does nearly go far enough. We need immediate moves to meet trade union demands of 10% or above. Otherwise, we'll be faced with strike action once again with health workers, and I will be proud to stand with them. Now, faced with a crisis in Stormont, we see some really disgraceful proposals, not least the threatened failure to fund up to 900 units of temporary accommodation in the Housing Executive at a time when we are faced with a chronic homeless crisis. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency in West Belfast, I've been busy over the last number of weeks supporting an inspiring occupation of women workers at Regina Shelley Hostel, a site of temporary accommodation that is being threatened with closure. It is outrageous that in this context another 900 units of already existing temporary accommodation are threatened to be axed. Mr. Speaker, the 5-party executive spent 2 years failing to protect the vulnerable and provide for people. The DUP in particular have acted disgracefully throughout this period, beating the communal drum in order to stave off and distract from their own internal crisis. I hope this does not work for them. For my part, I will continue to be a voice for socialist working-class politics to fight for a different way forward, to prioritise immediate moves to raise the minimum wage to tackle the cost of living crisis, the protection of the vulnerable in our society by replacing failed Tory welfare reforms with a humane alternative, the creation of a public jobs programme to help deal with the rise in unemployment, the environmental crisis and the housing crisis, increased funding and capacity for the NHS, including a massive recruitment campaign to deal with the ever-mounting waiting lists, urgent increase in funding for mental health services, the strengthening and extension of COVID support measures to protect workers and the vulnerable in our communities, a significant across-the-board pay rise for workers and strengthening of workers' rights, better financial support for low-paid and precarious employed who need to self-isolate, free education for all, and for a proper pay rise for UCU workers, education welfare officers and everybody else who are fighting for that. So maybe in a minority of one tonight, but I'm going to try and vote against this. Thank you.
I now call the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and respond to the debate.
Well, and I want to thank the members and the chairs and the deputy chairs who have contributed to the second stage of the budget bill today. It's very useful to hear the views of the respective committees and members on the important financial and economic issues that face us as an administration. Many of the points were obviously specific to the departments they scrutinise, and I wouldn't be in a position to answer all of them. I will endeavour to deal with some of the questions that were raised in the debate today. Once again, I would like to thank the Finance Committee for agreeing to accelerated passage in relation to the bill, which is obviously necessary, not just to get this through in time, but also to ensure, given the situation we now find ourselves in, that we have the ability to fund departments in the next number of months. The Chair of the Finance Committee, Steve Aiken, raised a number of questions which I'd like to address. One in relation to the actions to be taken to improve delivery in terms of capital delivery. We don't directly lead the Strategic Investment Board, but it has been developing the Executive's investment strategy, which will deliver long-term planning in relation to capital. Unfortunately, the investment strategy, as with the budget and the programme for government, has now been blocked by the absence of an executive. He also raised questions about the victims' payments, and I am perturbed to hear that there's only 2 payments have been made to date. There are approximately 1,600 applications in the system currently, and the award of payments has not been delayed due to a lack of funding. And the Executive has provided the funding to 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 ensure the scheme can progress. And of course, we still are in dispute resolution mode with Treasury in relation to who ultimately pays and their share of paying for that funds, but it is not, as he asked the question, in relation to a lack of funding for that. Paula Bradley, the Chair of the Communities Committee, was raising the issue that she feels communities is under-resourced. I think that's interesting, because I've often been accused in the Executive, Mr Weir will remember, of giving communities too much money and not giving other departments enough money, but it's interesting to hear from the same party source that the reverse. But just for the record, and communities is a very vital department, delivers a huge range of vital services. The budget under the draft budget proposals would have increased by 1.9% in each of the first 2 years and 2.1% in the third year, and that included funding for welfare mitigation measures, which we all know are vital in terms of protecting households from the worst impacts of the British Government's welfare reforms. And there was also a very significant capital allocation for communities over the £820 million over the 3 years, and we had also agreed that as and when any capital came back to the centre during this period, social housing would be one of the priority areas for reallocating this capital, along with green growth. Matthew O'Toole in his contribution raised a number of questions in relation to the Fiscal Council. I think Andrew Moore also raised some questions and deal with perhaps both of them. The initial terms of reference, the question was around both the legal status of the legislative status of the Fiscal Council and the funding attached to it. The terms of reference have been agreed and remain unchanged following extensive consultation. The Department is now focusing on developing legislation to put the Fiscal Council on a statutory footing which will supersede the terms of reference. And while the agreed terms of reference will be the foundation of the legislation, other issues that need detailed consideration include the public appointments of the Chair and members and staff, resourcing, access to information, governance and powers, reporting mechanisms and the relationship with the Assembly committees and ministers. The Department of Finance did receive approval to fund the Fiscal Council in 21-22 and 22-23 under the sole authority of the Budget Act, but once the legislation is passed, and that would be expected in early 2023, this will formally establish the Fiscal Council and avoid reliance in the future then on the sole authority of the Budget Act. The other point was raised by Matthew Toole in relation to the European Social Fund and the match funding issue in relation, pardon me, in relation to the groups that are very much in crisis at the moment in terms of whether they can continue to provide very vital training and education services. I did offer a solution in this regard to both the Economy and the Communities Minister. The Communities Minister took up that solution, and the Economy Minister, I heard yesterday, say in the Chamber that he was going to provide some certainty for those groups in the near future through his own resources within the department. So I hope that is the case, and I look forward, because I did meet some of those groups yesterday morning and they still were uncertain in relation to their future position. So I'm hoping, if the Department of the Economy is now in a position to provide that degree of certainty and avoid the issue of redundancy notices, then I would very much look forward to that degree of certainty being given to them. Mr O'Toole also raised the issue of the accessibility of the budget documents, not in terms of the information provided, but how accessible they are, and of course the alignment between multi-year budget programme for government. These are all points I agree with him on. The fact is we have to legislate for a budget in a time frame. If the programme for government document is there and should be there in order to align with that, that is obviously much better, and I think it allows for more ease of access in terms of accountability around budgets to have that in place. And of course, while it is necessary legally to give people the very weighty tomes of budget documents so they can study line by line all of the expenditure, I do think we in order for the general public to get a clearer understanding, I think we do need to look as the time goes on in making them more accessible and making that read across more easy in terms of the budget, understanding of the budget and how that aligns with the various other documents that an executive will produce, so people can have that level of scrutiny themselves. He asked some questions about the cost of living crisis, and of course we did introduce the £55 million scheme with the Department of Communities. We have some, and I have signalled that, intend to allocate some further funding over the course of the rest of this financial year. But the absence of an executive means we cannot create new schemes. And so, while the Department of Communities has that scheme up and running, I'd be interested to see how it's working in terms of paying out. We cannot create additional schemes. We will have to just match fund, or sorry, we have to fund, and there are a number of departments have come forward seeking funding. We will have to fund some existing programmes within them. There were a number of questions raised in relation to transformation of health as part of because inevitably the debate moved from the budget scenario that we're dealing with into the prospects of a 3-year budget and in relation to transformation of health. And of course, the transformation of health is key in terms of that. It wasn't just the issue of tackling the big issues in health, it was a case of the transformation. So the draft budget provided funding over the 3-year budget period to meet in full the Health Minister's bid for elective care, cancer and mental health rebuild strategies, and to help transform our health service and reduce waiting lists. In addition, there was some £147 million of ND&A transformation funding was also to be provided over this period, giving the Department of Health a 10% real terms increase in relation to that. I listened to Mr Weir and to Mr Buckley, and they were obviously sent out today as a tag team to defend the position that the DUP have now taken up. Pam Cameron took up the role yesterday, and it's almost now the fact is that they have done us a favour by bringing down the executive, because the budget was flawed anyway. So it was nothing to do really. The protocol was obviously the reason they had given for bringing down the executive. I have to say, in my observations of the negotiations going on over the protocol, we rarely get a mention. So it is important. They say that unionism is listened to. We have listened to it and listened to it and listened to it. It was also important that the people get listened to. And the people are the only ones who are suffering as a consequence of your action. It's not impacting at all in the EU negotiations. They're going to trundle on to the other side of the election. Our ability to allocate spending and to do the things we need to do has been impacted by the fact that you have withdrawn from the executive and cut down our opportunity to take decisions. So, a number of rationales were advanced to this, and Ms Cameron offered it yesterday and Jonathan Buckley offered it today, that we shouldn't really be doing the budget ahead of an election. The DUP knows, and Mr Weir, who is a former minister, knows, we have to do it within a time frame. It's a legislative requirement to do it. They keep repeating this, almost like the Trump playbook. If you say something often enough, then people will actually start to believe it. We had to do it within the time frame we have to do. The budget process in terms of setting the draft budget began last summer, when we asked for planning. We talked to departments about likely budget scenarios. People will be aware we don't know the amount we get until the comprehensive spending review is complete in the autumn. But we planned a number of scenarios in relation to that. And we also planned it on the basis that health was the priority, because that's what the executive told us. That's what the parties told us before the executive was even reformed. Now, Mr Weir has expressed a degree of surprise that the economy was not the #1 priority. But he sat on the executive which decided health was the #1 priority. So it seems to be that hanging around with the Tories has also introduced a degree of cynicism in the DUP, where they can stand out like Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson outside Downing Street and applaud the health service every Thursday night over the course of the pandemic. But when it comes to putting money behind that and actually saying the priority they told us for the last 2 years was their priority, it wasn't their priority at all. Their priority was supporting business or wherever they happen to be, have their interest in the economy. And we did a strategy session for the budget. It wasn't that this has been bounced on people in the last. This has been in the planning since last summer. And we did a strategy session and we got everyone in together. We got a facilitator, and I have to say that the contribution from the DUP in that strategy session was minimal, absolutely minimal. I think there was actually only 2 of the ministers spoke at the session, the First Minister and the DAERA Minister, who spoke briefly at the end. The Minister for Economy, from my memory, and the Minister for Education, not the former Minister for Education, the current Minister for Education, I don't believe spoke during the strategy session that we had to try and carve out a 3-year budget. So we had to operate on the basis of what the Executive had told us, had stated publicly, and all of the parties had stated publicly. Now it seems that health was not the priority for the DUP, that all of the bump about supporting our frontline services and nurses and doctors and our health staff was all indeed hypocrisy and just rhetoric from the DUP. And I have no doubt that we were in a negotiation phase in relation to the budget, and that's why the £300 million that we can play in, we could have played into the finances next year, would have been important in that regard, because there were undoubtedly ministers and departments who had difficulties with the consequences that was thrown up. None of them faced a cut, by the way. And that's been advanced by a number of speakers here today, that departments would face a cut, and the Department of Economy has a real increase year on year. So why Invest NI are not able to offer people money, I do not know. Why they're going telling universities that student places are being decimated, I do not know, because they're getting more money. So they're taking a conscious decision to attack students and support for students. But the departments were getting a real term increase year on year. And they've decided to misrepresent all of this, just as the DUP are now misrepresenting their refusal to be sitting in the Executive to take budgetary decisions on the basis that they're actually doing us a favour because the budget was flawed anyway. Such nonsense, absolute nonsense. And I'd be as well being honest with people. And I know, as I say, it's almost a tag team over the last 2 days of people coming advancing the same flawed analysis, the same complete misrepresentation of the position, the legal position around the budget, in an attempt, as I say, by the Trump playbook to tell a lie often enough, then people who might misunderstand it and people might believe it, actually. There were a number of other points raised, again by Mr Weir and Mike Nesbitt, the additional COVID funding. Of course, every time we got additional money over the course of the pandemic, I stood up here and I welcomed it, absolutely welcomed it. We were not unique. Every government in the Western world who had money spent additional money trying to protect people from the pandemic. So it wasn't something that only happened in London. It happened in every other system, because we all pay taxes, and when we're in a crisis we expect the government to support us in that crisis, who we paid our taxes to. But I have to say, you know, the issues, I mean, that issue has been advanced in support of the union. That's fair enough. People can make their electoral speeches, as Mr Weir outlined in the hustings debate that we're currently having. But the reality is not a unique position for anybody in the Western world, that a government who has resources was able to provide some resources. The fact that our health service is in crisis, and has been in crisis for over 10 years, is because the government has not been providing resources. They have cut public spending, and your party kept such a government in power when it had an opportunity to remove them from power and put in a government which was promising to increase spending on public services. Just some additional points that were made was I actually agree with Mr Blair in relation to the peatland conversion. I had the opportunity to visit Culca Mountain over the summertime, and interestingly I was walking around Newry today on a discussion in relation to development, and Newry is very fortunate that it hasn't just one but has 2 waterways going through the centre of the town, in the canal and the Plenary River, and the department's solution to potential flooding is to build up more walls, so we will end up not being able to see the river in the centre of Newry, and the cost of that, as opposed to restoring the peatlands and the wetlands to stop the floods coming down, to me seems quite crazy, when they would make not only a benefit a bit cheaper option to spend money up there, but also a more environmentally sustainable option than to build higher walls around the rivers going through our town centres. So clearly there is a need for joined-up thinking which is focused on climate change. And there were a number of other points, as I say, very valid points raised in relation to many matters of challenge that the departments have. Pat Catney, for instance, raised one that it's a lack of strategy or a problem. It's a lack of finances is our problem. And that has been the case. Of course, we could strategise better, we could plan better, we could certainly do things better. That's always the case. There's no system of government is anywhere near perfect, and ours is no different. And of course, we could do all of these things better. But the central point has been the impact of austerity on public services. So when we're now trying to invest in a way to stop the health service continuing to exist in the crisis level it does, that impacts on all other departments because we don't have the resources to go across all of the public services that we want, and therefore we have to make choices. And those choices would have been made by an executive in the coming weeks because that was what we were required to do. And we would have found some level of agreement however we found it, because that's what we would be required to do. So to say that we have been done a favour by the fact that we haven't an executive is to stretch the truth beyond any recognition whatsoever. Mr Carroll made a range of points in relation to all that we're doing wrong and the reasons why he doesn't support the budget, and I respect his right. Of course, it's last year's budget he's talking about, it's not future budgets. But the reality is, if you want all of the things to be done that you say have to be done with a finite budget, then you have to say what won't be done. And that's a basic requirement, and I realise that does require a resource and support which a single operator here would have difficulty in doing. But the basic premise, if you disagree with what we're doing in terms of trying to propose spending to try and support, as we have done, talked about welfare mitigations. We have now made brought in the living wage, the living wage standard living wage. We have taken a range of measures to try and support vulnerable people with the limited resources we have, and we don't have the resources we want, and we would do much, much more if we had the resources we want. But if we're told that we need to spend money in terms of wage increases in the public sector, which I fully support and would love to see us having the resources to do, then in the finite budget we have to say where it's coming from as well. And perhaps he has some answers to that, and if so, I do look forward to hearing them in the time ahead. Last Concordia, I mean, we could continue on, as I'm sure people may not thank us for that, but as usual the debate has been informative and lively, and some of it's even related to the matter in hand, which is always a benefit. But it's imperative that the legislation debated today does continue its passage through this Assembly so that public services and our response to the COVID pandemic can be delivered without delay or interruption. So in conclusion, last Concord, I ask members to support the bill, thereby authorising the spending on public services by departments in the 21-22 and into the early months of 22-23 in the vote on account.
Members, before we come to the question, I've advised members that as this is the budget bill, it is established practice that the motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the second stage of the budget bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put again in 3 minutes. I remind members that you should continue to uphold social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order, members. Would members resume their seats, please? Before I put the question, I would again remind members present that, if possible, it is preferable if we could avoid division. The question is that the second stage of the budget bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I'll ask this one more time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I am hearing ayes from all sides of the House and a single dissenting voice from Mr Carroll. And as such, I am satisfied that the necessary cross-community support has been demonstrated. So the ayes have it. That concludes the second stage of the budget bill. Amendments to the bill may be submitted to the Bills Office by 9:30 tomorrow, Thursday, the 24th of February. Let's get going. Order, members. I'll ask members to resume their seat again. The next item in the order paper is a motion on the Assembly Commission's budget for 2022 to 2025. I'll ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes the report of the Audit Committee on the scrutiny of the Assembly Commission's budget for the three-year period from 2022-23 to 2024-25, as laid before the Assembly on the 30th of November 2021, and agrees the Assembly Commission's budget for 2022-23, 2023-24 and 2024-25.
Thank you, and I call Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Right to move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The Business Committee has agreed to allocate 1 hour for this debate, with 10 minutes to move and a further 10 minutes to wind, with 5 minutes being available to all other speakers. I now invite you to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Assembly Commission has a statutory duty under Section 40 of the Northern Ireland Act to provide the Assembly or ensure that the Assembly is provided with the property, staff and services required for the Assembly's purposes. The Assembly Commission develops a draft budget for each year to seek to deliver all of the services required by this Assembly. That draft budget is then scrutinised by the Audit Committee, which includes input from the Department of Finance to help inform the Committee's scrutiny. Members will be aware that a three-year budget from 2022 to 2025 was proposed as part of this budget cycle. The Assembly Commission has prepared its budget plans on that basis, and the Audit Committee has scrutinised those three-year plans. The Audit Committee then reports to the Assembly on the Commission's draft budget. The Committee's report on the Commission's budget for 2022 to 25 was laid in the Business Office on the 30th of November 2021 and informs today's debate. This motion and the subsequent vote enables the Assembly to determine the resources that the Commission needs to enable the Assembly to carry out its legislative functions. That agreed budget is then notified to the Department of Finance for inclusion in any budget that is then presented by the Finance Minister. Mr Deputy Speaker, the House will be aware that on the 15th of February 2022, the Finance Minister made a statement about budgetary matters and the difficulties that recent political developments might cause for the preparation of the Executive's budget plans. The Assembly Commission is not part of the Executive and must continue to plan for its activities for the three-year budget period. That is not to ignore the wider situation, but to recognise that the Assembly Commission has indeed a specific role to play. Turning to the figures in the Commission's draft budget from 2022 to 25, I will cover the next financial year in more detail and draw out any significant changes that are likely to arise in the future years. For 2022 to 23, the total budget is £50.76 million and £3.9 million for capital expenditure. The first category that is included in the Commission's budget is income. Next year, the Commission expects to receive income of £684,000. Of that, approximately £604,000 relates to the recovery of the cost of ministerial salaries from the executive departments. The remainder is in respect of staff who are expected to be seconded to other public sector entities. The second category of salaries and expenses paid to members covers a range of areas including member salaries, constituency office and support staff costs, members' travel costs and other associated costs to members. The salary that will be paid to members, ministers, committee chairs and members of the Assembly Commission was set by the Independent Financial Review Panel. The forecast for 2022-23 is £6.73 million, with an increase of £500 per member for the final 2 years. The Commission has not made any attempt to predict how member salaries might be impacted by the formation of any future IFRP, Independent Financial Review Panel, or a Members' Remuneration Board. The amount that members can recover to meet the cost of running a constituency office, including the cost of member support staff, is expected to total just under £11.5 million in 2022-23, rising to £11.75 million in 24-25. The level of expenses recoverable for some constituency office running costs has not been changed since 2016, and the Commission proposes to publish a further determination in the new mandate to make a modest increase to these. The Commission also proposes to make additional constituency office staffing support available to those members who have a baby. Payment to members in respect of travel costs are forecast to be £304,000 in 2022 and 23, reflecting a modest increase, as these have not seen any increase since 2016. Members' other costs include winding up expenses, resettlement expenses and any ill health retirements that might occur. Next year will see a significant increase in these costs as a result of the Assembly election in May. These costs are forecast to be £593,000 for 22-23, but then falling to a more normal level of £88,000 and £90,000 for the following 2 years. The third major category in the Commission's budget covers the salary payments for Secretariat staff and the administrative costs that are incurred to deliver the full range of services needed by this Assembly. Secretariat staff salary costs is forecast to be £21.74 million for next year, which is, in effect, a reduction in the forecast that was made for the current year, as there will be a reduction in staff as the legislative pressures at the end of the current Assembly mandate ease. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to spend a moment on the cost of staff to support the simultaneous interpretation of Assembly business in Irish and Ulster Scots, as the Audit Committee referred to this in this report. On the 15th of June 2021, the Assembly debated and approved the direction from the Assembly under Section 45 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. The Assembly resolved that it directs the Assembly Commission, where there is appropriate demand and subject to review after 6 months, to provide simultaneous and passive system for interpretation in the Assembly that is capable of supporting one meeting at any one time. Assembly members were surveyed to assess the demand for this service. The Assembly Commission agreed at its meeting on the 9th of February 2022 that the response indicated that there was political demand for the level of simultaneous interpretation as set out in its initial budget plans. In line with the resolution of the Assembly, this provision will be reviewed 6 months after it has been implemented. The Commission's administration costs are forecast to be £6.45 million in 2022-23, with a slight decrease in the following 2 years. Administration costs cover a wide range of expenditure items, including committee expenses, building rates, utility costs, repairs and maintenance costs, and third-party support for the business-critical IT systems like broadcasting, catering and research. The next category is payments to parties under the Financial Assistance for Political Parties Scheme 2016, or FAP as we know. Mr Deputy Speaker, members will be aware of the work that was carried out by the Assembly and the Executive Review Committee to review the Statement of Entitlements for an official opposition. The AERC reported on its findings on the 9th of November, and the Assembly agreed the report's recommendations, including that £100,000 of additional funding should be made available to a party of 10 members that enters opposition. The Commission is also reviewing the current FAP scheme, as the amounts payable have not changed since 2016. As FAP is mainly used to fund party support, staff and the rates have not changed since 2016, a 10% increase has been budgeted for in 2022-23, with a 2% increase in the subsequent years. Based on both these factors, the budget for FAP 2022 and 23 now stands at £988,000. The penultimate category relates to depreciation charges, which are forecast to be £3.14 million for 2022-2023, rising to £3.9 million in 24-25. This is mostly made up of the depreciation charge on the value of Parliament buildings. And all of the categories of expenditure highlighted make up the total of £50.76 million for Resourcedale expenditure for next year. Turning to capital expenditure, the Commission requires a significant capital investment programme over the next few years of £3.99 million in 2022-23, with a further £3.16 million in 2023-24 and just over £1 million for 2024 to 2025. Some of the expenditure for 22 to 23 relates to projects that were due to complete this year, but will now complete next year. Much of this arose due to the difficulties in securing the services of external specialist support in Parliament buildings, as the residual impacts of COVID-19 remained. For 2022 to 23, the capital plan includes the essential replacement of broadcasting infrastructure in rooms 21 and 29, the replacement of the video equipment in the chamber, as well as the replacement of building security system, Wi-Fi and corporate systems. For the following year, further broadcasting investment for both audio and video systems in the Senate chamber and audio infrastructure in this chamber are indeed planned. Finally, a desktop PC replacement programme and website redevelopment projects are also planned for 2024-25. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of the Commission, I would like to take this opportunity to record my sincere thanks to the Assembly Commission staff for their very considerable efforts that they have made to facilitate the work of the Assembly in what has remained to be a challenging year. Members, I commend the Commission's budget proposals for 2022-23, 2023-24 and 24-25 to the House.
I call Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. From the outset, on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, I want to place on record our thanks to the Assembly Secretariat and staff for their dedication in the face of unprecedented disruption brought about by the pandemic. The final year of any mandate is always extremely busy, and COVID-19 has generated added challenges to our institutions. Therefore, it is appropriate that we show our appreciation. The largest category of the draft Assembly Commission budget relates to staff salaries and administration costs. This expenditure is part and parcel of ensuring Assembly business runs smoothly and integral services are provided to members, employees and the public. This includes everything from rates, electricity and gas and IT to broadcasting, cleaning and catering. In the next 3 financial years, a number of capital projects will also be taken forward in areas like security and IT. The DUP wants to ensure safeguards are in place to ward against slippage or indeed return of unspent funds. The Assembly Commission has a duty to ensure the effective stewardship of public funds. There are a number of outstanding issues which impact on this draft budget that need to be rectified going forward, not least the situation with regard to the Speaker being paid in full during periods of suspension. Additional flexibility for members who have to travel long distances owing to the frequency of late-night sittings of this House is welcome, as is the headroom provided to cover additional staffing costs should members have a baby or adopt a child if there is political agreement on such a measure in a new mandate. These measures are important toward ensuring an effective work-life balance for members and support their health and well-being. However, the Democratic Unionist Party shares the concern expressed by the Audit Committee about the projected cost of simultaneous interpretation of Assembly business in Irish and Ulster Scots. Nor are we convinced of the need for 6 interpreters. We are not supportive of this element of the draft budget. The inclusion of this budget line in the absence of wider agreement on the Commission on the logistics of such a service is, we feel, premature. It remains improbable that the spending envisaged would represent good value for money or enhance the standing of these institutions at a time of rising living costs and pressures on the public purse as a result of the COVID-19 recovery. More generally, the rush to include such financial provision in the Commission budget for the next 3 years is yet another illustration of the partial and one-sided implementation of the New Decade New Approach Agreement. This was an agreement that contained a range of interlocking and interdependent commitments, yet to date it has been cherry-picked. Narrow projects have been prioritised, narrow pet projects. The pledge for extra police officers abandoned, and protections for Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market have fallen by the wayside. In this context, the inclusion of simultaneous interpretation costs in this budget is wholly disproportionate. As a party, we also believe the resources, profile and status provided for an official opposition should not of themselves be an incentive or indeed a disincentive. The additional financial allowance built into this budget carries the risk of upsetting that balance. We believe that there will be an onus on parties to review this at the commencement of the new mandate. So in summary, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst I acknowledge that much of this draft is not contentious and is key for the continuing effective operation of this place, I echo the concerns expressed by members of the Audit Committee. The pause of the plans for a three-year budget provides an opportunity to reflect on the weaknesses of what is being proposed and to promote a deal that is fair to everyone and, most of all, the taxpayer. Thank you.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight absolutely in appreciation of our Assembly staff, Secretariat and the work that happens behind the scenes to make all of us be able to work here in the Chamber. It has been an extraordinary period of time for all of the staff, and I don't know about the rest of you, but the last 6 months have been extremely busy, and we have staff that are working extraordinarily long hours. I know that last week I was talking to staff after 11 o'clock at night who were still busy at work. What I would say about today's debate on the Northern Ireland Assembly Commission budget is the papers were quite hard to get. While they were laid in the Business Office, they weren't available to all members, and perhaps that's something that the Commission could maybe make sure is improved for the future. There are a few issues that I would like to raise as an ordinary member. We are paying money at this period of time already for translators, sign language translators, but where's the one place that they're not available in this House? On any of those screens. So that means then that we have translators in place that are available to the outside world, but for those of us in this House who may have hearing impairments, who would appreciate sign language, they're not available to us. That may be something operationally we consider when we're talking about translators. I was part of the AERC committee when we discussed the opposition, and Ms Bunning is absolutely right. During our considerations in AERC, the financing of opposition was not meant to incentivise any party to go into opposition, and it was also similarly not there to disincentivise a party from being in opposition. The money that was set aside, or the money considered from AERC, was based on a level of staffing that would provide an effective opposition in this place. And as we've seen from recent weeks, if the mandatory coalition cannot work, then perhaps we need to go back to that system of opposition again, where the government is held to account. I'm not going to talk about members' salary increases or expenses, because that's just something that riles the public. But what I would say is I do welcome, absolutely welcome, the fact that members' staff will now be able to take maternity leave, knowing that they're not under pressure to come back to work early, and that members will be able to replace those staff while they're on maternity leave or paternity leave. I was glad to hear that there's mention of significant improvements coming forward to the broadband and Wi-Fi for this place, because I don't know about the rest of you, but it is horrendous. I can't make a mobile phone call in the office that I've been allocated here in Parliament buildings, and Zoom calls can quite often be intermittent at best. What I would ask, and what appears to be significantly missing from this budget, is investment in our bill office. Our bill office is coping now, as we know, during this mandate with an increased number of private members' bills coming forward. But it is a small team, and it's a small team coming out of COVID. But I don't see that investment in this budget. I would just wonder perhaps if whoever's summarising at the end might let me know how that might be funded. There is concern that members do not have access to legal services, and particularly in regard with private members' bills, and I thought that would have been something that could have come forward. Perhaps now, coming to the end of a mandate, and with so many private members' bills coming to an end to further consideration stage, that is maybe only just coming to light. But there are also changed working patterns for staff and members in this place. and I would just ask that consideration is made to the savings that we can make when staff or members aren't here in this building. With regards to the translators for Irish and Ulster Scots, it is a New Decade, New Approach. There were many other things in New Decade, New Approach, and this happens to be one of them. And I can appreciate when some say that this is picking out, cherry-picking parts. There's quite a lot that I would like to have seen forward in New Decade, New Approach that hasn't moved. But there was a commitment to Irish and Ulster Scots being provided in this place. I can't actually wait for the day that we have the translators in place, because at long last, for someone who has partial hearing, if I can get subtitles on one of those screens, I would be delighted, even if it's in English. If it's in Ulster Scots or Irish, I will try my best, because our communications in this building should reflect on the needs of the people who are working here. I'm one of those people. There are many others like me in this building, and we don't get that option. So when someone says that they are concerned about the amount of money that's going to be spent on Irish and Ulster Scots, I'm delighted that people do speak Irish and Ulster Scots. I just wish that some of the rest of us that have other communication needs were considered too. Thank you.
And I call William Irwin, who's the Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I speak today as the Deputy Chairperson of the Audit Committee in undertaking its consideration of the Commission's draft budget plans for 2022 to 2025. The Committee was mindful of the statutory functions of the Commission, in which, in particular, the legal requirement to meet all costs associated with members, recognise that those costs cannot be withheld or altered by the Commission, and as such they are not under its control. The Commission's draft budget for the 3-year period reflects the costs that are likely to be incurred at the start of the new Assembly mandate, and is based on an assumption of a near to normal operating environment. In relation to its capital budget, the Committee noted that a number of projects were carried forward from 2021 to 2022 because progress was slower than expected. The projects will now be completed in 2022 to 2023, with the majority of the capital expenditure being incurred during this time. Moving forward, the Committee would wish to see tight controls over timetables to minimise the potential of slippage. During its oral evidence sessions with Commission officials on the 3rd of November and 24th of November 2021, the Committee explored a wide range of issues given the limited time for this debate. I will concentrate on just a few. The Committee noted that the draft budget proposals did not include costs for Parliament Buildings Roof project. Given the commercially sensitive and legal issues involved, the Committee agreed to invite officials to attend its meeting on the 24th of November to provide an oral update in closed session. However, the Committee was told that no further information beyond that was included in a written update could be provided, whether in open session or closed session. The Committee finds the refusal of this information unacceptable. Members questioned officials on the costs for the provision of translation services that allow any person to conduct their business before the Assembly or an Assembly Committee through Irish or Ulster Scots, and the provision of simultaneous translation system. The Committee was advised that the cost of 6 interpreters, 3 each of Irish and Ulster Scots, would amount to £344,000 per annum. In relation to the capital costs, approximately £43,000 was identified. The Committee expressed serious concerns about the costs associated with the staffing element, which totals £1.032 million for the budget period. When questioned on how the figures were arrived at, officials gave a vague response and did not in any way explain the basis for 6 interpreters. Officials simply stated that the Commission would consider demand for the translation services and review after 6 months. In an effort to ease the Committee's concern, the Commission advised in late December that to determine the initial level of demand, all the MLAs had been asked to state their intention to make substantive contributions in Irish and also our Ulster Scots during Assembly business. The fact that current MLAs' preferences are being used to assess demand in the new mandate does not make sense to the Committee, and as such the Committee remains unconvinced of the need for 6 interpreters and the £1.032 million earmarked to fund them. The Commission budget setting protocol requires that, considering the Commission's draft budget, The committee should have due regard to the advice provided by the Department of Finance. Having examined the Commission's draft budget, the Department indicated that it was content to incorporate it into its Executive Draft Budget 22-25 document. Following a secured scrutiny of the Commission's draft budget and having regard to the Department's advice, the committee agreed that it was broadly content with the Commission's budget plans, with the exception of the costs associated with the staffing to support the implementation of simultaneous interpretation. The committee wrote to the Department asking that its position in relation to the Commission's budget reflected in the Executive Draft Budget document, which was going out to consultation. The response from the Department said that it would be highly unusual to report the committee's views in the Executive Budget's publications, and noted that it was for the committee to make its views known, not for the Finance Minister. The committee was deeply disappointed and concerned that its views were not reflected in the budget consultation document. The committee performs a very important scrutiny role in relation to the Commission's budget and expects its views to have value and meaning. However, it would appear to members that the committee's views are acknowledged and taken on board only when no issues were found. In this particular case, they were dismissed. In the regard, the committee finds it particularly worrying that the Department of Finance has not learned the lessons from the past in relation to safeguarding
Could I ask the member to draw his remarks to a close?
And the robust scrutiny of public finances. Thank you.
I now call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to focus on one aspect of this budget around the Commission, the fact that there is a £500 increase for MLA's salary at a time when the Executive is supporting effective pay cuts for workers who earn significantly less than all MLAs. Not only is it unfair, but it's totally hypocritical, and it should not be proposed. It's even worse, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Just before, no thanks. You've plenty of time to speak yourself if you want to. It's even worse, Deputy Speaker, when just before this debate started, I was messaged by somebody who works in a care home to say that a lot of care home workers that they work with are still waiting on their £500 payment that they were promised, which they haven't received. Again, like the last debate, I may be in a minority of one, but I want to state my opposition strongly to this, and I will endeavour, if I can, to vote against the budget for this sole purpose. Thank you.
I now call John O'Dowd to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Last Concordia. I want to thank every member for their contribution to the debate. As my colleague Robbie Butler noted in his introductory remarks, given recent political developments, it is crucial that the Assembly debates the Commission's budget in plenary. This is because the resources that are made available to the Commission will be used to provide services to the Assembly and all its members. The provision of all services that are required to carry out the Assembly's legislative scrutiny and representative functions will remain the Commission's overarching objective as we approach the end of this current Assembly mandate and as we emerge on the other side of the next Assembly election. The Commission considers the budgets for the next 3 years as being reasonable estimates of the financial requirements for those 3 years in order to deliver the required services to members. The budgets should enable the Commission to meet the necessary costs that arise each year in relation to staff costs, building running costs, the cost of delivering effective constituency services for our community, and the ongoing cost of investing in infrastructure to ensure that it continues to meet the Assembly needs. They also include the cost of the next year that will arise due to the outcome of the Assembly election. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now turn to some of the contributions from members. Joanne reiterated her party's opposition to simultaneous translation, but again, Joanne and her party colleagues will be aware the Commission is carrying out the mandate given to it by the Assembly in its vote last year. The Commission cannot override the decisions of the Assembly in regard to these matters and is fulfilling that. They have carried out a survey of members, though I note the Audit Committee objected to that, but how otherwise would we assess the level of need in any given term? I think it's a good estimate that in this mandate there is a number of speakers in Irish There's no indications yet that anyone will speak in Ulster Scots, but there is provision going to be made for that. That is the case. It's also worth remembering that this will be reviewed after 6 months in terms of the costs and the need for the number of interpreters moving forward. So it is open to review, not the principle of simultaneous interpretation, but the need of the number of interpreters and the investment required moving forward. I just also want to, a number of speakers refer to and thank the staff and the Secretariat for their good work over this last year through very difficult times, and I would add my voice to that. It also has been noted in terms of the investment being made in bringing members and their staff up to proper working conditions, particularly if someone's off maternity or paternity leave. These are modern rights that all workers should have. In terms of Kelly, again, thank the staff and the Secretariat. The issue in relation to the papers will ensure in future that members have access to the necessary papers. The investment in the new broadcasting, the Wi-Fi, etc., Kelly, in terms of the screens, etc., part of that investment will include interpretation, simultaneous interpretation in sign language as well. That's one of the things that the members of the Commission have been very vocal and commented on. Funding for the opposition, again, an NDNA commitment that's been discussed. An ERC committee report has been discussed by this Assembly, and again, the Assembly Commission has been mandated to carry out that work and is carrying out that work. Investment in the Bill Office. There has been quite a significant number of bills, private members' bills, going through this year. I can't answer in terms whether there will be further investment in the Bills Office. I would ask for that to be brought back by officials from the Commission, but I think we all appreciate the work that is done with that office and support for it. William Irwin, speaking on behalf of the Audit Committee, raised the issue of Parliament roof. That's an ongoing issue. It's discussed at every Commission meeting, but there is now legal matters at play there, which we can't go into any further on. There is a barrister, I understand, sits on the Audit Committee. I thought he might have understood that, but perhaps he was making politics. I couldn't possibly comment. Not you, Mr. Irwin, the barrister. Again, the committee raised objections to the translation service, but as I've said to Joanne, we are carrying out the mandate of the Assembly, and we are doing it in a prudent manner, and the cost will be reviewed after 6 months. Mr. Carroll said he's going to vote against the motion before us today because of the £500 increase in Assembly members' wages. The Assembly Commission, and indeed the Assembly, has no say in that matter. The Assembly members' wages are set by an independent panel, and they rise with the cost of inflation. So at a set period of inflation at point A, our salary rises by 1%. So certainly the member can vote against the budget or the paper as presented in front tonight. The £500 increase will go ahead because the Assembly cannot interfere in Assembly members' wages in any way. They can't increase them and they can't reduce them. Now, I know many members from the return of the Assembly have donated their increase either to charity or they have returned it to the block grant. And if the member feels that strongly about it, he can do either of those actions if he so wishes to do so. But again, he's perfectly entitled to vote against the paper or the proposal before us today, but we have no say in setting our wages, and rightly so, we have no say in setting our wages. So, Deputy Speaker, I wish to end my remarks by saying the Commission has considered its requirements for the 3 years from 2022-23 to 24-25 in recognition of the fact that a significant element of this budget is non-discretionary as it relates to payments to members set by the Independent Financial Review Panel or through determinations published by the Assembly Commission. The Commission is very grateful to the Audit Committee for its work in scrutinising the budget totals for the next 3 years. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Assembly Commission seeks the Assembly's agreement to the budget amounts for Resource Dale and Capital Dale as set out in the motion, and I commend these amounts to the House. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I'm hearing a no from Mr Carroll and from DUP benches. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business.
Okay, members, resume the sitting then. Further consideration stage of the Autism Amendment Bill. And I call Ms Pam Cameron to move the bill.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move that the further consideration stage of the Autism Amendment Bill now be taken.
Thank you. And members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 4 amendments which deal with the Autism Strategy and Review, and we will debate the amendments in that group together. Once the debate on the group is completed, the other amendments will be moved formally without further debate. If that's clear, then we shall proceed. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment number 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 4, and I call Justin McNulty to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group.
Not moved.
I thank the member. So Amendment number 1 is not moved, and I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew, to move Amendment 2 and to address the other amendments in the group. Colm Gildernew.
Tá Lasú Malta moved. Cloncarlia.
And would you want to make your contribution, please?
Cloncarlia, I welcome the opportunity to speak at further consideration stage of this bill. First of all, I will say that the committee has not had an opportunity to consider Mr McNulty's amendments, and therefore there is no committee position on Amendments 1 and 4. I will now outline the reasons for Amendments 2 and 3 in the committee's name. During consideration stage of the bill last week, the committee proposed an amendment to ensure independence of the Autism Reviewer. Following further consideration of the amendment by the bill clerk, it was identified that there could be a potential issue in relation to the drafting of that amendment, and that 2 further amendments would be required to tidy up the clause and ensure that the clause has the intention that the committee and the Assembly wished. The issue comes down to Section 4 of the Autism Act 2011 and the definitions contained in that bill. The definitions in that bill outline that the term department means the Department of Health, and the term NI department means all other departments, not including the Department of Health. Therefore, the bill currently as drafted states that the Autism Reviewer must not be employed by or subject to direction or control of NI departments. Due to the definition in the 2011 Act, this would not include the Department of Health. Therefore, the purpose of Amendments 2 and 3 is to insert the Department into 2 places in the clause to provide that the Autism Reviewer cannot be employed by any NI department or subject to the direction or control of any NI department. I would like to thank the Bill Clerk for identifying the issue, and I commend the committee's proposed amendments to this bill.
I thank the member, and I call Justin McNulty.
I support the 2 committee amendments. They make perfect sense. I have not moved Amendments 1 and 4 as I feel I need to do further positive work with the sector, and I thank them for their advice to date. I
thank the member, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, I have nothing to add other than I'm supporting Amendments 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Cathal Boylan.
I rise to speak in favour of the amendments 2 and 3, and also take the opportunity to pay tribute to the committee. I didn't get an opportunity at the consideration stage, Mr Speaker, but I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the committee chair and the committee for their work in bringing forward what I think were good amendments. Whilst today's are technical, the previous amendments will certainly add another layer of accountability, another layer of responsibility, and also another layer of support. So I do thank the committee for doing that. I appreciate the sentiment, and I'd like to thank Mr McNulty for not moving his amendments, but I do appreciate the sentiment. I'm sure his motion was not, or his amendments were not, to exclude anybody. I feel that in clause 2 of the bill, in the amendments that was brought forward the last stage, in terms of recreation and physical health, I think going forward, working on those who return to the Assembly, I would like to see them taking recognition of that and looking at an overall strategy to be inclusive of all those people. So with that said, Mr Speaker, I support the amendments, and I support the consideration stage of the bill.
Thank you, and there are no other members indicating to speak. And therefore, on that basis, then I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to respond as Bill sponsor at further consideration stage of the Autism Amendment Bill. Bearing in mind the Speaker's advice on what is appropriate for debate in each of the stages of legislation, I will spare the House a list of thanks, and I will save this for the final stage of the bill. Hope I get some brownie points there, Mr Speaker. It is, however, appropriate to thank the member opposite, Justin McNulty, for not moving his amendments, and I'd like to put on record my appreciation for his passion on this particular subject. Many individuals, parties and organisations have played a part in getting this bill, as it currently stands, to this further consideration stage, and I'm very proud at the genuine collaborative nature of this legislation, and I'm grateful to the members for this collaborative effort so far. Throughout this process, we have learned that essential basic services are not being provided to individuals, and services that are provided are often at the end of a long waiting list, throughout which families have little support. This is not the fault of our incredible clinicians and workforce. This is through lack of funding, adequate resource allocation and planning. This bill aims to address waiting lists, the current inequality of service access, the current lack of service provision, the need for training. The Autism Review will be an essential mechanism to hold departments to their duty to provide for our autism community. Importantly, this bill builds on all the foundations of the Autism Act, ensuring that the approach to autism is truly cross-departmental, multidisciplinary, embedded in best practice and person-centred. Recognising that although people on the autism spectrum may experience similar difficulties, every individual's experience is unique and requires a person-centred approach. Mr Speaker, I am disappointed that the Minister of Health, as lead department on this bill, has been absent from this and the previous debate, despite his commitments to improving autism services. The department have shown a lack of engagement, a lack of drive to take the reins and to fix the situation, and which is why this bill and the Autism Review are so crucial. Moving to the amendments before us, in terms of the remaining 2 amendments outlined by the committee chair, I welcome this tidying up process that we would expect to see at this stage of the legislative process. These amendments ensure that the original Autism Act and this new piece of legislation marry up in terms of the legal language and will safeguard the intention of the bill, particularly in terms of ensuring that the review role is entirely independent of the Department of Health. So I, as bill sponsor, and my party fully support the committee amendments before the House this evening, and I want to thank the Speaker and Assembly staff for facilitating this debate at this hour. Thank you.
I thank the member, and the member can be assured that the brownie points are in the post. So, for that, I call the chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colm Gillarney, to wind.
And I won't make extensive remarks either. I'm sure there's an extra envelope there going out my way. But I just want to say that I remain deeply impressed by the commitment and the amount of work that has gone into this bill in this Assembly, across parties, across members, with the sector and with those who are most impacted. I think that's a fantastic example of how this Assembly can make a real difference to people's lives, and I think it's what people like and want to see us do in this Assembly. So I commend everyone's work, including Justin today, in not moving those. I think that's also an important contribution, and his commitment to working with others on the issues he's concerned about.
Thank you for that, and I thank all the members. Okay, so amendment proposed to clause 5, page 3, line 28. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated, and I call the chair of the Committee for Health, Colm Gillarney, to move formally. Amendment 3. Amendment proposed to clause 5, page 3, line 30. Insert words as printed on the marshal list. The question is that amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated, and I call Justin McNulty to move formally. Amendment 4.
Not moved.
Just bear with me a second there. I just wasn't prepared for that. Okay, so Amendment 4 has not been moved, so we move on then to the conclusion. That concludes the further consideration stage of the Autism Amendment Bill, and the bill now stands referred to the Speaker. The item 7 on the order paper, members, is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Plenary, Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.